Avalon's first final ever. Adelaide County versus Orange County. Our 2025 Lexus US Open Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Kote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last lay days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Kai's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
When she's just won a heat against Honolulu, well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Surf fans, welcome back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. surfer.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner straight into the round of 16.
From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaylia Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico, modern leaders defining this generation.
The ocean, and I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
Wave artists from across the surf world convene on the edge of the Arabian desert. It's the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Stop 3 on the longboard tour this year. And game faces are on. Preparations, they're a little different out here. We're in the basin, state-of-the-art facility. Kelly Slater Wave Coat Tech. And a historic event last year. Really made headlines across the surf world. We're back for more absolute perfection in the pool. And look at it try and tap into that juice. Some pretty familiar faces. Last year's winner for the men. He's got his partner up in the first heat here this morning. We'll fly over the scene here. Surf Abu Dhabi looking resplendent in morning sunshine. Temperatures already pretty warm. And as we expect, the wave is going to be absolutely beautiful, machine-driven perfection. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. 2 of the finest minds in surfing. Carla Zamora, Sam Bleakley, good morning. How are we doing?
Good morning. Great. It's lovely to be here. It's a great morning. It was just wonderful to show up here again after being here last year. I love that overhead shot. You can see the development. That's kind of the progress that's happening. So this is going to be a fantastic event. I'm excited.
What a place. I mean, desert brilliance meets longboard blues, and it's those longboarders who turn that blues into jazz who are going to take the win, because this is a showcase place where you can really display all of the repertoire of longboard surfing.
Yeah, love the variety in our venues on tour this year, and a different format this time out as well. Exactly what we're doing down here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Here's our schedule across a 3-day event. So kicking off today, Friday, real soon. It's all about the women today. Opening round and then round 2, which will be that elimination leaderboard. Over to the men tomorrow. Similar theme for them, and then finals on Sunday. We'll be crowning champions here, making history once again in Abu Dhabi. So that's what we're looking at in terms of our event schedule. It's just one of the things that is unique about this compared to most surf contests. We can't really say it enough, just how different it is. Who's going to be in their comfort zone? Who's going to make these adjustments? It'll be interesting to see how that goes down.
That's really what's going to set the surfers apart, I think, for this week and this event particularly. You have 8 waves you're getting to practice on. Some people have been here before, but the wave is different. We've got a new style wave. They've pumped it up a bit. So yeah, who can adapt? Who can work in the moment under pressure and make things happen?
Absolutely, Carla. It's a pressure cooker environment, and what we're seeing is a really quick pocket, and it's about those longboarders who can use that pocket whether it's slipping into the barrel, coming in and out cleanly, or going for the nose ride on those steep sections. But what we will see is excitement, 100%.
Definitely.
Our format for the opening round, how you get yourself through, ideally into quarters straightaways by getting the win in your first heat. So 6-4 surfer heats. Keep it simple. Just win your heat. That's what you got to do. Just finish first.
It's pretty simple. Win. Take the win.
If you don't do that, however, you got a little bit of work to do, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a leaderboard system for the non-winners in that opening round. The top 6 will go into a round 2, of which the top 2 will then go to the quarters. So win your heat, but if you don't, you're still in with a chance, but you've got to rack up those good scores, your best right and your best left combined into that leaderboard system.
Right, and then they'll be going into that round 2. They'll have only one wave each, one left, one right, and it'll be the highest single score. So it'll be interesting, too, to see who puts all the money in maybe on one particular wave over the other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great format. It's really exciting. It's fresh. It's new. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on the surfers, but that's what sport competition is about, particularly action sports. And Hudayriyat Island is becoming an action sports epicenter with these world-class venues to encourage world-class performances.
Yeah, it's one of the takeaways we had last year as well, that waiting for the wave here, just the anticipation, getting ready to go, having to perform under pressure. Looking to do exactly that in our opening heats will be Chloe Calmon of Brazil, Ginger Kaimi of Italy, Sive Gerard, representing American Samoa, Crystal Hewlett from South Africa. And although they're in a heat together, conceivably, all 4 of these could feature in quarters. So as we mentioned, the top surfer will go straight to quarters, and then it's the best 6 scores throughout. So really, not necessarily competing against the surfers in your heat. You're really just trying to perform on this wave.
Well, and that's what really changes with the wave pool situation where yes, we're taking the ocean out of it, but I think it eliminates that priority situation, that jockeying situation. It's no longer a chess match, right? Everyone is given their wave. They know when it's going to come. It's a matter of you performing on it, and that's it.
Yeah, and it feels like the general consensus is those first 2 waves make the wave, get a score, and then take the risks on your second 2 chances. But this first heat, 2 goofy footers and 2 regular footers, is a great benchmark.
Yeah, I think we're opening up with Sive. She'll be having the first ride. She's based in Oahu. She was originally born in Carlsbad. She represents American Samoa. She's got a really great attitude. She, is encouraged to live out her dreams, but she knows that dream won't happen unless she acts on it. So here she is, and she's going to be getting ready to take her first ride.
Yeah, up first thing this morning as well. So for her, she'll open up the event with this wave. Would have had a little while to think about this last night, coming down this morning, all trying to dial in that anticipation. You hear the noise, the whirring of the machine. Actually, as the wave comes towards you, it feels like it's kind of going pretty quick. If you look around, you kind of see the splashes coming off the pier pilings here.
As we see that wave building up behind her there, she's waiting for it just to come up on her. She takes her first ride here on the right. Playing it pretty safe there, getting us the first time in. A little bit on the shoulder there, but definitely getting nice long nose ride there. As Sam said, I think some of the surfers may be approaching it a bit more safely on their first rides, but there we go, a little cheater stretch, trying to get the pocket.
So this is where the wave will get hollow, and surfers with those practice waves locked in will be more familiar than when they first arrived with this setting. It will get steep here. She'll just tuck, getting cover as such. Crucial to get a completion as well on your opening wave, get a score on the board and look to improve from that.
Yeah, as somebody who got to try the wave last year, I missed my first ride. This is definitely an intimidating situation. So she's going to feel really good that she had a nice completed wave. She was cool, she was calm, she was composed. It should be a fairly decent score as we see that opening nose ride there. A little bit of a stretch 5, tries to bring it a little closer there. The surfers had said it's a bit harder to get that critical nose ride really close to the pocket, so we'll see how this score drops. As she tries to kind of drag hand there, pulling into that open ride. I like this nose ride a little bit better, a little bit more steeper on the pocket there. Gets that quick 10 as she kind of reaches back there. Not quite deep enough to get that shade time, But good effort. I'm seeing a lot more effort this year from the ladies for trying to get that tube time, so that's nice.
How good is that feeling as well when you kick out of any wave, really, in surfing, but you've gone a long, long way in the basin here, getting to completion, getting yourself a platform to look to build from. It's time to go and say good morning to AJ McCord. She's poolside with a special guest.
Thanks so much, Paul. It is a beautiful morning down here on the pool deck. We have the competitors getting ready to go, including Justine Dupont. It's so fun to see you here on the World Longboard Tour. Often we see you ripping out at Nazare, the biggest waves in the world. Tell me what the biggest adjustment has been for you to make the transition to the basin.
Ooh, it's a kind of a different discipline, you know. It's still longboarding, but it's in a pool, so it's a different rhythm. You need to meet the wave and to learn from the wave, and at least it's the same opportunity for everybody, so that's really good. And then it's like you against you, your nerve, your lines, what you have like in mind for the wave. So it's a totally different mindset, and I like it. I have a lot to learn, because big wave, you just work with your instinct. It's all different.
What is the biggest thing that you have learned this year as you get ready to compete here in heat number 3?
I think it's just more like preparation before, about like mentalism, the wave, like the timing, the second, what you're gonna do on the wave at that part, like really like thinking about your line before and having it in your body and your mind before. Like I said to you, like I'm used to just jump on my board and then like do what the wave need. But here you can't really see the wave, so you need to have your mindset, your game plan before. So yeah, that's a major change, I would say.
We're looking forward to seeing that game plan in a few minutes. See you soon.
Let's see. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Amazing. What an absolute legend of the big wave world. Former runner-up as well on the longboard tour, Justine Dupont, Eddie, invitee and surfer. Here goes Crystal on a backhand on the left, her opening wave. Footwork into the steeper section. A quick touch, what she got here, Carla?
Yeah, she's working this left here. She was here last year as well. She's hoping to improve on her status that she did there. Unfortunately, comes unglued there. Looked a bit wobbly through some of that wave there, not really finding like that hook. Didn't seem like she was really quite hooked into it. But
exactly what we were talking about before, wasn't it? That balance between how hard do you push, how critical do you try and get, how safe do you want to play on the opening wave just to bank a score.
well, and a lot of people kind of don't realize, so that yes, this is a wave pool, and as we'll see here on the right there, but there's a little bit of a chop almost on the left there. There's just this slight little bump. So the wind does play a big factor here. So while we don't have the ocean and the currents, as Justine was mentioning, where you really do rely on some of that natural instinct, there are elements at play that are part of the natural, world here that do affect the wave and how you're going to approach it.
Yeah, one of the significant things about this basin, it's right on the edge of the Arabian Gulf. So, we're used to Le Mans, that's a long way inland. You're not getting sea breezes or sudden winds whip up necessarily, but being right on the edge of the ocean here, wind will be a factor. Crystal will look to debrief on that and make improvements.
And she's got a great partner on her side, winner last year of the event, Stevie Stoyer. So she's definitely in good hands. She's a smart surfer. They work together, really personally with boards and fins and whatnot. So I'm sure he's going to be breaking it down, kind of how to fix things. It seemed like she kind of noted with that hand gesture that it was a bit chattery out there. So she's definitely going to hope that next ride improves.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll zone in and work on that run and improve it.
Yeah.
Zone and work on that run and improve it.
I don't think changing routine and trying to I did what we said, but then it was just like this bump in the wave all the time, and I couldn't gauge it enough.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now it's comfort zone run.
I don't even get into the nose. There's just all this bump.
Yeah.
Fascinating, get those insights, isn't it? And as you mentioned, those bumps.
That little chatter affected her. You could tell that would have affected me also. I'm, come from Malibu where it's glassy 8 times out of 10. And so, yeah, she comes from Jeffreys Bay. She's got a steeped tradition and generation of surfers there. They have a break that's named after Hewlett's Reef, after her, I believe it's her grandfather. Yeah, so surfing goes deep into the Hewlett family, but deep into surfing right now, and somebody that we've been excited and really chomping at the bit to see is Miss Chloe Calmon, off from her hiatus last year. And here she's in Abu Dhabi. Her practice sessions have looked really pristine. I already have goosebumps a little bit.
Yeah, we know what an incredible performer she is. What are we expecting from her here this morning?
I'm expecting variety. And I think Chloe is one of the few that gives us a bit of variety in her maneuvers. She gives us the drop knee and stuff. But it will be interesting because we have talked about how the wave is a bit challenging. So what will she be able to fit in? Well, we're going to find out right now.
Goes Chloe Calmon of Brazil. The backhand on the right-hander. Hands up for a quick 5 and then nice swoop back to this critical section.
She's one of the few nice turns there where she sets herself up, kind of getting that not quite fully shaded, but does get in there. Unfortunately, comes up too high up the face out of that bowly section, not able to regain back down. But she's got another wave to go for. She'll want to reset, as Stevie was talking to Crystal. Rezone, find the zone again, refocus.
Again, that balance between being critical and getting hung up and left behind. Let's have another look at what happened here. The start was decent.
I love this turn right here. We're not seeing a lot of big turns like that, so I really appreciated that. I liked the attempt to get in the tube there, but you see how she just gets up too high, and there's so much water pushing up that face that it's just not able to keep, board's not able to keep down in it, and it just pushes her off. But Chloe's one of those surfers too that's equally strong on her front side as her back side, so she's going to be going into her left, feeling pretty confident, because I know she feels more confident on her lefts, even though she's so strong already on her right. So yeah, it'll be great to see her next run go.
Yeah, she will have, of course, another chance on the right as well. So 2 goes each way. That's how our format will go down in the opening rounds. These initial heats, here it is. So each surfer gets 2 lefts and 2 rights. We'll choose the best left and the best right. But as we were saying earlier, if you could just bank a score, get something in early and look to try and push it and improve, that would be maybe kind of plan A. If you do have a mishap, a mistake, you fall, you've got a bit of work left to do next time around, which adds a little bit more pressure as well. And there's already plenty of that in the basin.
There's so much pressure already. I mean, as AJ was mentioning earlier, it's a stadium here. It's a much different feeling than being at the beach, even compared to Huntington Beach, which really is one of the biggest surf contests in the world, where we have so many people. The audience is huge. But this gives you that stadium feel that no other event has. We've got a giant screen that's showing everybody. They can hear us out there speaking about them. So there's this whole other element that definitely adds to, more of a mainstream sport scenario, which surfing deserves and surfing needs.
Ginger Kaimi up next, represent Italy. Grew up surfing in the Canary Islands. Wave-rich place over there. Big Italian contingent, actually. The wind sports have drawn a lot of surfers and wave riders, various denominations over there. She is a really well-rounded performer. This is great to see her over here in the basin. She'll be going left to open up this morning. Absolutely pristine, just turquoise waters. We've got seawater here, another difference from Lemoore. Bringing water in from the Gulf, which will be more familiar in terms of the buoyancy and the way the equipment performs.
Yeah, Ginger Kaimi, the youngest at 13 years old. She speaks 5 languages at 13. That's pretty impressive. And she's an impressive surfer as well. We're going to see how she takes this first left. Or rather, yes, this is her left. Nice tip time right off the bat. Gets that 10. That's been very important. Not seeing as many 10s. So she's going to feel great about this ride so far. She's going to want to complete it. We'll see how she works that more open dredging section. Kind of playing it a little bit safe there, just getting past it, but that might be a good move there. A little shuffle last step to the nose, but really smooth, cool, calm, and collected. I like what she's doing here. She's gonna try to tuck in there. Look at her. Really good effort there. Not able to stay open there. That thing just clips her in the head, but great opening ride, I'd say, for Ginger at 13 years old, first time here in Abu Dhabi.
A lot of poise, a lot of style, looking to get drained on that steep, slabby section as well. Really nice setup work for that, up on the nose. If she could have got completed barrel ride there, I'd expect that would be best of the opening action this morning. We'll get another look. Spent a lot of time up on the nose.
Yeah, I mean, already she did get a lot of work done in the beginning part and middle parts of the wave before that kind of closed down on her. So I would be willing to predict it's going to be one of the higher scoring waves that we've seen so far. And that Experience Abu Dhabi replay is so amazing there as you see her tuck in. Perhaps if she had her board pointed a little bit more parallel to the wave, that wouldn't have clipped her. But wow, what a great shot there, as I said, from Experience Abu Dhabi. They've been taking great care of the athletes and everyone here. It's been awesome. That bright green board, you can't miss that anywhere.
So Ginger's first ride complete, and as with any surf competition, our chat's never far away from judging and the judges. And what are they making of what they've seen this morning? Obviously, we've had warm-ups the last few days, but right now, as we've locked in rides, what are our judges making of the action so far this morning?
You know, I don't know. I have to. Your guess is a little bit as good as mine at the moment, Paul. As soon as we see those first scores come out, I think that'll give us a good idea of like what they're seeing, the kind of scores they want to drop. You know, we've been reading the criteria, and there's definitely opportunities for high scores for the barrels, but it's not necessary per se. So I'm kind of one of these that likes to kind of wait and see before I open my mouth and put my foot in.
There's a lot of different ways that the scores can come. It feels like reading the criteria and seeing what went down last year. Speaking of numbers, here we go. Ginger's is in a 4.5 for her.
So yeah, not coming in really that high, you know, perhaps just kind of leaving some space open for some much more critical maneuvers. I think those nose rides, although she got the 10, they were a bit out on the shoulder. So the judges are going to be looking for a bit more critical, you know, closer to the pocket nose ride. But that all said, at 13, you know, she's a little girl. She's still a kid, and she's on this world stage. So that in and of itself is an accomplishment.
What a moment this is. Here we go with numbers, and it is Kaimi who lead things at this stage. The 4.5 for her.
Right, so it wasn't a huge score, but it was the high score for the first run of the waves. So I'm doing good so far. I'm doing good so far. As we wait for Crystal, she'll be taking her second ride. This will be her right, I believe, and I definitely think she feels far more comfortable on the right coming from J-Bay.
Yeah, we heard that from Stephen at comfort zone next. So on the forehand, let's see what she's got here, the South African. And she's up. She'll cross step up to the nose.
Nice long nose ride. As she holds on to it, she's going to bring it back in close to the pocket. Crystal has an amazing style. If you've paid any attention to her on socials here, she knows how to set up for a barrel. What a shot right there.
Wow.
Gets a little bit of tuck time there. She's definitely going to feel good about that. Now she just wants to negotiate into that second bit of tip time, while then the wave does open up again into that second barrel section. Loving that for Crystal. Little hand drag there, gets into the shade. She's just going to want to top it off, gets a turn. Some nice rail work there as she finishes. This is a great ride for Crystal. I think she's going to feel really, you know, confident after this.
I mean, you can just see the comfort zone with right-hand point breaks. Cape St. Francis, J-Bay, South Africa, blessed.
Takes a better pressure off, for sure. Nice.
That's gonna
I
feel
wonder
good.
who feels right, like who's in more nervousness? Is it the person riding or the one watching, the partner? What a great, nice opening nose ride for Crystal. Gets a little bit tighter 5 there. She brings it back around. She is smart. She knows how to set up and see where that opening barrel section is. Just kind of covers her there, just barely, not quite, but definitely a great effort as she sets it up for that second part of the nose ride. And then it's this next opener that I think she really does get a little bit more shade. I like it.
We love to make comparisons, don't we, in surfing? Shades of Bruce's Beauties from the Endless Summer right there.
Yes, exactly. And so, yeah, she's definitely pulling some of that out from her history, from her culture, and yeah, that's gonna be a great ride for her.
We're underway here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. A good ride in for Crystal Hewlett. More live action right after the break.
We meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the action here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Having a look at a left, the train thunders down the tracks. Here goes Sive Gerard, who opened things up with the first wave of the event on the right. Now, on the backhand on the left. Quick touch of the 5. She'll get high. She'll grab the rail and recover pretty well. Steeper section here, Carla. What you got?
Yeah, you can really see that water rushing up the face and how it can get pretty critical and challenging if you kind of get yourself a little too high up it. She managed to negotiate it back down and get some more tip time there as she's heading into that final bowly section there. I liked the attempt of the setup. The backside barrel is definitely harder to kind of like crouch into. We were talking earlier, is it possible for a backsider to get the barrel without grabbing the rail? That's my challenge to all you out there. I want to see the backside no grab rail barrel. I'm not saying I can do it, but is it possible? Maybe.
Well, the mad geniuses behind this wave have tweaked it a bit. It is a little different. There is more there in terms of that hollow section. Let's see what she made of it here.
Yeah, right there you can see she almost got hung up a little high there, but she was able to bring it down in time and then reset up again for another section here. Being really careful, kind of more calculated, not as much tip time as she did on the right, but here you can see how she sets up. I think she had turned her front foot a little bit towards the nose. It would help her hips kind of turn into the wave there, but just gets clipped a little too high up there. The wave is more hollow, but it's not a huge barrel. Doesn't look like that felt too good. Little clip in the head there. She opened up with a 3.83, I believe was on her first ride. She's looking for a 4.18 to move to first.
It's going to be really interesting to see how our surfers approach the barrel section here. Absolutely beautiful looking when you're just watching it from the deck and you see it. Just freight training through, all steep, but it's pretty tight. That's a longboard. It's a lot of surfboard to try and fit in there. An extra challenge, as we mentioned, on the backhand as well, trying to get in and get cover. And of course, what no one really wants to do is pull a tube stance, but be out in front. So you want to try and commit and get deep, get behind the curtain, but at the same time, it's risky.
It's been challenging because in order to get in there, you have to really set yourself pretty deep. Here's the rundown so far. Sive sitting with a 3.83 and a 4.57. Crystal with a 6 on that right, which I'm sure she's feeling pretty strong about, and then she has that too. Still waiting for that second ride to come in for Ginger and Chloe, so we'll see how they're able to kind of battle it out against these ladies. But Crystal feeling super stoked on that 6. Proud of her, glad she's able to kind of show her stuff. It's the worst thing to be in one of these areas. You got everyone watching you and you just can't show your stuff, so it feels really good when you can, you know, show everybody what you got. Like I said, I didn't catch my first wave, so I didn't even get the first opportunity. So that will not be the case for this lovely lady here, Miss Ginger Kaimi. Opening ride was a 4.5, so second high score, I think so far. Third now, because I think 4.57 came in for Sive.
Yeah, we mentioned her youth. Sometimes being one of the younger surfers, it's an advantage as well. You maybe don't realise quite what's at stake, quite how momentous the occasion is. She looks very relaxed. The surfing looks super polished as she'll go on her backhand straight up to the nose. Tries to get a touch of the 10. She'll just extend the 5 with poise and with control. Now it gets steep.
Yeah, it gets steep there. You can see her kind of crouching down there, grabs that rail, trying to keep that outside rail from digging under. This girl feels good on her lefts and her rights, very comfortable going on her backside there, very poised, nose right there. Wave just looks really fast under her. As she tries to pull in, she's able to get kind of around that, almost gets clipped. As she tries to finish it with a turn, almost gets hung up on the top there, but able to kind of finish this wave out.
Couple of moments there, really crucial that she completed that wave after the fall on her first wave on the left right there. You saw some bounce on the board. She did so well to control that and hang on. It's exciting. See what the judges make of it exactly. It's going to feel great to get the completion.
Yeah, you can see the 4 steps here, 2 and then another 2. Gets up there to what looks like maybe a 10, could be a tight 5. And she brings it back. Couple shuffle steps might have been in there, but really like committed, fully committed into this wave. Gets that second bit of tip time in that second section there, and this one really looks nice and poised. As she just kind of keeps it nice and cool and calm. And then it's this next section that starts to get a little hairier there. Grabs that rail, you see a tail almost kind of sliding. Could have pearled it, manages to hold on. Also could have gotten nailed in the back there, but she again holds through. A lot of strength in this young lady, a lot of just determination. And as you mentioned, somebody so young, I think what's really key and where the advantage comes is you're not coming with any baggage. There isn't a lot of past baggage or historical baggage or emotional baggage. You know, she's young, she's fresh, this is new. This just coming here is an incredible experience for a young girl at 13.
Oh, she looks absolutely delighted in that golden morning sunshine. As well, she should. A great ride from her. And the completion will definitely help her numbers-wise. She'll have the debrief and then a chance to do it all again. A couple of laps, 2 rights, 2 lefts. Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam takes in the scene.
I love that shot, and like I said earlier, you really see the progress and the development that's been happening on this island, and it's great to see. It's great to have them be so immersed in the surf culture and really, you know, helping to promote it.
Yeah, there's all sorts happening around this venue in terms of other sporting facilities, but just focusing on this one and the change, even since a year ago, how much activity there is around this venue, people come and surfing. There's a thriving scene over here in the Middle East.
That's Dad there.
Just relaying the scores.
Yeah, giving the update.
It's like all good. I'm like, yeah, let's do that again.
Yeah. And here we have the one and only Chloe Calmon waiting for her next ride. This will be her left. Definitely feels comfortable on the left, so this will be exciting to see what Chloe lays down. Starts off with such beautiful poise, gets that nice 5 right off the bat. She's going to bring it back into the pocket there again. I'm really loving the turns that we're seeing from Chloe. We're not seeing a ton of turns from a lot of the surfers, and it's great here. She gets a couple little speed pumps as she moves it into the second section there as it starts to steepen up. More tip time from Chloe, just looking nice and composed. Definitely looking like someone that had a nice break over the last year. And I want to see where she tucks into here. She had some time in Bali this last season, so. And then there it is. There's that classic drop knee that we love to see from Chloe. Just bringing it all the way into the inside. One of the few to really finish it off totally and completely in there. Strong ride from Chloe. She's going to be stoked with that.
Once again, after the fall on the first wave, it's going to feel great for Chloe. Truly world-class performer. 4th in the rankings coming into this event. Top 3 this year. So very much in that contention for a berth in finals.
As we watch the Experience Surf Abu Dhabi replay here, she has, again, those beautiful bottom turns. You can see the fin off the bottom there. And I really like the way she approached this wave. It's a bit more, so she didn't try too much. She surfed the wave. She allowed the wave to kind of still speak. Justine made a really interesting point about how instinct versus this plan. And I think there's a little bit of both that can still happen out here. There can be some instinct, but there's some planning also. And I really think Chloe just nailed it, especially with that classic drop knee.
Yeah, just looked in flow, didn't she, throughout the ride as well. Never really looked in trouble or trying to recover from anything. Just looked like she was going surfing, which always looks good.
I agree 100%. I would go to say this is going to definitely match up with Crystal's 6-point ride that she got. I think she had a bit more flow and grace perhaps in that, but Crystal seemed to have a few more critical maneuvers. So it'll be interesting to see how Tori, the head judge, decides to, you know, drop those scores down, what they see. I loved it all. I'm excited to see the next round of waves that these ladies are to put down. It looks like Chloe coming in 7.5.
Yeah, big number for Chloe Calmon of Brazil. The 7.5 for her, so the best ride by 1.5 points from what we've seen this morning. And she is very much a confidence performer. I think we're saying once she gets that confidence going, she's going to be really hard to stop.
Definitely, absolutely. Once she kind of starts getting in her rhythm and feeling the groove, it's definitely hard to, you know, put any obstacles in her way. She is solid on the left as much as she is on the right. You see across the board there, the judges kind of going in that 7.5 range. I think they were really acknowledging that poise and just that confidence, that calculatedness, just keeping it all together and you know, not freaking out too much. She just kind of kept it all in a good space.
How good's that moment as well? Your first chance to really exhale from the day. You've completed a ride, not any ride, it's a 7.5 as well, and everything's starting to feel now like it's clicking in. You're in that flow state, just enjoying the moment. She'll watch on as well, take on a little bit of intel from what's going on around her in the heat elsewhere. We have a look at CV, getting ready on the right here. So a little look over both shoulders, couple of paddles, up and smooth off the bottom. She'll walk it up for a 5, controlled, stylish, and smooth. Now, this section will go steeper. Sive, she got here. She's eyeing up her line. Just walks up and down. Doesn't quite go up to the nose. Using the rail to carve. Now she'll go back up. More time on the tip.
Yeah, more time, but unfortunately not able to stay glued in there. That steeper part of the section kind of made her tail wiggle out there. Not able to. It was looking good for the most part. I think she had a missed opportunity in that middle part of the wave where she wasn't able to get that tip time. So she's going to feel a little, you know, maybe a bit disappointed with that. But still, as you mentioned, super stylish surfing. She's really composed. Sive's a beautiful person inside and out. So liked the style here, a little bit of body English. She brings it back, but this is where it just kind of comes unglued there. Body kind of falls into the wave and then it throws everything off. As we see the skyline here, Abu Dhabi. Incredible architecture.
Let's get caught up with numbers here. It's Chloe Calmon with the best of it with that 7.5 locked in. And that'll be a throwaway score for Sive with that last ride. So, bit of a mixed bag really in terms of numbers, but really interesting to see this heat conclude. We'll do that right after this quick commercial break. More live action from the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Desert meets the sea. We meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to the action. A third wave here for Crystal Hewlett out of Cape St. Francis, South Africa. A beautiful part of the surf world. She's in a unique venue right now in the Middle East, Surf Abu Dhabi on her left, and looking to set up here a hollow section. She'll grab the rail. They're not quite finding the barrel there. She'll stay poised and composed and just cruising through sections.
Yeah, my guess is that on this left, she's kind of going to take it a little bit more easy, just kind of get more solid score. Still trying to pull into it. Bun's getting in the way. Bun's getting in the way of the wave takes her out, but not bad. I think she'll throw away that two from the previous left. I'd like to think so. It was that 6 though that was definitely strong, so she'll be having one more right that she'll hope to improve on the 6. Again, it's the best right and the best left. That will be their combined score.
So Crystal here, you can see the intent. She wanted to get the cover on the backhand, and we talked about the challenges of doing that here. And it is a tight barrel.
It's a tight barrel, and when your backside and your back is facing it, you know, what's really key is twisting from the waist so that your shoulders are more facing forward, I believe. And then also, you know, your footing is important. It's more important too to keep that outside rail. It's much harder to keep that outside rail from digging. So yeah, kudos to anybody out there that ends up getting, you know, a nice clean and out, in and out backside barrel. And we're definitely looking out for that.
Crystal doesn't look like she's feeling too much strain. Competition at the moment, she's enjoying herself out here. She'll have one more wave as well on the right, a chance to improve. Looking at back at the season so far this year, kicked off over in California, headed down to Bells Beach right now in stop number 3. These are our champs from last time out, Stevie Elise.
Stevie and Elise, yep, they will be the ones to beat. And the defending champs from El Salvador, Taylor Jensen and Rachel Tilley. I had a dream the other night that somebody won. I'm not saying it yet because I don't want to jinx anyone. But
I had chilling prophecy.
I had a prophesizing dream. It was very strange.
Did he write it down, or you just know?
I'm just keeping it in there. I almost shared it with the person. I thought, you know what? No, I'm not going to jinx it. Let's see if I really have that third eye. Looks like we got some scores down for this opening round, Heat 1. Calmon coming in with a 3.33 and that left at a 7.5. Beautiful ride. Hewlett, she's got a 6 and a 3.1, so she did better that first left. Ginger Kaimi coming in with a pair of 4.5s, and Sive Gerard a 3.83 and a 4.57. So Calmon definitely kind of coming out ahead, looking like she may clinch that first place, but it's not over yet. Anything can happen. All these ladies have one more ride left. We'll see what happens.
So scoring best right and best left. This will be the second right-hander for the Brazilian Calmon.
Yeah, and she definitely is going to want to bet her that 3.33. She had an unfortunate mistake, got a little caught up on the high part of the face, wasn't able to stay down in it, so she's going to be thinking about that. And I have all faith in her. Known Chloe a long time. You know, she's been in the top 8 11 times, 11 years. She was on tour for 14 years before taking a hiatus last year, which was super well deserved, so that she could continue to fine-hone these skills, not just technically, but also within herself. And I think we can feel that from the energy in this race. This already turning out to be a lovely ride. She's just going to want to keep it composed, keep it out of that high part of the section there, as she's doing lovely. She comes into that inside section. Will she able to tuck in? Not quite. She opts for another nose ride, bringing it back in with some lovely turns. I love the combination of the nose and the rail work that she's providing us. It's, I think, exactly what the criteria is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you speaking to how long she spent really high up the rankings, and the way, one of the ways you do that, obviously with great 7, but smart competing as well. And she knows she needs to get a score on this. Don't need to take too many risks. She's already got a great number locked in. She's leading the heat, complete the wave. So surfing smart there, not overcooking it. Crucial.
Yeah, I think it was super smart surfing. Definitely solid, strong. She is a formidable competitor and an incredible surfer. She's narrowly been a world title champion, I think 3 times. So, you know, she's been working hard at this. And
could this be her year?
This could be her year. She's definitely, in my opinion, one of the most well-deserved, and it's her time. So let's just hope, you know, the universe, and as I would like to think, God, will be in her favor. Got some scores that are going to be starting to drop. This Experience Abu Dhabi replay is so beautiful. Love that slow motion action of the drop knee. Waiting for the score to drop. She's going to be dropping a 3.33. She still has her second left to be had.
Yeah, and you think about the possibilities. You've already got a 7.5 banked as well, so you can really go for it. Maybe try and get super deep inside the tube on the forehand.
Yeah, I like that. I like the thought of that, you know, because she has that you know, near excellent score already. And yeah, let's put it out there. Put it on the line. Let's see what you're made of. Because she's going to be in another round, hopefully. And, you know, the goal for Chloe is to get 3rd or better in order to get into the finals.
Huge number in for her. 7.17 for the right-hander. So judges rewarding the poise, the style, the grace, the control.
Definitely, yeah. She put all the things together in just the right places. And as we've talked a lot about in some of the previous heats, it's all about completion, too. You got to complete the wave, get it all the way to the end, have a nice, solid, smooth completion, and that's something Chloe was able to do.
How good does this moment feel for her? Another great number locked in a big total. So she's going really well towards getting that first place finish and going straight to quarterfinals. Means she'll get the rest of the day off tomorrow. She can cruise, watch the men, and then come back. Finals day still. Surfers looking to have something to say about that. One of them will be the youngster representing Italy, Ginger. She's up next.
Right, so all these ladies basically at this point now they're still working on getting as high scores as they possibly can because they want to be in that top 6 of the leaderboard. And we mentioned that could be potentially from, you know, some of the surfers from the same heats. Ginger and, say, Crystal could both be in that top 6 depending on how they do scores. Here, Ginger really opening up right away with some stylistic arching in her nose ride. Nice long nose ride. She's going to try to probably wiggle through this little bit frothier open section. See if she's able to get tucked in. She's on her forehand here. That does make it a little bit easier as she runs to the nose in that critical part of the section. That's nice. Little Ginger Kaimi, she started off smaller than me. I think she's actually taller than me already. So she's not that little, not able to get out of that closing barrel ride, but it's going to be a solid ride for Ginger. She's got a pair of 4.5s, so she's going to want to better that.
Similar in terms of the way the ride ended to her opening left. Some nice work done before that. Already showed so much promise at such a young age. Ability to perform and polish with control. Style elements as well, nothing rushed or forced. And obviously, as every surfer wants to do, ultimately want to try and get in the tube.
In the tube. In the blue
tunnel.
In the green room, right? In this case, it seems a bit more of the blue room. But yeah, it's definitely kind of the go-to. I don't know if it's always the first on a longboarder's list. Usually hanging 10 is on that first, but definitely a possibility for any longboarder out there. And, you know, I was thinking, no matter how Ginger places or finishes in this event, these are all experiences that she's gonna be taking with her and putting in her bag of tricks and in her bag of knowledge. And you know, right here we may very well may be looking at a world title holder at some point in the future. So this is just another moment for her to kind of gain experience and earn that title.
Yeah, I mean, you think in this venue in particular will bring that tube ride in very much to the forefront as well. That longboarder in terms of success out here, you're gonna have to, if you want to win the event, you're definitely gonna have to get deep cover. She's coming from a place, holloways all over the Canary Islands, slabs, shallow reefs, bit of wind as well over there. So not maybe a venue that you associate classically with longboarding compared to, you know, some of the hot spots around the world. But it's great to see talent, how well-rounded she is, and the fact she's enjoying herself so much out here.
Well, you make a great point. I mean, that brings a bit more well-roundedness as we see the scores drop. Her last one drops as a 4.9, so she does better her situation quite a bit. But as a well-rounded surfer, not always surfing perfect, pristine waves really helps one become more adaptable to various conditions and situations.
So at the moment it is the Brazilian Chloe Calmon heading straight to quarterfinals. Couple of 7s for her, really solid. 14, 6, 7s, a decent total. She's still got another left to ride. It was her high score, and the high score of the morning so far, the 7.5. Still got waves to come in for Sive and Crystal as well to be ridden, as well as Ginger. So plenty yet to come in this opening heat. Will fly above the basin, drinking the scene here this morning. Another beautiful morning in the desert. Balmy temperatures, not quite as mind and wax meltingly hot as it was last year. It's a little cooler. High temperatures will be around the 30s in Celsius, mid 80s in Fahrenheit. Here is South Africa's Crystal Hewlett into the action on the right. She's already surfed a previous ride real well for a 6. For a quick 10, and then walks back and is patient and wants to get that cover.
I was liking the setup. The beginning part of the setup was going, but then, you know, when we watched that replay, there was no speed that was actually coming through with the board, and then the lip just nailed her. So that's a bit unfortunate for Crystal, but that 6 was such a great ride, so she will, I guess that's gonna be her final ride. She had some really opening, beautiful maneuvering with that nose ride in the beginning there. It's unfortunate that just wasn't able to lock in that tube ride. She's one of the few that has some tube ride experience, so I really think that's why she is going for it. And I appreciate that. It's just unfortunate that it didn't come together.
Yeah, with the 6 locked in, she, you know, would have thought, why not take a risk and try and get deep? That could have been awkward the way she fell there.
Yeah. It's like maybe she might have hurt her foot. Just kind of grabbing her foot there. Yesterday during practices, I believe Khalees, she had a bonk with her nose. I'm not sure yet if she broke her nose. But yeah, it's just as dangerous surfing out here as it is in the ocean.
hollow, slabby wave over a shallow bottom. An exciting, beautiful wave to surf. We'll see more live action from the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic right after the break.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the action at Surf Abu Dhabi. As we'll fly above, take in the basin, state-of-the-art facility, offering incredible rides. A couple of really good ones locked in already for the Brazilian, our high seed in this heat, number 4 in the world, Chloe Calmon, 717 on the right hand, a 7.5 on the left. Here goes Sive Gerard, representing American Samoa, looking to improve on the left.
She opened up with a 4.57 on her first left. Looking pretty good so far. She's been getting kind of high up that lip there, which I think the surfers need to really be cautious of. Trying to get that cover up shade time. Seems pretty strong on her backhand here. I'm liking it, like the tip time there. She sets up into that next steep section. Grabs that rail. She's not quite deep enough to get into the shade room there, but definitely showing control, showing composure as she brings it into the inside. And that odd little wave there just sucking the nose under, not able to finish it off. And that will be the final left for Sive and the end of her go this round.
Yeah, nice ride there for Sive, and the judges have already shown us you don't need to get drained and disappear to get good scores. We've got the 717 for Chloe.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of the other surfers are probably looking at that. Very importantly, like, there's been a lot of focus leading up to the event. Okay, the wave barrels, it barrels, we need to get barreled, but not necessarily. As long as you're surfing smart here, Sive opened up really smart, got some nice long tip time here, worked that steeper section here. Here's where she got a little bit high, I feel like. I think if she had kind of set it up a little bit differently, she would have been in that shade room. But then sets up a bit differently here, there, almost gets knocked in, but then just comes into that open section, brings a turn back around. She'll be dropping. She's looking to get rid of that 4.57. And as I mentioned, that'll be her final wave for this round 1. She'll be hoping to get in that top 6 on the leaderboard. So she's definitely going to want a stronger score to come in for that left, so that our combined total will increase.
Number comes in, it's just under 4.33. So not getting the improvement. At the moment in 3rd position in this one. Just a couple more rides yet to come. We're going to see Ginger Kaimi and also Chloe Calmon, which will then conclude our first heat of the morning here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic 2025. Just a reminder of that format: first place, straight to quarters. That's on Sunday. And we're looking to qualify the next 6 best heat scores. They'll go to round 2, and that'll be some pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. You get 2 rides, you get 1 left, 1 right. Your highest score will count. It's not the combined of the 2, it's the highest one. So there's a bit of strategy that could go involved with that as well.
All right, Ginger getting ready now. So this will be her 4th and final wave of the opening heat. Looking to try and get an improvement on the 4-5. On the backhand for the youngster. Very capable of doing that. Let's see how she approaches it. Maybe taking some pointers from Chloe. What she did on the backhand on the right. Go up through the scale, get into the 7s. Here we go. There's Ginger. She's up and walks it straight up. Just deals with a high line, quick touch of the 10, almost, and then back and grabbing a rail.
Grabbing the rail there, not quite getting the shade time, but she's setting up for that next section. She's a bit hunched over here as that wave just kind of steepens up. She's still looking for that open barrel there, but getting plenty of tip time. Nice critical section here for Ginger. As she drops down into that open barrel there. Almost gets fully covered. Great little charging from this young lady.
Love the audacity.
Yeah, she has no fear, and I think that's what I was talking about before. Like, there's no, she probably hasn't had a ton of injuries. She doesn't have a ton of baggage. There's no fear. You know, you haven't gotten nailed in the head at some point.
It's exciting, isn't it? Challenging, slabby section on the backhand. It's dynamic, tells a story. And she was holding on there, that edge on the heel in the wave face. And you're right on the edge of sort of disaster or glory, which is always great to watch. You know, think of stylish surfers, they make everything look easy, which is awesome, and it's huge in longboarding, but also that risk taking and pushing hard.
Someone so young as she is, she's not a big girl, she's a little girl, and seeing her really like pull out all the stops and really charging for it, I mean, that's exciting. And yeah, it might not always look super easy, but it's not. And at a young girl at that age, as you see there, I mean, she could easily have taken over the falls there, but she held on and really, you know, made it happen. So kudos to the young lady for really just giving it all she got. I love it. The little hand in there really was key, and that's what kept her kind of from getting sucked up and over the face, because the water is rushing pretty fast over the face there. But really impressive from the young 13-year-old. As I mentioned, speaks 5 languages, so be careful what you're saying around her. She might understand you.
Well, she does really, really well to hang on and get the completion. Didn't want to fall. She maximized the length of ride. Went all the way for the finish. And she will get an improvement. It's not a huge one. She's already positioned in 2nd. Of course, that's not particularly significant. It will be the overall numbers and how they match up. So the surfers that don't win the heats, it's the next best 6 from across our opening round heats that will surf in round 2. And it's a 4.83 for her. So she'll add some numbers. That'll feel good.
Yeah, she's upped her total a little bit. All of these surfers under the first place, they're kind of sitting in that high 9 to high 8 range. So it'll be interesting in the following heats how those numbers play out. But Calmon really stepping it up and ahead everyone with a pair of upper 7s there, 7.17 and a 7.5, really standing apart. I think she's going to be the one to watch. I think everyone else is kind of gauging based on those rides.
Yeah, no real shock to see her. She's already won the heat. She's through to quarterfinals. She does have another wave yet to come, and I'm just wondering what's she going to show us here. She talked about she is an entertainer, a performer. What's she going to do?
And it's going to be the left, and I know she feels more comfortable on the left. I'm pretty sure she's feeling pretty pumped up right now, feeling confident as we watch Miss Calmon get ready to take off right here. Just a few paddles to drop into it. Sets her line right away, gets the 4 steps to the nose with a nice classic 5. Again, just not too big of a turn, just enough to reset back into that nose right section. As she gives that little power pump to get through into another open section there, gives us a little bit of body English.
As we see the wave kind of open up a little bit more, it gets feathery, kind of starts to stand up. Will she pull into this final section here? You see her steading up. She's got a little tuck, and she's come out a bit. It's not super deep, but definitely one of the better efforts that we've seen so far, and a nice, powerful turn to end it off at the end there. Solid surfing from Calmon. She's going to feel good. You can really tell Chloe's demeanor by her body English, and she's feeling herself right now, so good for her.
Showing her class on that left. Her work is done, or was already prior to that ride.
The water's warm out there. It's hot. The water's warm. It's pretty exhausting, I think. You know, you don't really feel refreshed after a surf here. So I'm sure she's like, okay, cool. Now I can go cool off. Did the work. Job is done. Good job.
How good does it feel to surf 4 waves at absolute perfection to surf Abu Dhabi and already be in quarterfinals? So chance to chill out. We'll see where this number goes as well. Let's check out the Abu Dhabi flight cam replay from above. And we're wondering what she's going to bring. A similar kind of line throughout in her approach to the wave, but did crucially try and get that cover off. Some nice time on the tip.
Yeah, she's gotten some really solid tip time. Haven't seen a ton of 10s from Chloe, which we are used to seeing. So I'm imagining in the quarterfinal we'll be seeing a bit more of that. But it's just these turns and the rail work that she's been combining with the footwork and the nose riding, and then getting just that little bit of cover up time and making it out. So key the way she lined up her board and positioned it for the wave so that she didn't get clipped. And then what I really loved was the finishing touch with the turn, and even that last little turn at the end. Bravo.
Swinging for the fence there, getting quite close. She goes all the way out, makes that turn look dynamic, pushes hard. So it puts a little extra on, and the judges will recognize that as well, because it's a huge number going to come her way. And she'll go to quarters with plenty of confidence and wind in her sails. An 8.5 will drop in for her. And what a way to send yourself to quarterfinals. A massive total in from the world number 4, Chloe Calmon. 7.17 on the right and an 8.5 on the left. She's gone excellent.
What a way to start her campaign, but the campaign of the whole event, really setting the standard, really showing everybody this is what needs to be done.
It's a really interesting point as well. Obviously, everyone here watching on and seeing exactly where these numbers are coming and how this wave is being judged this time around. And they'll be taking notes and looking to get amongst it themselves as we'll keep rolling with the action here. Our opening round, Heat 2. Feature Hiroka Yoshikawa of Japan, Mason Schremer from the USA, Natsumi Teoka of Japan, Coral Salas coming in as the wild card. So those 4, and the format once again, first place will send themselves to quarters. So we'll see Natsumi into the action on her opening ride. As ever, it will be a right. She'll walk it up to the nose, just cruise for a while, back. Drive again, back up. More time on the tip for her from a high line into the steep section here.
Yeah, similar approach being had as we saw Chloe getting that tip time early, kind of using a bit of that power pumping to kind of get through that faster section up to a nose ride again, and now she's brought it onto the rail. She's going to set up here for that little inside section, gets a little tuck, not really getting any coverage, but just getting the work done, ticking off the boxes, getting some nose rides, getting the turns in. I like that finishing turn. And then as always with Natsumi, she's always looking cool and composed. I think she's one of those surfers that actually is very lively and really exciting to watch, but she's all at the same time like really put together and has a lot of grace. So for me, she's a favorite to watch.
Natsumi with an opening ride locked in, and after all of that anticipation, that'll feel good. I'll tell you what else is good news. Got a change in the commentary booth. The big guns coming in. Bleakley and Constable in for the call. Right after the break, the action continues at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your way at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic as we move into heat number 2 for surfers. We've already seen an opening ride for our surfer in white, Natsumi Teoka. We've got Hiroki Yoshikawa. We've got Mason Schremer, Coral Salas. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by 2006 WSL World Longboard Champion Josh Constable from Noosa, Australia. And Josh, you had the privilege of a ride this morning. How was it?
Yeah, what a buzz, Sam. It was just such an amazing opportunity that we're here in Abu Dhabi. What a facility, and to catch a wave this morning was surreal. So I'm buzzing, I'm on cloud 9 right now, and the action this morning's been unreal, and I'm looking forward to this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got our surfer in green coming up next, our wild card, Coral Salas, of course, the daughter of the great Kai Salas. Kai also competing, a great moment for this family to have Kai and his daughter Coral as she walks in and out of an opening nose ride on her Kai Salas Longboard Company board, holding that trim, speeding, driving, lowering the wave here as things start to stand up and get steep as that wave just continues to drive and power over the bathymetry, and she keeps that composed posture, walking back up towards the tip, back to the middle, and this is where things are going to get super sucky on the inside. She just goes lower, doesn't need to grab the rail there, but just drives cleanly and smoothly out to the shoulder, puts that board on rail, little drop knee turn. She sets herself up right through to an opening completed ride, Josh, and that was a nice start for Coral.
Yeah, Sam, she's going to be happy with that one. It's obviously on her backside, not her preferred sort of way that she likes to go, but that was a great opening wave for her. It's her first opportunity in one of these events, so it's really special, and I don't know if it's been done before that a father and daughter are surfing in the same event. It's very special for the family.
Yeah, and I know there'll be a proud father tuning in from Brazil, because somebody who just kicked things off in style, representing Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, Chloe Calmon, has booked herself a spot in the quarterfinals.
Certainly has, and it was so impressive, Chloe, your first time here at Surf Abu Dhabi, and you were telling me yesterday that you have some confidence. That was on full display after the first wave did not go the way that you wanted to. How did you recover and lock up that 7?
I think this event is so exciting because it's a whole new strategy, different game, and I fell my first wave, so I don't think I was nervous before, but then all the nerves came into play after that fall, and I really had to reset and just go enjoy and have fun and just appreciate this amazing opportunity to be surfing at this incredible wave for the first time. And I'm glad that I was able to show what I've been training for and enjoy myself, because that's the most important thing. And yeah, I'm super stoked to make it through.
Yeah, the reset worked. On to the quarterfinals. Just how much of a relief is that for you in this new format to have your spot locked in for Sunday?
Oh, it's always nice to skip around, and I think it's what it's nice about this event, that you don't have to worry about the other ones, because everyone has the same opportunities and it's the same play field for everybody, and all the girls are putting on a show. So it's really about focusing on yourself and what you can do, and I'm feeling good with my boards and the work I've been putting coming up to this event, and I have great support team in my corner, and yeah, I'm feeling good.
E para o Brasil, é sua primeira vez aqui em Abu Dhabi. Como você preparará sua estratégia?
Bom, eu tenho feito bastante treinamento na piscina no Brasil, na Boa Vista Village, com o meu shaper, o Neco Carbone, as pranchas da New Advance feitas para a piscina. Então foi um mês de muito treinamento pensando nesse evento, mas nada se compara a surfar essa onda aqui, é muito perfeita. E eu estou muito feliz de poder estar aqui representando o Brasil, minha primeira vez em Abu Dhabi, e agora é isso, foco na próxima.
Parabéns, congratulations, see you Sunday.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, AJ. Congratulations, Chloe, and congratulations, Natsumi Teoka in white, kicking off with a 717 as we move on to Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan on the front side here in red. She's going to be up and riding, drops low into the wave, little arm up, soul arch bottom turn, clean cross steps to a nice locked 5, little sneaky touch of the 10, walks out of that nose ride. And then clean, controlled footwork, low off the wave, comes high. You can really now see, Josh, how things are getting spicy and steep. And you've just experienced this wave. You know, what starts to happen at this moment?
Yeah, it just really starts to drain out, Sam. So she's doing really well. She's avoided that barrel and opting to go for the nose ride. Probably saw what Natsumi did. But this is a really nice, unfortunately going down. And I did notice, Sam, that inside section, it really sneaks up on you. It's quite easy to read that outside part. That inside just races off so quick. But I love that start. Nice nose ride with the sneaky 10. Sometimes on a beach break, the surfers are so far away from the judges that they can miss that. But here at the basin, the judges are going to see all that intricate footwork and they're going to pick up on those little nose rides.
And what do you think that the surfers would have picked up from seeing Chloe's success? You know, the fact that she went excellent, she went 7s, Natsumi kicks off with a 717. What were the lines that you think gave Chloe the edge to go excellent range this morning?
Yeah, I feel like they're just really, the first waves, they're just trying to find their feet and put a score on the board.
Yeah.
But that wave of Chloe's, she just surfed it so perfect. Nice flow, great nose rides. Didn't go surfed out of her skin. She had some 7s and then the 8, but really nice surfing.
Well, talking of nice surfing, Natsumi kicked off, Josh, with this 717 in white, going near excellent range. The regular footer really starting off in style. What do you think of this? Straight onto the tip.
Yeah, really nice nose ride. This opening section, she's surfing a little further out of the pocket, so she's avoiding that really hollow barrel section. But here's her second nose ride. Gets a little steeper there, and then again just powering through this one. And this is her third nose ride. A little soul arch. She's feeling more comfortable. She knows she's got through that barrel section, so really, really nice surfing here, opening up with a big carve, giving the judges a bit of everything. And I like the end of this one, Sam. She really hooked into this last little turn and then bounced back off the whitewash. Judges will really appreciate that.
So those judges, a panel of 5 judges. We have 7 here. 5 will be on each heat. And when that spread comes through, we're going to eliminate the highest and the lowest score, and that delivers the average, a 717, as you can see from Natsumi. But it's those 7.5s, those 7s. Most judges will try to drop a whole number or a half decimal point, but it's that average from that remaining 3 that gets that 717, and Natsumi's going to come into her left with a lot of confidence, Josh. As you can really see the length of the basin there, an incredible facility, the scale. I mean, if you laid down the world's tallest building, which is an incredible skyscraper here in the United Arab Emirates called the Burj Khalifa, it's the same length of this incredible 690 meter long facility, and it's the size of 10.5 football fields. And Josh, that was the first thing you noticed when you came here, wasn't it? It was the scale of the place.
Yeah, I walked in and you don't get a real perspective on the TV. Like that drone shot there really shows it, but when you walk through and you open those doors and you come out onto the pool, it's just gobsmacking. It really, it's pretty wild, but such a cool place. But I'm really looking forward to watching Mason in this heat. She's been surfing really nice in the free surf, so practice waves the last few days, so Mason will like this sort of format, I think.
Here it is. You can just see that hydrofoil kicking in. That's the Soliton wave that maintains all of its energy throughout the entire ride as Mason Schremer, based in Noosa, locks a nice 5 on her Thomas Beckson custom board. Up for a second touch of the nose and then cross steps back in the front part of the board. Quick trim speed. She just stays locked on that inside rail, and then she's just going to decide, is it going to be one more 5? There it is again, a third 5. Cleanly cross steps out of that. grabs that rail, stretches that front foot forward as she locks into the steep section. A little nosedive on the inside there, but a great line and a good opening couple of nose rides for Mason, Josh.
Yeah, it was a really nice opening. It's a shame that she couldn't finish that wave because it was looking really solid. I think the judges we saw with Hiroki only came in at that 3.67 because she didn't finish the ride. So Mason's got off to a flying start there. She looked comfortable. And like I was saying, Sam, I think she feels comfortable with this format and being in the basin because she knows the opportunity's going to be there, and just let her surfing do her talking.
And just, Josh, talk about the trim line. You know, the fact that a lot of the surfing is on that same trim line. How difficult is it to put that board on rail at the speed of this wave?
Yeah, you can't cut back too far and you've just got to time it well, and it just comes to practice and being in the basin enough to really get that feeling. And just here, mate, she's looking for that hollow section, but it's hard backside. Didn't quite get low enough and a little bit clipped, but great surfing on the opening part.
Yeah, and I like the way that she was low down in the wave for those nose rides. And is that a higher degree of difficulty to be lower in the wave when you have those nose rides compared to higher up on the corner?
Yeah, totally. And here, because there's so much water pulling up the face, you can't nose ride super high. It'll pull you off the back of the wave. So she looked great on that one. Looking forward to seeing Coral right now. It looks like she's got a right coming up. We saw her open up on that first one. She completed it, so she'll be really happy. But now we're going to see her feel a lot more comfortable going frontside.
So Coral sitting with a 2.17 in green for her opening ride. Natsumi Teoka in white in the lead with a 7.17 for her opener. Mason Schremer drops a 4.67 for her opener, and Hiroki Yoshikawa with a 3.67. As you can just see, the countdown time there, 50 seconds to go until that hydrofoil just moves in towards Coral, gives her the opportunity to get up and riding on the left-hander to just get that full beautiful Arabian Sea experience, because it's a saltwater basin, and that's the unique thing about this world-class facility, Josh.
Yeah, and the anxiety builds. Like I hadn't sort of ever felt that before, and then when you see that countdown and the waves starting to come, the pressure.
Well, the pressure for a proud dad. Kai Salas is down there with AJ, watching his 16-year-old daughter, Coral.
Paul, and I asked Kai earlier, what is more nerve-wracking, getting ready to compete yourself or watching your daughter?
Yeah, definitely watching my daughter. Competing so long, you know, I never thought I'd be in the same World Longboard contest as my daughter, so it's such a special moment, and just wanted to have fun because these events can be so nervous, and you could tell she was also nervous. Yeah, and here comes the train, and yeah. She's just
Talk us through this one, huh?
Oh, yep. Here comes the wave. You know, I just told her to, you know, try to go fast, surf towards the fence. Oh, no. And that's what happens when nerves get to you, you know. But she got another chance coming up, and you know, that happens on the pool. It's so nerve-wracking. You got the train coming up, and sometimes, you know, you just forget to do what should come natural, but it's all good. We got another wave coming up, so yeah.
There's a lot of pressure in this pool. You have your contest coming up tomorrow. Just talk me through. I know one thing for you was you switched up the equipment as well. So what are you going to be riding tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm using a stock 9.4 Mango Jam. I came over here with 2 9/8s just based off of what I felt last year would work good, and then the setting this year is just a bit faster, so I wanted something that had a little more speed, something a little smaller to fit in the barrel, and I remember seeing that they had a bunch of my boards here. So yeah, if you guys ever come here and surf, there's a ton of KSLCO boards that I designed and shaped, and the Mango Jam works really good out here, and I'll actually be riding that in my first heat tomorrow.
Look forward to seeing you then, and good luck doing dad, coach, and then surfing tomorrow.
Yeah, all good. Thanks.
Great stuff. Thank you, AJ. And great to hear there from Kai. Coral, his daughter, 16-year-old, riding her 9.2 custom Tsunami. As we can see, the scores now coming in. It's a low 1.033, adds that 2.17 for Kai Salas. Yoshikawa with a 3.67, but out there, the front runner, Teoka, with a 7.17, having the edge over Mason Schremer, who's got a 4.67. So all surfers now have got at least one ride. Coral's got 2 rides.
Yeah, poor Coral with that one. She'll be disappointed in that, but it's so easy to do out here. We've seen it in the practice rounds. That, like I was saying, that anxiety builds up, and she just forgot to paddle. She just needed one more paddle, but she's going to be fine. She's going to bounce back. She's been doing really good in the practice rounds the last few days. So, and what do you think Natsumi's feeling right now? She's got off to this flying start. It's just all about winning this heat, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, a lot of confidence to kick off with a 7-1-7, so great start for Natsumi Teioka from Chiba in Japan, and she would just be appreciating the hospitality here at Surf Abu Dhabi, an incredible fusion of cultural heritage and beauty, drawing inspiration from its Arabic roots and embracing the surf culture globally. And at the moment now, it's about getting into the present and just really focusing on the now and just dealing with that wave, that takeoff, and the lines you want to draw.
Yeah, and she did that on the first wave, so really looking forward to seeing her on this one. Surfing on her backside now, we're going to see the left, and she got off to that flying start. 7-1-7 really settles the nerves. Now she can back it up, and she'll be sitting pretty good for the rest of the heat, I'd say.
Absolutely. Great start for Natsumi, sitting in 15th in the World Longboard Tour rankings this year. As that wave gets very close, you can just see the poise, the composure, the opportunity to breathe, to stay calm, and then to really focus on the moment.
And here it comes, Sam.
And salt water as well. That's one of the great benefits of being here, is you have that wonderful link back to the ocean. And you know, the fact that a lot of the other basins in the world are freshwater, here that extra buoyancy the salt water gives you is a real feeling of familiarity with ocean conditions. You can just see the submerged foil moving, displacing the water to create the wave. Natsumi straight to a 5, locks a nice tight 5, bringing those knees close together. Walks out of that opening nose ride, staying in trim in the middle part of the wave, up for a second nose ride, back to the tail, just readjusting those feet. Now engaging the inside rail and the outside rail with some climbing and dropping and some driving, and then sets herself back up in trim for a locked 5, holding that 5 for a long time, walking, using a little subtle drop knee setup to just get a higher line, and now into the inside bowl. She goes low, doesn't opt to grab the rail, but engages those rails once again, and then just does a nice controlled down carve turn with 2 more steps forward, cross steps out, hits that rebound of the foam, and she's going to have her second completed ride, Josh Constable.
That's a really good wave, Sam. She surfed it so well. Similar approach to her right, where she just stayed in front of it, avoided the barrel sections, really went to the nose work. But I like that one, say, compared to Mason's, where Mason sort of stood and trimmed through that midsection. Natsumi was dropping and climbing, building speed and staying in front, and then getting on the nose. So.
Yeah, there was subtleties, but there was variety as well. And I think the fact that she was engaging both rails on that climb and drop, opting to go with speed, and I think that's going to be a really good score. Let's find out pretty soon what that score is going to be. We're going to have a short break. We'll be right back to continue the action from Surf Abu Dhabi.
We meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back. Natsumi Teoka's just dropped a score. It comes in at a 6-1-7, and she adds to her 7-1-7, opening up with that fantastic right-hander, backing it up with the left, and Natsumi Teoka is looking like she is a front runner to secure her spot in the quarterfinals. But there's still opportunities now for Schremer, Yoshikawa, and Salas. All surfers having 4 rides, the top right and the top left combined. The winner moves through to the quarterfinals on finals day on Sunday, and then there's a leaderboard for the next ranked surfers. The top 6 will battle it out for an opportunity to get to those quarterfinals, as we see Mason Schremer on her opening right-hander. Her second wave, really nice work on the nose, now subtly climbing and dropping from the front third of her board, and a really nice bit of clean footwork back to the tail, just compressing low, standing now tall, right in the pocket the whole way. Josh, this is a beautiful bit of surfing from Schremer.
Yeah, I love that little cheetah 5 there. She needs to finish this wave, sitting in the pocket there, nose almost grabbing, but really nice surfing here from Mason. Swoops one back to the, finish that off nice and strong. That's a really strong score, Sam. That's great surfing there from Mason Schremer.
Precision, composure, and what I really appreciated throughout that whole ride was the degree of risk. She was right in the money zone, right in that hardest part to wave, to ride in the pocket, and I love the composure in that inside section, just to stay low and compact. Everything about that was clean and smooth and precise.
Yeah, we saw with Natsumi, she was a little further on the out on the pocket, and then Mason was back in the pocket. So this is going to be really interesting. Natsumi had more tip time. She was hanging on there a little bit longer, but Mason mixed it up and surfed closer to that hollow part of the wave. So it's going to be really interesting to see where the judges go, whether they want to see that longer tip time or this really committed. And different versions, because it can get a little bit similar. So I love that variety there from Mason.
And although she's not got the full cover up here, she's just read that so nicely, so compact and clean. And we know that into that moment, she'd already got critical nose rides and also a variety of nose rides. But what I really like is that nice flourish, that finish to really put that board on rail at the very end, Josh.
Yeah, drove it back to the pocket, rode out with nice, clean composure. So that's a really nice one. I'm excited about this wave, and I think Mason's going to be really happy to finish a nice one and finish the ride. Then it's going to let her open up on her next rides.
Surf Abu Dhabi, the longest wave pool in the world's first saltwater wave basin, 80 million litres of seawater from the neighbouring Arabian Gulf, 690 metres long. 1 minute long rides, are possible. We'll see 50 seconds, for some rides, a minute if you take it all the way through. And of course, it's that fantastic partnership with the developer Modon, who are really turning this Hudayriyat Island into one of the action sports capitals of the world.
Yeah, it's so special. You drive in and you've just got this amazing feeling that this is. Oh, Mace sitting there. Look at her.
It's hot, Josh. It's hot.
It is hot.
You had a ride. How did you feel after your ride?
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, I didn't get to ride for a full minute. I didn't make that inside barrel section. But yeah, Mace is happy with that one. Is she going to jump in the ice bath and freshen up? But she's just waiting for the judges to drop that score. Beautiful surfing, though.
And we've got good comparisons as well. The judge has already given a 7-1-7 to Natsumi and a 6-1-7. Mason there comes out with a 7-6-0. Let's look at the smile on her face. There it is, as the basin announcer just confirms that she's going to get that score. And what a great wave for Mason Schremer. As you can see, the spread, a highest 8, a lowest 7.5, and that average is 7.6. Schremer is right back in the mix. As we move over to Hiroki Yoshikawa, she is going to be up on this left. There it is. Takes off, hands off the rail, midline, cross steps forward, finds the 5, holds that 5, moves those knees forward, back up for a second 5. Good control, good body language. A little bit of a bounce there, but just drops to the lower part of the wave as the wash and the speed really now starts to accelerate Yoshikawa as she keeps that front knee forward with great style, really leaning back there as she gets a touch of the 5 again. And now a little wobble, but grabs that rail, and she's got some work to do here on the inside, Josh.
Yeah, I could just see she was just fighting it. She was a little behind that whole section, the whole wave. She just needed to get out in front of it. Some beautiful footwork and nose riding at the start, but unfortunately, you've got to finish these waves. So she's going to be disappointed with her first 2 runs. But we saw the surfing she did in Bells Beach under pressure.
Absolutely.
She won't be rattled. She'll be ready for the next opportunities, and she'll capitalise, Sam.
Her first World Longboard Tour final, getting second, losing to Soleil Erico at Bells Beach. She got a 9th at the first event of the World Longboard Tour, the US Open in Huntington, and she's 3rd, of course, in the ranking. She's already booked a spot in El Salvador, and she had cat-like agility on this ride, Josh.
Yeah, it was just this section here. We could see she's quite committed and tight in the pocket, but this end section, it really races off. She was trying to weave and pump and get through, but unfortunately that barrel just clamping on her a little too deep. But yeah, you can see there she's a little disappointed, but she'll bounce back, Sam. She's a fantastic surfer, and now it's a hard one for these surfers. Do they push to go for the heat win, or do they just try, and she's had a 3 and a 4, now does she just try and put some 6s on the board to jump into the next 6 spots?
Yeah.
What do you think there?
Well, I think it's interesting for Hiroka because she's one of 3 women already qualified for the top 8 finals in Surf City, El Salvador. But of course, seeding is a hugely significant factor. She comes into this event ranked 3 in the world ratings, and she's waiting to drop that score 4-1-0 for her second wave, a 3-6-7 for her first wave. What's it going to be, Josh, as it comes through? Here it is. It's Teoka still out there in the lead with that 7-1-7 and that 6-1-7. Mason Schremer with that 7-6 and that 4-6-7 sitting in second position. Yoshikawa now in third with a 3-6-7 and a 4-1-0. And out there in fourth, it's Coral Salas with a 0.33 and a 2-1-7. Of course, it's the top 2 rides, your best left and your best right combined, so still opportunities for all of the surfers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now. Natsumi has laid her platform.
Yeah.
2 really nice scores. What does she do, and how does she get those scores to step up into the excellent range? It's really interesting to see. And what do you think, Sam? Where does she go in her surfing to get it there? Is it similar approach but tighter nose rides, or do we see her maybe go for the tube?
Well, I think the fact that as we see these top 8 scenarios, she's our 3rd seed, already booked a spot for the finals in Surf City, El Salvador. More pressure on Chloe Calmon, Khalees Keleopaha and Malia there, as they can qualify with that excellent 3rd place finish. But right now, you talk about Hiroka and the fact that she won't have got the score she wanted to kick things off, but I think we saw in Bells that she can perform under pressure, and she'll do the job on the next 2 rides, as we can see. Natsumi looking to better, scores in the 7-1-7 range. She gets locked on the 5. Soul arches, arm up. Walks out of that nose ride, drops down to the lower part of the wave now in the midsection. She just cleanly, with precise footwork, walks into a very critical second nose ride, and now again for a 3rd nose ride, and then lifts that front arm nice and high, and you can just see her using that arm on her left side there for balance as she comes out of that nose ride, and then squats low into the bowl section through the inside, and out of another nose ride she goes into a nice down carve cut back, and she's still going to have one more opportunity to put that board on rail for a rebound foam climb. And Natsumi Teoka is on fire, Josh.
Yeah, she's surfing well. She's reading it really nicely. She's finishing and completing her waves. The judges love that. Don't think we saw in her first wave her get that little sneaky hang 10, where this one she pushed a little harder and got a little tap 10 on the outside. So she's trying to give the judges a little bit more. She's trying to improve on that 7-1-7. Here it is.
And Josh, she had a 5th here in Abu Dhabi last year, lost out to Khalees Keleopaha. Surely that would give her confidence, knowing she's already had a big result in this venue.
Yeah, obviously she's got a formula that the judges like and a formula that suits her surfing. Here we go again, really nice, knees nice and tight, little soul arch, great nose ride. This one, she's a little tighter in the pocket there, but still drives through. Straight back up for another nose ride. Big carve here, nose kind of grabs, it got sucky on that inside, and then again just finishing this one off, banking off the whitewash. So that was really nice. Here's this opening nose ride, Sam. This is where she went a little more committed than her opening wave. She knows she's got to drop a little higher score, and there it is. It drops in slightly better, but every little point helps, doesn't it? So she dropped the 7.17, adds a 7.2, so she's going to be happy with that.
And I think surfers tuning in are going to be happy, realizing that this is a top bucket list destination for your future surf travels, because Natsumi drops a 7.2, and we are appreciating these elite facilities here at Surf Abu Dhabi that go beyond the wave. They go to food, dining, hospitality, surf coaching, and all levels. There isn't just these more higher end levels. There's a number of different settings that the surfers can appreciate, from Kelly's wave through to the point break setting to Cocoa Beach to beach break, which is perfect for beginner surfers.
Yeah, Sam, I got the opportunity this morning to catch 2 waves. I got the point break, my first wave, which was so nice in the morning. It was so glassy when we pulled up this morning. The sun was just rising. It's a pretty special place. And as you can see in this drone footage right now, the facility is just second to none. Look how green the grass is. The pool is so long and so perfect. So,
yeah,
really, really cool.
225 millimeter thick waterproof concrete. You can see that W-shaped bathymetry. That's what dictates where and when the wave breaks. But of course, it's that hydrofoil being dragged across the basin that creates that soliton wave. We use the phrase soliton wave because it doesn't lose its energy. It continues to maintain its full power throughout the entirety of the ride. As Coral Salas on her 3rd wave, this time on the backside, up and riding on her 9.2 Tsunami custom board. Of course, team rider Coniella Tsunami Stewart designed this board with Coral's father, Kai, who'll be watching on, excited, anxious, proud to see Coral up and riding, the 16-year-old, the wild card here for the event. She was here watching her father last year compete. Now she gets the opportunity to compete herself, and she just moves through to that bowl section, gets low, and you can just see how that bowl section is really tight. Really difficult section to ride. A lot of different things you can do there. You can go low, you can swap for the barrel, but if you stay ahead of it, it does facilitate a good chance for a really nice sweeping enter.
And we have seen that, Sam, haven't we, the last couple of days? The surfers just powering through that inside section and then just laying it on a rail and a big carve back to the pocket. So that's Coral there finishing up. She'll be happy. She's done both her left-handers.
Yeah,
so
sure.
she's done with that. She'll be stoked. And
she will. She's bettered her opening left of a 2.17. She's got that 2.67, Josh, and this is just a great opportunity, a worldly experience for young Coral, and this is something that she'll carry forward as she continues her career in longboarding.
And everyone's here for a different reason, Sam. Some are here to win a world title. Some are here for the experience. Some are just stoked to be here. And Coral's that. She was here last year cheering on her dad. She's got the opportunity this year to surf the pool and practice, and we're going to see her for many, many more years to come. And each year we're going to see her better, improved, and as she grows with her surfing, it's really cool to see.
Well, we got more action coming up. We're going to take a short break as we continue the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
And into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the action live from Surf Abu Dhabi day one. And of course, go online at WSL.com to get 30% off your WSL jerseys for today. As we can see, Hiroka Yoshikawa, she may well be your favorite if you're supporting Team Japan, and she's up on the tip perch with the Soul Arch 5, drops down, climbing, moving. She's got a really groovy year ahead because she's kicked off with a second at Bells. She's already earned a spot in El Salvador, but she's taken a fall there, Josh, so a little bit of pressure coming on to Hiroka.
Yeah, that was not like her, and it looks like she changed boards, Sam, because she was on a bright coloured bottom board, and that one looks like a solid pink. So picking up maybe equipment on the first wave wasn't quite there, jumped on another. Maybe that's why we saw just before going to the ad where she was standing up trying to get a feel.
Sure.
She looked great. I'm not sure what happened here. Beautiful opening nose ride, reading the wave really well, dropping back here, and it just comes up to the hollow barrel section. Looking solid.
Yeah, I'm expecting her to just keep on moving through this with composure, but just caught that nose right on that section there. She was extremely deep in that section. You can really see the beauty and the curve and the bowl and the steepness and the speed, and of course that look of disappointment. But what's also interesting, Josh, is you can just see the wash of water, and that's where the dampening technology, all the way around the basin, you have these facilities that kind of absorb that flow of water, that sloshing, that oscillation, and that just reduces the turbulence so that the water can settle before the next wave runs. And there's a lot of science behind the design of this, and it really is something that all surfers should get the opportunity to experience because it's a unique experience.
It is, Sam, and I didn't realise when the wave goes through, you don't ever see this, but there's a reform. So they've designed a wave that reforms and runs off, and it's a perfect little longboard logging wave that I'm going to sneak a couple of those this afternoon.
Careful of your fin though, Josh. Of course, it's Kelly Slater, Wave Company Technology, here in partnership with Modon at Surf Abu Dhabi, and 2006 world champion Josh Constable getting very excited about the opportunity to surf again as Teoka is out there in the lead with a 7.2 and a 6.17. So talk us through the situation now for Mason, Yoshikawa and Salas.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Hiroka now to come out of this and get a heat win. She needs to put on a big score on the left now to capitalise and just try and get in that top 12. For poor Coral, she needs to step up too. She's going to get one more opportunity. But Mason's in the hot seat right now. Unfortunately, she went down on her first left. So this left is super important. She needs to finish it. She needs to get to the end of the wave. Doesn't have to push too hard. Needs to kind of match that 6-point ride that we've seen from Natsumi. This is a really good race right now.
Yeah, Mason.
This is what's exciting about the pool, isn't it, Sam?
Absolutely. Mason Schremer, they're born in Florida, raised in Waikiki, now based in Noosa, Australia, on her Thomas Beckson Custom 9.2. She's already dropped a 4.67 for her opening left, a 7.60 for her opening right. So this is her second left, an opportunity to improve on that 4.67. As you can just see now, the hydrofoil in motion, that wave just starting to rise, the shape really starting to kick in as that submerged foil displaces the water to create the wave, and it strikes that shallow water bathymetry as Mason Schremer hits the 5, locks on that 5. Really nice composure on that opening nose ride, just keeping that back arm high to maintain balance. Now low in the wave and getting that second nose ride, and then a little climb and drop, and now grabbing that outside rail but still pumping a little bit, and then again using that technique where she just stretches that front foot forward but a little bit further back on the board than she was for her opening left, where she didn't make that inside bowl section in that rail grab. And here's the bowl section, Josh. What do you think?
She's got to get through this section. She needs another nose ride and a big carve right now. Not bad, not bad. She's finished the wave. She needed to finish the wave. There was a lot of downtime, that holding the rail and trying to drive through that power section.
But you think she should improve on that 4.67?
Yeah, I think so, because she didn't complete that first wave. The opening nose ride was really solid. Mason did a great job right there. And there was some downtime, so we're not going to see an excellent score, but this was nice, wasn't it, Sam? Like, really committed. The body English, nice and calm and composed. Hands nice and stable. Another second nose ride, and it's kind of here where she gets a little bit stuck mid-trim, but drives through that inside section. She wasn't looking for the barrel. She wasn't hunting that. She was just trying to really finish the wave. She needs sort of around that 5.77 range to jump into the lead. She needs to capitalise. This left was a very important score.
And one of the great stylists, Mason, so smooth and composed. You know, a surfer that people around the world appreciate and study. And of course, Thomas Bexon releases a lot of really great content. And Mason is a regular star. She has her own model. You know, how inspiring is it to have that great team rider group? You know, to be part of a surfboard brand that has big names from the likes of Harrison Roach to young Connor Griffiths.
Yeah, they've got a great group and a cool little vibe. They go on trips. They've just recently, just before Bells, they raced up to Sri Lanka and did a trip, and Mace, they said, was the standout on the trip, which isn't surprising because their surfing is red hot.
And wide point back on that board, you know, talk a little bit about the design characteristics of this 9.2, Josh.
Yeah, so she hasn't changed anything with her equipment for the pool to what we saw at Huntington or Bells. She's comfortable on this board, the wide point back, little rolly bottom, nose concave to help with that extended nose riding. So a beautiful board that Thomas and Mace have worked together. And Doc's no stranger. He's a fantastic surfer himself. So he knows what he likes, and then he works with the surfers and they build these perfect boards. So that was a great wave for Mace.
So do you call him Doc from Back to the Future, or do you call him Doc for other reasons?
Just the doctor.
The doctor.
But look at that
there
score.
It is.
Didn't improve. So
4.67.
So she got to the end of the wave, but no improvement on the score. So it's going to be a really tough one now for Mace. She's going to have to go really hard on her last wave on the right.
But she is carrying that good 7.67, so she would have to really better that a fair ways to overtake Natsumi Teoka, who's got a 6.17 and a 7.2. But right now the attention is on Coral Salas, her second right-hander, her last run. She's just going to get herself poised, in position. She's going to stay calm, and a really wonderful opportunity to just enjoy the ride here for Coral, the 16-year-old from Waikiki, Hawaii, on her 9.2 Tsunami model. She's up and riding, nice high line. Cross steps forward, finds a lock of the 5, holds that 5 with composure, with style. Walks cleanly in a high line out of that nose ride, drops low, and then just controls and climbs high, low, really now engaging with the sucky, fast, speedy section. She gets another high line, cross steps forward. She's going to keep that trim speed going. She may well have the opportunity to sneak in a couple more cross steps, and there they are, back to the tail, locks in the pocket, stays in control, and now here's a nice chance for a little turn on rail, and what a great ride for Coral. She's completed it, she looked composed, and she kicked off with a really strong nose ride.
Sam, we're fathers, so as a father, you're sitting here, you want her to finish the wave, you want her to put on a performance, because she'd be disappointed with the first wave. So I'm here as a surf fan, as also a father, and you just want to see her do well. And the whole wave, I just had a smile on my face because she was in control, beautiful opening nose ride, and just a really cool experience for her.
As we see the experience Abu Dhabi nose ride, talk about her composure, you know, the fact she was under pressure, you know, not making that opening right, but she just nailed this all the way through.
Yeah, she surfed great. That opening wave, nice cross step forward, weight, nice patience, great nose ride, beautiful surfing, and then brought it all the way through. Nice carve back to the pocket. So there's a lot of pressure on her. She, you know, her father's the world champ and shapes her all her own board. So I feel for that because of my children, you know. But just to see her finish that wave, super cool. Really proud of her, and she's her surfing level, so we saw her last year, she got a couple of waves in the pool. She was surfing great, but in 1 year, from 15 to 16, her surfing level's gone up another level. Imagine what we're going to see next year at 17, and then give her 3 or 4 years, it's going to be unbelievable. So it's really cool to see, so stoked to see her here, and nice for her to finish that wave.
So betters that opening right of a 0.33 with a 3, so that goes towards her combined total with that 2.67. So Coral Salas is pretty happy, she's smiling, and I think that was the main achievement for that last ride, to complete the ride. And I really like that opening nose ride, and I think that's something that she'll be proud of. She'll be able to look back at the video replay, she'll get some real kind of positive points to take out from this experience, and she'll be there supporting her father as well in a positive way.
100%, and for both the parents here to experience that with their daughter, it's really special. So big one here for Natsumi. She needs to put on a score right now, doesn't she?
Yep, and if you want to put on your favorite surfer's jersey, 30% off today from the WSL store for a limited time, and you can rep your favorite surfers, including our world title winners on the longboard side. As we can see, our surfer in white, Natsumi Teoka, currently our heat leader, sitting there as we really get to feast on one more silky wave here at Surf Abu Dhabi. The 4th ride for Natsumi, looking to improve on her 6.17, which was her opening left. And Josh, who will you be feasting on the WSL store? Favorite shortboarder?
I'm going to go Jack Robbo, Aussie.
Nice, cool.
Yep, you?
Caroline Marks, my favorite at the moment. Just love the drive and the power, but right now, look out, because it's Natsumi Teoka. Side slip into this, cross steps forward in trim, holds that 5, and great use of the arms once again, poised and locked onto a long nose ride. Great clean controlled footwork out of that nose ride, touches the 5 right in the pocket. Had to get out of that second nose ride very quickly in order to stay in control. Now quite far back on the tail with a pump and a drop and a climb, back up for a 3rd nose ride. This one again a long one, so 3 solid nose rides, 2 long ones, a 4th touch of the nose, this time short. You can see how she's got that heel edge right on that inside rail, grabs it,
Sam,
styles it.
That's a solid wave. That's better than her first left.
Wow.
I'm throwing it out there that's going to be a really high score, and banks it off the whitewash to finish off those outside nose rides. The second one we did wasn't as held as long, but it was really committed in the pocket. Judges are going to go bananas on that one.
And the timing as well of everything. You know, that second opportunity to go into the nose ride, quickly recognizing that she had to move out from it, but nothing flustered, everything composed and controlled, really clean footwork in and out of the nose rides. Some good variety as we get to appreciate the replay here. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, really nice nose ride here, and this was the one, Sam, like drove off the bottom, quick nose ride, really steep and fast, and like you picked up on, a little further back on the tail, so these are a little bit more accelerated and driving out of those, where the first ones were forward mid-trimming.
Exactly.
So great nose ride again there. This is a really good wave here, and this was steep. That's that inside section, which put her a little deeper in the pocket, grabs, not really covered up, and then came around. Beautiful carve, and then finished off with another wrap right off the whitewash. So this is a great wave. She'll be really happy. Hanging with her friend, Chloe Camon, put on a great performance round 1, heat 1, and now Natsumi doing a very similar surfing here.
And Josh, that heel side, you know, she's obviously riding backside here on the left, and she's got her heels so close to that inside rail.
Yeah, you're just really trying to get that inside rail engaged in the wave. The water's ripping up the face. It's so hard backside. It wants to slip out from underneath you. It's not easy surfing a longboard backside and then doing it in the basin where the surfers have had a lot of practice waves, but again, they're not doing it day after day. So to see the surfing that they're doing is really red hot for not a lot of waves. And there it is, Sam. Score dropping.
So it comes in at a 6.37. Natsumi Teoka betters her score on her last left, riding her signature surfboard designed by 3 Weather. As you can see, the spread from a low 5.8 to a high 6.5, and the average does improve her situation. So she's now got a combined heat score of 13.57, a 7.2, and a 6.37. Mason Schremer now chasing an 8.9 to move up into first position, carrying a 7.6 and a 4.67.
How does she do it, Sam? Where do you see her improving on this score? The first wave we saw it a little tighter in the pocket, not as held nose rides. Mason's got that in her. She's got an 8.9 in her surfing. So if she can execute, capitalise on the sections, Mace can tube right. We've seen her get tubed, so it's going to be interesting to see right now. I'm looking forward to this wave.
Absolutely, that could be the difference. You know, use of that sucky section to get locked in the tube, behind the curtain, clean entry, clean exit. Right now, up and riding, chasing an 8.9. Mason Schremer, nice hold on the 5, all smooth, arm up, high line, locked in the pocket. Clean cross-stepping out of that nose ride, climb and drop into a second nose ride, quickly out of that second nose ride, but good footwork. And now she's going to get really steep here. She goes low. She just stands tall again, recognizing that she's got an opportunity to readjust her line. As she moves forward, follows that leading arm into the tube.
There it
locks
is.
in the tube, speeding, styling, flying. Doesn't come out, but she did commit, and she needed to commit to get that 8.9.
Yeah, bit of a bummer. She'll be disappointed she didn't come out of that tube, but she was hunting it. She knew she had to put her surfing on the line right then. Great opening nose rides. The surfing was really good. Little downtime through the middle where she could have maybe laid a big carve to give the judges a different look of different maneuvers, but this opening nose ride, Sam, was epic.
Yeah, really nice arms. Low at the front, a little high at the back. But what I really liked here was just the subtleness, Josh, the climbing, the dropping off the toe edge there. But talk about the line coming into the tube. You know, what was she doing? What was she aiming for?
Yeah, she was stalling, maybe stalling a little too early, but look at that form and technique in the tube, like really good stance. She's comfortable in that position and tube hunting, so unfortunately not making it out, which is going to affect her.
But she's going to be sitting strong on the leaderboard. Mason Schremer with a 12.127. That's 7.6 and that 4.67. I think she's got a really strong chance of being in that top 6. Teoka is going to be really confident now because Yoshikawa will be chasing a 9.9 to move to first. So that's going to be a lot of pressure on her Japanese teammate, but it's possible. There's going to be that ride coming up very soon. It'll be the last wave of this heat number 2. Hiroki Yoshikawa looking to improve on her situation, chasing a near perfect score, Josh.
Yeah, and she needs to go hard here. She needs a big score. Obviously, a 9.9 is perfection, Nelly, to at least to win the heat and advance to the quarters. But she's just trying to put on a score. She needs to try and finish in that top 6. Trying to relax right now, get in the zone, get the hair flick back. The pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure builds right now. She's 40 seconds until this wave comes, Sam. It's intense.
But channeling that amazing result at Bells Beach earlier this season, getting to that final with Soleil Erico off the back of an opening 9th at Huntington. So already sitting in 3rd in the rankings, already qualified for El Salvador. Now chasing a big score, but channeling the fact that she's already proven in this season that she's right at the top of the game.
Yeah, she's having a breakthrough performance here. That the surfing that we saw at Bells Beach was phenomenal. The last couple of days she's been free surfing really good, so change of board again. She's gone back to that board that she rode on her previous ride.
Yep, big shout out to her dad, Ruchi Shapes, of course, a former professional surfer, runs a fantastic surf store, builds all of the equipment for his daughter Hiroka there on her trusted 9.3 there with the kind of marble, kind of resin tint on the bottom, the pink spray on the top. She obviously surfs a lot of beach breaks at home in Japan, but she proved at Bells this season that she's really strong on point breaks, and here it is, an opportunity to go for an excellent range score. 9.9 she's chasing up to the 5. Nice hold of the 5, knees forward, great controlled footwork out of the 5, and then really engaging that rail right from the back of the board, driving off the bottom of the wave and then climbing to the top and then back to the middle, cross-stepping. And now lower in the tail here, things are going to get spicy as she cross-steps forward, following that knee as she goes back in for a nose ride again, touches it, and now into the bowl section, She streaks forward and holds that stretch cheetah 5 there, charging for that inside bolt. Unable to make it through. She's not going to get the 9.9 that she needs, but if she improves her situation, she'll be looking to slip into that top 6 leaderboard for round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it, Sam? That just not completing that wave. You can see she's disappointed. It was well surfed. The opening part of the wave, she was looking really good, but you just can't get stuck behind. You've got to get out in front for that second barrel section. But this nose ride, really nice, calm. Driving off the bottom, you can see she's driving. The judges will like that bottom turn, trying to accelerate and penetrate down the line.
Sure.
And then it's just here where she just got a little stuck behind this one. Great nose ride there. But here it is. What do you think, Sam?
Well, I really appreciate the drive from the tail. I think here was a very difficult clamping section to get through. Great nose ride to kick things off. And like you said, the fact that she got way to the tail to drive and really lift the board and accelerate through that first fast sucky section. She's looking to just improve her situation. She's not going to be able to book herself a spot straight into the quarterfinals, but she's looking to be a contender for the leaderboard of the remaining top 6 surfers who don't make it to the quarters, and she does improve her situation on her left-hander score. It's a 4.87, so that adds to her 3.67, and Hiroka Yoshikawa now has a heat total of 8.54, Josh. So that's good, but it's going to be hard to stay in that top 6.
Yeah, with the caliber of surfers that we have coming up, I'm not sure if that score will hang on. Mason's sitting pretty, like a 12.27 is a pretty good score for her 2 waves. She'll be disappointed, Mason, with that 4.67. And young Coral Salas just putting on an awesome performance. Great finishing that right-hander. Stoked to have her here at the event, and she just brings a cool little energy around the pool, and she's stoked to be here, so great heat. But this next one, Sam, this is a banger.
Yeah, congratulations, Natsumi Teoka takes the win, but coming up next, we have Avalon Ghoul, our 2nd seed in red, representing Laguna Beach, coming up against 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii, and Kyode Anui from Japan, and Justine Dupont, the wild card from France. First ride will be with our Japanese surfer, Kaede, of course, a really strong, stylish, powerful, up-and-coming talent, riding her Piccolo Clemente boards, traveling here with her brother, Taka Anui, and Kaede, she is also a 2 times SUP champion. She's one of those all-rounder talented surfers who rides a variety of equipment, SUP, shortboard, longboard, and she's going to kick things off on this opening right-hander, riding a 9.2 Piccolo Clemente. Nice setup, high line, a lot of kick in the nose there. One of the more rocket boards we have seen in the field so far as we move into heat number 3, and Kaede comes up for another touch of the 5, drops down low. Things got super exciting there, Josh, but she's hanging on.
Yeah, that one got really hollow, got a little hung up on the nose ride, but she's doing well so far. I like the drive out of those bottom hand turns, and here we go, nice nose ride, looking really calm and composed. Needs to finish. This is a nice opening wave. It takes the pressure off when you complete a wave all the way through. Needs to get busy. One big swooping carve to finish, and the judges are going to like that one, Sam.
One of the distinctive things immediately was board shape. You know, we noticed the kick in those Piccolo Clemente boards. Of course, Piccolo, 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion, an amazing goofy footer from Peru, charismatic, and someone who can really bring a lot to the shaping. And Kaede is going to drop that opening score, Josh, and I think it could be pretty strong.
Yeah, that's a really nice opening first wave for her. This nose ride at the start, really calm, really nice and composed, hung on there. And then there's this exciting bit, wasn't it, Sam? It was here, this nose ride, little caught, bottom started to drain out, drives through it, keeps great composure. So she'll be really happy with that opening wave.
Absolutely. Well, we will wait to see what the score is going to be, and we're going to have Paul Evans coming in to host the action next. Stay with us for the continuation of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Very warm welcome back to the action. State-of-the-art facility in the Middle East. Surf Abu Dhabi hosts the best in the world, and the action already this morning. It's been entertaining. A spot in the quarters available for surfers who get the win in the opening round heat, and then we'll look for the best of the rest, really, as they'll head to a second round and elimination. Right now, we're watching a big wave legend in the form of La Girondaise Justine Dupont into the action here on her backhands. What a well-rounded waterwoman she is. Eddie invitee, amazing at Nazaré, at Mavericks, across the big wave world, and great up on the tip of a longboard as she does footwork, nifty into a steep pocket, and then banks off the top, and then she'll set up here, walk it forward, she'll lock in a quick five and just clean it up, a little pump for speed. She loves the barrel, not sure she'll find it here, but what she will do is go up, hit a couple of fairly mellow roller coasters to finish. So someone who's used to chasing down monster waves surfs a really long, perfect wave here at Surf Abu Dhabi. We are loving the action here, alongside Carla Zamora and a very special guest from Surf Abu Dhabi, Philippe Jervis.
Hello guys, it's good to be back on the booth. It's been a while. How are you? Are you enjoying Abu Dhabi so far?
Oh, it's great. It's lovely. Loving it.
Yeah, Paul.
So far, in terms of what we've seen from our longboarders and the warm-up waves that we've seen, Philippe, knowing this wave as you do in your rollout here, what are you making of their read on this wave, and do you expect that actually to improve throughout, because this is a new setting for them?
Yeah, so the surfers had 2 days of practice. It's gonna, I think every wave they're gonna get during the week, during the weekend, and even on these competition days, they're gonna improve a lot more and get to know the wave better and better. So I think the level of surfing is gonna rise every single heat.
Really looking forward to getting your insights throughout this heat, throughout the event here as well. As we'll go down and hear from a surfer, all smiles, put in a good performance in the last heat. She's standing by with AJ McCord.
That's right. We were just talking, Paul, about what is the theme here at Surf Abu Dhabi, which is the pressure that you feel when it is your turn to take a wave. How do you manage the nerves?
I try to get not too nervous. I just gonna having fun. And my first wave, I got 7 points, so which is happy for me. And then I found my rhythm, so I'm so happy to be winning.
And you're on to Sunday, which is such a critical piece to move on here in this competition. How important was that for you to make sure that you got a chance to surf on Sunday?
Yeah, this year my result was not that good, so I just not try to think about too much. I just gonna having fun this perfect wave. So yeah, I'm so happy I have more chance to compete in this perfect waves.
It's so fun to watch you. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and fans back home?
Yeah. 日本で応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。1位通過することができてジャンプアップして、日曜日に、駒を進めることができました。次の試合も頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとう。
Love it. Winners and grinners straight through to quarters. And absolutely stoked with the performance, the result, and well on her way with momentum. Having a look at Avalon Gall right now, already with a huge win over the US Open. You talk about pressure. It's a different sort of pressure over here from that event. Massive as it is, completely different requirement here for Avalon. Carla, what are we looking forward to from her?
Some very smooth surfing. She's really good at getting to the tip, as we just saw there. She's got a very classic style with that one hand generally up. She's going to work it around here into that next speedy section. Looking for the tip time there. She's doing lots of fast footwork. Hasn't had any like extremely long nose rides, but definitely getting a lot of different nose rides as she crouches there into that steeper part of the open kind of shade room. Doesn't fully get in there, but gets a quick 10. She works into that next second section there, as you see on her backside there. She tried to stretch that front foot out there to kind of give herself some more space and ability to kind of get down more narrow into it. And then into the final section there, she manages to get another bit of tip time where she'll just kick out. Good first run for Avalon. As you said, she's our heat leader right now, already in the finals for El Salvador. So this will just hopefully keep that point spread from the other girls and keep her in that first place scenario.
Yeah, able to not have the pressure of needing a result there, but of course seeding still up for grabs as well, and that'll be crucial as well. The way that finals format plays out on the replay, initial stuff was smooth from her, but you feel like she's got quite a lot more quality than she showed here.
Yeah, generally speaking, we see a little bit more smoothness from Avalon, but there's a lot of water rushing up that face, so it makes it a little challenging for the longboarders to kind of keep in that control there, depending on the weight of her board as well. That could have an effect on the chatter of the wave, but we see that overhead shot, the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam there. It's such a great shot as she gets a little bit of moment there where she tries to tuck in. She's a bit ahead of it there, but...
Jervis, talk to me about this. We've made things a little steeper, a little faster, a little more hollow.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the wave that we surfed last year and the way that we're surfing this year. Obviously, it's faster. Everyone can feel it, and obviously, it's a lot steeper. It's one of the biggest profiles we have on this place. Like, the wave is a lot bigger than the profile that we surfed last year. And
so this would be a really similar type of wave to what we saw on the CT back in February, stop 2 on the championship tour.
Yeah, there's a big difference. The biggest difference is probably the end steep section on the profile, the advanced profile. This is what we call the advanced intermediate. So the advanced profile, which is the one that we surfed on the CT, they have the end barrel with mostly the surfers are going for the air, but there's a pretty big barrel. And on the profile that we're surfing on this contest, there's a bit of a barrel, but it doesn't really barrel. So it's like, it's a tough decision to make. You either go around it, you nose ride it, you try to get barrel. We saw some nice barrels. It's never that deep because it's really fast and small. But definitely the surfers, I see the surfers improving so much during these last few days. Like yesterday, I saw Avalon was one of the people that I was on the ski with to watch her surf. And the way she approached this wave, 7.83 on the first wave, I think that's an amazing wave. And obviously she can improve on the second wave. So it's some of them are struggling a little bit more than the others. And you can see like the pace of the wave is probably the hardest thing to match. And yeah, that's when you see the level is going to be very important to see who's going to make it through.
Next up here, former world champion in the form of Honolulu Blomfield. What can we expect from her, Carla?
I mean, she's one of the most consistent surfers on tour for some time now. She's recently had a son, but that really hasn't changed much for her. She's still quite a formidable competitor as she gets right to the tip there. Brings the board back around. We can tell that the judges are definitely looking for that rail game and that engagement of the tail. So she's providing that tip time with the tail engagement as well. She kind of is, more cautious, kind of setting up, but really deep in the pocket there for that nose ride. As she again sets it up again. Hano going to throw in the switch there for the little bit of tube ride. She's not able to get the cover, but really showing some skill with the switch there. I know a little bit of something about that, so yeah, I can attest to that being a good move.
Well, that's something we were discussing off air, wasn't it? And how cool getting the switch barrel is. It's actually a bit of a weapon as well if you've got that, because we talked about how hard on the backhand it is to try and fit in there. And if you can switch it and go forehand.
I mean, I think that's kind of a magic little nugget that you could have in your toolbox that not many people could have. So yeah, those that are able to kind of be a bit ambidextrous, if you will, that's going to, you know, perhaps come into play. It still all has to come together. You got to come in and you got to come out, right? So it doesn't matter whether you're in your front or your back. But Hano has always been such a solid surfer and able to produce critical maneuvers in the right points of the wave, and you know, she's showcasing that right here.
Yeah, I think it like going for switch, it shows the risk, obviously, because surfing with the opposite feet is never an easy thing to do, especially on a wave like this. Obviously, you have time. As you can see, she switched here, but as I said, like there's a barrel, but it's not really a barrel, so it's very tricky to really fit in there and get the right moment, the right speed and the right timing. And I think like the fact that she mixed it up a little bit with the switch, obviously it's going to help her improve on the score.
It almost, it's because it is somewhat of a shallow barrel, as you said. It seems like maybe a head dip kind of situation might fit a little bit more appropriately, but the wave is so fast and it's moving so much water that head dip could end up being a head clip. not exactly what you're looking for.
Super easy, yeah, super easy, because the wave shows up out of nowhere. It's just out of nowhere, it gets super shallow. The basin gets shallow and just throws the speed. And I saw some of the surfers yesterday doing big fades before the end barrel. And if you do a big fade and you lose speed, you're done.
Bye.
Yeah, you're basically done. So you have to have the right line and right speed. But look at that, amazing 783, just matched Avalon on that score. Amazing.
Field's already shown us her class in the basin in the past as well. Went 10-point ride back in 2021 in Lemoore. Let's have a look at that.
I mean, that right there is so critical, where she switched while on the nose. She was nose riding switch foot and then switched it back to her regular stance. Super critical here, getting the 10 there. Just some really tight footwork, and then as you see, she switches it again, grabs the rail, tucks it in, and comes out. Classic. Definitely 10-point ride surfing.
That was amazing.
It was pretty good.
That was very good.
The rewards clear from the panel for that kind of surfing in a similar line to what we just saw, and it's exciting and dynamic. Doesn't get anything like the amount of cover, but expect her to use that again in the event. So we'll have another look at Justine Dupont on the forehand this time, up to the tip. She'll just hold that. Chill out for a while, walks it back. Dupont setting up here from a low line, walks it up again. Just managing the speed to stay steep, keep that board in the critical part of the wave while she's on the nose.
She's doing a great job of it. Great turn right there, turns it kind of back, that down carve back into the right part of the pocket. And this section, as you were mentioning, not getting behind it. I loved her interview this morning. I found it really interesting how she's having to change her approach as what she would normally take at giant waves in Nazare, you know. I thought that was actually a really nice ride from Justine. We haven't seen her on the longboard tour as frequently as late, but it's really great to see her back.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I've known Justine for like 15 years probably. We competed together, obviously in separate divisions, but we competed. She's my age, and I've known her since we're doing the juniors, and she's such a complete surfer. It's amazing. She surfs really well on the shortboard as well. And watching her here, we have a bit of a conversation yesterday about the middle barrel. I think she was really smart and enjoyed that long nose riding. And just, you can see she kind of skipped the middle barrel, because I know she wants to go for it, and maybe if she advances, she's going to try and get the little risk. But I think she did really good, and it was an amazing ride from Justine. It's amazing how good she surfs in the longboard as well.
That turn, yeah, right there, and I think that speaks to what she was talking about earlier this morning about having to be a bit more strategic in her surfing and not really run as much as on instinct because there's just so many. The wave is rather planned out. You have all these certain moments at the various points in the wave, and so I think her strategy is working pretty well for her.
Yeah, definitely. It's unlike the ocean, and we've been seeing this a lot with the city surfers, the surfers last year. As Justine said, it's almost better to have a routine on your mind. Obviously, something changes. There's little wind variations and everything, but the wave is always the same. So it's better if you set up in a plan and you go from the top to the beginning and try to go for it.
What do you reckon is more nerve-wracking? Waiting for this foil to come hurtling down at you while you're waiting for a wave in an event, or seeing the horizon go black at Nazaré?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be seeing a huge mountain in Nazaré coming up. But I can tell you, like, even I still get nervous when I see that clock shot counting down. So. And I've been here for a year, so it is nerve-wracking. I never wear a jersey in this place, so it's definitely nerve-wracking.
All right, that's where we are with numbers at the moment. Couple of rides in for DuPont. We just saw her go on her second wave. It's one apiece elsewhere, and real similar, well, identical numbers. Blomfield and Gall, 7, 8, 3s apiece. We've also got a 7 for Inui. So we're seeing something much more evenly matched and a lot of quality throughout this, Carla.
Yeah, much higher scores than in that first heat that we came out, although we had Chloe coming in, I think, with an 8 range wave and then the 7 range. So lovely to see these high range scores coming out from these ladies. The competition is on. The battle is fierce. Looks like we're going to see Kaede coming on for her second ride. It'll be her first left as she looks behind her, watching it come at her. Really impressive first wave for Kaede in that right. Thought that was some smooth surfing. She's been riding between either a South Coast or her Piccolo Clemente board. Not quite sure which one she's on here, but she was saying she was enjoying the Piccolo. She gets some tip time and waits patiently for that next section to open up for her. We've really watched Kaede grow quite a bit over the last year or so, being on tour and experiencing all the different waves and having some great finishes. She did well in Bells, making it, I think it was actually her sister had to do trials. The Inoue clan. They're without their mom this time, which is unusual.
Part of that really strong Japanese contingent on the longboard tour. Technical aspects of the surfing, really, really sharp. It's a complete ride for her. It's maybe just a little bit in two minds about what to do on the end.
Yeah, I think left might not be her strongest direction, so perhaps she wasn't quite sure how to approach her. She didn't have a plan, as we mentioned, enough of a plan made out so that she had some options made available. Because sometimes in the moment, you think you know what you want to do, but it's all happening so quickly, so sometimes it's good to have a bit of strategy.
Yeah, so Jervis, obviously as a surfer you're reading the wave, but we got flags as well here. And just what are those? They tell you what's coming up. What are you reading off the flags if you're a surfer here?
Yeah, so the first thing I noticed is from where she took off, and I had a lot of conversation with some of the surfers yesterday about where you're taking off, because if you start on paddling under the green flag, which is the priority flag for the left, if you start there, you're going to stand up 2 or 3 poles down, and you're already going to miss some nose time. So I basically told most of them to start paddling a bit earlier. It gives you more time to stand up, go on the nose. As you can see, you can actually start paddling closer to the fence. Obviously the wave is a bit steeper, but if you go a little bit further back, you have more time to ride the nose and before you get into the blue flag. On this case, on the steep middle section. So I think the fact that she took off she started paddling right under the green flag, it burns you a few seconds. Yeah, a few seconds or milliseconds of nose riding, and that can actually change the score a little bit.
Definitely.
See how far she is? She's not really on red flag, so she's, what we say is like she's 2 poles up. Which means when she stand up, she's going to stand up on red flag.
So this is a good spot, you're saying?
It is a good spot,
Maximizes the time on the nose.
Yeah, I usually do it like 2.5 poles. That's my benchmark. That's where I start paddling. because it gives you more wave time. It's steeper, but you're gonna see, and I had this conversation with Honolulu yesterday a little bit. I told her, like, go 1 or 2 poles up. It's gonna give you more nose time, especially before that middle section, which is the one they have to kind of skip it to get away from the barrel. So it's interesting to see her using this strategy.
And there's a little bit of current there as well. What's that doing? That pulling you off the fence a little bit out towards the wave? You want to kind of aim back in?
Yeah, so there's a lot of water moving. It's getting everything ready for the wave to run. We're running 3 minutes and 43 seconds in between each wave, and the way the basin is made, it just cleans up the pool as much as possible. As you can see, you're gonna see, like, she's gonna stand up right at red flag, right here, boom. She has more nose time from there.
And puts her really in the critical part of the wave really quickly. And that's so interesting, you know, and that's so important. I don't think people realize, even in ocean surfing, a lot of the coaching I do with more beginner level, you know, I'm always talking about landmarks and different things and how important these various things are and these flags are what playing that role here. And so Honolulu has worked it really quite well here. She's making it into this inside section. We'll see as she kind of sets up for a little bit of barrel time. Doesn't quite, as you said, it's not quite deep enough, but she does kind of squat down and get the boogie on. Nice turn at the end there, but gets hung up at the top, pushes her out.
Second wave there for Honolulu Blomfield. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise for her. It'll count for the time being. She'll have another chance, of course, on her right, as well as another left to come. And a high-quality heat underway here. We're loving the action for the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. More live longboarding from the desert right after the break.
Desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your way at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi. The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
That's Surf Abu Dhabi. It's the Longboard Classic 2025. He enjoyed making history last year. We're back for more and improved, punched up wave setting. It's exciting. Tell you what else is exciting, a whopping 30% off merch. The WSL store, I know Sam Bleakley was in there buying up all the Italo Ferreira jerseys. I think there's none left. He's bought them all. He's such a fan. Love that. 30% off on the merch. Let's focus back in on the action here. And then Av up next on a left. Looks over the right shoulder. And then she'll feel lift off and into it.
And there you were talking about the green flag. So now I'm so tuned into the flags now. I love that. That really helps a lot. This is the first left of Avalon on her front hand there. She's got a beautiful nose ride there. The second ride, that first right of Honolulu, came in at an 8.33. So Hana looking pretty, but Avalon here also looking beautiful on this ride here, just looking nice and composed, making it look easy, which is what we want as she grabs the rail, tries to tuck into this last little open section there, as she'll finish it off with a turn, and then ends the ride. Nice ride for Avalon. That'll be her first left. Should come in at a fairly decent score. Ladies are battling for first place so they can jump right into the quarterfinal, skip round 2 that will be seen later today. Starting to collect those other non-winners on the leaderboard. We'll be showing that at some point here, but yeah, definitely some of the higher scores coming out of this heat. As we see the replay here of Avalon, just a beautiful nose ride right in the critical part of the section. I really appreciate that little hand drag there as the wave opens and steepens. Not quite enough for a barrel, a little bit shallow there, but I like the English and the approach.
We've already talked about the difference in the tube, forehand versus backhand. What about just in terms of nose riding itself? Much of a clear advantage been on your forehands?
Well, you know, that's interesting, and I think
that's
that's
dynamic with the way you apply pressure to the rail.
I think that's all who you talk to, and I am a goofy foot, and I pretty much only surf rights. I don't do lefts too well, and I can't nose ride left. I mean, straight up honest. So for me, nose riding backside is far easier. I think a lot of people would argue that with me, but it's whatever you
It's
used
a sport
to.
of opinions.
It is a sport of opinions. You know, on your backside, you're more on your heels. All right, so I have more of a comfortability digging in onto that inside rail with my heels, where when you're on that front side, you're using more of the toes. You're pushing down into that inside rail with the toes. So it's just a difference in feeling.
Nothing to do with the fact you grew up surfing a right-hand point, of course. It's just completely impartial. Yeah. Speaking of high quality surfing, Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam will remind us Honolulu at Bloomfield and the 833, so excellence for her.
Yeah, great shot there from overhead as we see her doing really some dynamic turns and rail work as she gets the nose rides as well into the inside section, tip time. Just really working it nice and easy. I like the engagement with the rail work. Not super quick footwork, but really just kind of keeping it cool and collected, making sure she makes it. Little tuck time there. It's not really shade time. We'll just call it tuck time. They're tucking in, tucking down.
She'll love that number. And that will give a really good energy to her next ride. That's the spread from the panel, and it all averaged out as the 833. There with Chris Bond, one of your homies over here, working, coaching.
Yeah, he's my boss, basically. He's the head coach, so he manages everyone that's part in the coaching department, which is the department. But we'll get into that. Let's see Inoue's wave, because that's going to be interesting. Avalon got a 6 score, though. Best score of the heat.
Yeah, some nice surfing coming from Kaede, as I mentioned. She's really grown a lot. Oh, I spoke a bit too soon.
Uh-oh.
That was a gnarly one. There was a moment there I thought she might catch it and stay with it and recover, but that was a bit of a heavy one. We'll see. Hopefully she's okay. It is a bit dangerous in the pool. There's some shallow spots, but as you mentioned, Last of Avalon came in at a 9.33, highest score so far. And this heat in general, some really high scores, really starting to kind of like explode and like, you know, set the pace now for this event. Kaede just
that was so scary.
A bit of a almost trip on her feet. I can't quite tell. Yeah.
She catch the rail a little bit.
Yeah.
Went on top of the board to try to get
Save it.
Oh, and then the board flips upside down. That was...
I think she just narrowly missed a rail to the jaw.
Oh my God. I was expecting to watch the What a Safety Boys going into action, actually. I was just looking over my shoulder, just, yeah, because we have a bunch of procedures when emergency situations happen.
Sure.
Fortunately, nothing happened.
Yeah, that is fortunate for Kaede. Avalon checking it out there, checking her last wave, coming in at a 9.33, high score so far.
Absolute huge number for quality surfing. We'll check out the Experience Abu Dhabi replay. So on the forehand, and just total mastery of this ride.
Yeah, she really just shows a lot of flow, a lot of connection between the maneuvers, keeps everything in control, almost has a little tail slide out there, but manages to keep locked in. And just in that critical part of the wave, getting the nose time and just being real strategic, not too busy, and just showing a lot of control. I feel like she's worked really hard on keeping her hands in control and keeping her arms in control. And then I like the little tuck position there, little shallow barrel tuck position, and then finishing out with that nice down carve, bringing it back around. Just all around really nice ride.
So if you think about the criteria, we discussed there's different ways of getting that number, but the sort of maybe the key point is that extended nose time and how critical where her board was, not out on the shoulder in that critical part of the wave, and holding it for a long time with poise.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of the girls during the break, just kind of helping them with their mental game, making a plan perhaps, and like how they want to approach, and maybe even shifting the mindset. Maybe they've had a certain approach up until this point. Seeing the scores go down has changed where they've been approaching it, and so now, okay, feeling nervous, but that's okay. You don't need to be nervous. You just need to shift, adapt, and we've talked a lot about that, where things really set people apart here because who's able to adapt in the moment.
Well, scoreboard just absolutely rocketed in this heat number 3, the opening round. So much quality all about the place, particularly from the American Avalon Gall. 17.16 out of 20 for her so far, with just half of her allocation aways ridden. Chance for improvement on Alua Bloomfield as well. Good numbers for her. She's got an excellent heat up above the 16s. Meanwhile, goes Justine Dupont. A little bit of work to do. See how she goes on the backhand. Dupont will walk it up, no hurry. She'll show poise. Positioning is clean. Walks out of the nose ride. And then just driving from a low line to get a bit of speed, just to match the steeper section and back up to the tip.
Yeah, she works it into that next section there. She's going to use the tail to kind of generate some speed, brings it back around, grabs the rail for a moment there as she sets up for another nose ride. She's so strong. Really can see a lot of strength in Justine, obviously because of the big wave surfing that she does, but as you mentioned too, she's just got as much grace on the longboard as well, and just an all-around, you know, great surfer.
Yeah, she's one of the, as I said, she's one of the most complete surfers I've ever known. She surfs really good small boards, high performance boards, longboard, big wave surfing. It's insane, actually.
Possibly one of the very few or only surfers to go the 2+1 setup, and this in a lot of single fins being ridden.
That's interesting you say that, because I noticed that in one of the last heats that she has. I don't know if there's anyone else riding a 2+1. She may be the only one.
So she was really young. She got runner-up on the Longboard World Tour a number of years ago, and at that stage it was kind of a bit of a different scene in terms of a lot more performance and different kind of boards. We had that log influence, and now it's somewhere between the two, but that equipment for her, it's familiar. That's what she likes.
Well, for me, it's all about the approach and the style, and if you look at her style and the way she's approaching it, just because she has 3 fins on the board doesn't mean she's not looking classic and using a beautiful longboard aesthetic, not, you know, shortboarding her longboard. So, you know, fins are fins, rails are rails, and as long as she's doing the work that we want to see in that traditional longboard aesthetic, and, you know, she's putting the points down.
Yeah, I heard a couple of conversations on the surf club yesterday about using the 2+1 or just a single fin, and everyone was like trying to understand what was the best option. But I think overall, as we said, like overall the single fin looks like it's the go-to, just because you need speed and you need that perfect line, and but she still managed to get some turns done. So as you said, like she's mixing it up pretty well, and it's not working against her.
No, and I think too there's something to say about like what's comfortable under your feet. If you're not a single fin surfer on the regular, would you just suddenly do that? Perhaps not the best decision. So I think for her to go for the board that she feels best with is the best decision for her to make.
Scores huge in the current heat, and no real surprise when you look at the quality of surfers that we're looking at. Someone who's already had major success this year. Avalon Gall got the win, huge win over in Huntington Beach. You were there, Carla. What does this mean to a professional surfer of any denomination to get the win over there at the US Open? That is absolutely massive.
It's a huge event. There's such a big audience. It's really is a world stage there. You're in Surf City, Huntington Beach, with the pier, and there's just tons of people there. The whole setup, it's quite the festival, and all eyes are on you. And Avalon really put on a show. Speaking of fins, that shot of her giant single fin that she has on her board she's using. So yeah, it was a big moment, a career highlight for Avalon. And here she is now. She's currently the leading surfer in this heat with a 17.16 total. And she'll be up riding here on her second right.
7.83 is the number she's looking to improve. There's a little bit of room in the scoreboard for her to do that. She already got the highest score of the day on the left, so hung up real high.
We've seen that a couple times. That tends to happen if you don't quite negotiate it early enough. I think if you wait too long and let it climb up the face, you're not able to push down all that force of the water going up. But check out that fin there. She has a really big raked fin, and she puts it all the way forward. So I find that interesting. I definitely want to have a chat with her. I tend to put my fins all the way in the back of my board to try to hold my nose rides in, but I don't ride quite as big of a fin as that.
Loosely speaking, forward looser.
Yep.
Further back, more drive, more control, more bite.
Yeah, more bite. It's going to hold you into the tail, a little, or into the nose, in the pocket more for the nose ride. But yeah, you see here, she just climbs up the face, all that water rolling up it. She's not able to bring it back down. But a safer place to dismount, if I might say.
Also, if you're going to go down early on a wave, you might as well do it with 17 and change it on the scoreboard already. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like that happens a little bit more on your backhand, because you're leaning more on the heels, and it's easier for you to lose control on the board and going so high. And as you said, like that was right before it gets really steep. So if she leaned forward to come down, she probably nosedive on that, and she ended up, yeah, as Paul said as well. It's like that's not a bad way. Obviously, they have to put some risk on to improve on a 7.83, so it doesn't really change a lot.
We're watching some real quality longboarding here. More live action from the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic right after the break.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic on deck. Former multiple world champ Honolulu Bloomfield already. Excellence from her. Such a quality surfer. High line, nose ride, tightens it up, walks back out. Doing some nice, clean, smooth rail work to get back to a critical section. Great control from her. She'll just style there through a really steep pocket. Just make that look great. Quick out, and then And looking for a strong finish on this wave.
Yeah, she's going to bring it into that inside little opening section as she tucks in. She tries to see her pull that outside rail in so she could try to tuck in a little bit more. And then she goes, that was a really well-placed switch. The way she went into the turn and came out of it switch, that was well done.
I don't know. That was probably the longest nose ride I've seen the whole day. She managed to get ahead of the steeper part of the wave and just ride the whole thing in the nose. That was really impressive. So she needs an 8.84 to improve her score and get that first place. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. This nose ride, this hang 5 was really, really long. This second one right here. As you can see, normally they have to speed up a little bit, but she connected on the right spot and she didn't have to leave. So just stay there as long as possible. That was amazing. Look at this.
Yeah, a nice critical part of the wave there as you see the feathering of the lip right there above her. And then I like the finishing turn, engaging that rail work.
She got a little deeper than the other one.
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
And as you said, this cut back into the switch position was amazing. Oof.
Right there, that was good.
So beautiful.
Just speaking to the point about kind of preparing your run, almost like other sports in a half pipe, keeping it fresh, not being formulaic, doing something different. Last time she switched it up to go into the barrel. This time, backhand on the barrel, but then the switch after. So just showing that kind of natural surfiness that you just can't turn off when you're a surfer of her quality.
Well, I think that's also the special thing about longboarding that's unique a little bit more. It sets it apart from shortboarding is that it is so much more of a dance, and there's all these different dance maneuvers that you're able to do with your feet and moving. Since we move along and across our board, there's all sorts of different pivots and switches and toe taps and different things that we can add to the repertoire to kind of, you know, add more grace and flow.
See where that number goes shortly from the panel. Just speaking of merch once again and those amazing deals on offer, I just wonder about next year. What jersey are you thinking of getting, Jervis? There's someone in mind from your country who's going to be on tour next year. We haven't talked about that yet. Hopkins. We're all getting Hopkins jerseys, aren't we?
Oh yes, and look, I spoke with her, and I was so happy. I told her, look, I'm gonna be here for you next year. I can't wait to help you, and it's so nice. It's so nice to have see new names and see someone that works as hard as Yolanda to be on tour. It's amazing.
Oh God.
Oh, that was so short. That was right there. She needed like an 8.8 something. She got an 8.67.
I can. Yeah.
So
But
really good score still.
I don't know.
Two of the highest, the two highest scores of the day actually.
I think I like the left better.
It's a little bit easier to surf.
I feel like that's. I really went
I wonder
for it.
what
How
they're
did
talking
they
about. Like
Hey, you did better than that.
it's so beautiful. Like we were talking yesterday among the coaches and Gabby and everything, and we're like all the different approaches. It's so beautiful to watch different lines, and because it's really easy to get stuck on what you're doing on your wave and get stuck on that routine. And the fact they're still mixing it up, it's amazing. Let's see if Justine goes for the barrel or not. And I would like to see her try. Oh, she's bumping away from it.
I think she's kind of focusing on that nose ride, wanting to get those tip times. And maybe she's going to hold out for that second little opening section. Nice bottom turn there. Beautiful turn. I like how controlled her arms stay. She doesn't flap them around or anything. She keeps that shoulder to fingertip really composed and connected. But yeah, no shade time there, or even attempt to the tuck. But beautiful surfing from Justine. She's got a pair of 5s. This whole heat right here has surpassed a lot of the others in that bottom part of the leaderboard. You know, the first heat, Chloe getting about a 14-point total, and all the others kind of were sitting in that 9 range. So these ladies are looking good for getting into that top 6 for round 2, as we see a beautiful nose ride going through for Justine in the replay. A little bit caught up on that step there, but here's another great shot there. Tail kind of comes a little loose there, wondering if maybe that tri-fin option is, you know, maybe not the best, but it's working for her right now.
DuPont with the finish, swooping, carving. controlling things as she redirects with the speed and the flow. She's up against it in terms of scores here, because we have seen the heat. Well, two surfers with massive numbers, actually. I mean, Honolulu would be thinking of 17 points. I'm winning most heats in this round, but she's actually in second place in this behind Avalon. There's not a lot to split them, actually. Just 0.16 of a point between the two.
Yeah, incredible scores coming out of this opening round, Heat 3 at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. As we mentioned earlier, we're going to see some exciting surfing. That we are. A couple more waves still coming up. We'll still be seeing another heat of ladies.
Loving the action here. Still 3 more rides yet to come. We're going to see Inoue of Japan up next. Let's see what she can do. Got the 7 in early in this. Had that fall. A little bit awkward on the last wave. See how she can go and clean that up. And also, we're talking about the fact that you're trying to post as high numbers as you can. So first job, get first. But you know what? A solid second. And we speculated we could see multiple surfers from the same heat all be in that top 6. Well, this could be the heat to do it. The numbers are crazy.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely higher in this heat. Kaede hoping to throw away that 617 that she got on her first left. Brother Taka there.
He's a bit of a character
He
himself.
is a character.
Got a lot of energy.
Yeah, so much energy, good energy. Really supportive family crew. Mom's usually by their side, taking notes, doing the video. So a little different. Miss ya, Mama. I'm sure she's watching.
So 617 is what she's looking to try and improve on the left right now. So a good opportunity for her here to put some big numbers on the board.
That all said, she's sitting pretty good with that 13 total as far as the leaderboard goes. She drops in there. Gets 4 steps up to the nose. There's a slight interruption there, but as the wave steepens up, she brings it back around. She's going to set up again. Just kind of being careful and calculated here. Not a whole lot of extra magic, but as she works it into the inside, we'll hopefully see some more variety here. Continuing to get some nose ride. Fortunately comes unglued, not able to stay on that face as that wave rushed up. Water washed up the face.
Yeah, that's where the timing of that little nose ride needs to be super timed well, because the wave gets steep so fast, it's super easy to lose control. So she didn't come back on the board too early enough to just ride it normally.
And there was another 2+1 setup, a really long, really large center fin, which was an interesting setup. She'll have one more left, or that was her last left, right?
Yeah.
Yep, that was her last left there. Wait for that score to drop.
Yeah, this is the moment that I'm talking about. Like, the wave gets so steep, if you don't recover on the back of the board early enough, you're gonna catch one of the rails or even the nose. He was happy with that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of other surfers in that section actually kind of like speed through it, like kind of pump through it a little bit to get just slightly ahead of it, because the board's just not able, the tail I should say, is not able to stay hooked into the wave when they're on the nose there, so it just slides out, and that's what happened to Kaede. She's happy though.
She seems pretty stoked with the morning's work.
Yeah.
Well done, a good total. 13.17 for her, puts her in a decent position.
He did need to get his trousers wet.
That's commitment to the cause
It
right
is,
there. I reckon they'll dry pretty quick.
Yeah, in this heat, probably. It just needs to stay in the sun for 5 minutes, and the pants will be back to normal. They look happy. That's nice.
Nice smile.
So a couple of rides yet to come, and it's from our 2 outstanding performers. One of them is Honolulu Bloomfield. That's the requirement. First, 8.5, and you'd think, wow, well, that's a big score, but actually she's already done better than that, so it's going to be really exciting.
She's sitting with an 8.33 and an 8.67, and then her throwaway is a 7.83, so an 8.5 for Hano is kind of easy pickings, I feel like.
What do you think? because at this moment you want to play it smart, right? But at the same time you want to be competitive. So she has the second highest score of the day, but she's not guaranteed in that quarterfinals. So do you think she's going to go for the 8-5, or she's going to just enjoy the ride a little bit? Because it's at this moment she has really good opportunity and possibility of going through the even though she's not in first. For me it's a very interesting. She's competitive enough to go for the 8-5.
I think she's going to go for the 8-5.
That's the thing. Like, I know, but some people would play it safe probably. I think Avalon will play it safe, or do you think she's going to try and improve on that 7? So it's going to be between both of them.
It'll depend what happens on this
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see.
Well, here she goes now. She gets the tip time pretty early on there. Nice and strategic, kind of cool and collected. Gets another redirect back into the pocket again.
She found the sweet spot again.
Yeah.
Nose right.
Staying, like you said, just in front of it. You can't be just behind it. You have to be just in front of it. And she's working this one really quite nicely. Again, looking for that 8-5. And she's going to try to set up there. A little bit of a warble there. Not quite sure if this is going to come out to the 8-5 range, but it's definitely going to be a high score. The replay will help us kind of probably break it down a little bit, but that's going to be interesting. You were asking, well, what will Avalon do? I know well, here's the replay here, the Surf Abu Dhabi replay. Get that tip time right there. It feels like it might be a little bit out on the shoulder, but she's setting up for that next section, so I think that's something that has to be kept in mind. Gets another nice long 5 there. More tip time there, and that's that critical section that we're looking for. And then getting that bit of speed there. Brings it back around. Keeping really, fast. You can tell how fast the wave is. You heard in the break there, she thinks she liked the left better, but she seems to be doing pretty good on the right.
Speed jive off the bottom, but that speed meant that it was hard for her to actually get covered. And it does seem a theme, unless you get in the beginning of the tube section, it's very hard to stall into it from that crouch position.
Yeah, and like we've talked about, there's just an interesting dynamic to play because you don't want to be behind it, and you can't be too far in front of it. It reminds me of that movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Do little, just do more, just do less. Right? So we'll see how that score drops. But Avalon, in a lot of her interviews, they'll ask us, so what's your game plan going in? And she generally kind of goes with, I just go out and surf.
Yeah.
So I don't know if really some of these girls really put too much of the strategy in it. I think they find it easier for themselves to just let their surfing kind of talk and do what they know.
But it's interesting because I was doing sound testing around, and I was right by green flag, and I saw Chloe coming. She was using gestures and visualizing what she's going to do on the wave. That was really interesting. I just saw her like eyes closed, just using their hands to show the gestures about the routine she had in play. That was really interesting. And you can see like some people just go with the flow and they just take it. They kind of know what they're going to do, but at the same time they're more a little bit more spontaneous, and other people are just, they know exactly what and they visualize it, and they're a bit more straightforward into it. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've all done kind of like Rios with the fingers. It's quite hard to do the cross-stepping. A little playing the piano. You walk the board, cross those fingers over. That's technical. Here's the number from the panel. Not quite there. I mean, it's still an excellent score.
Exactly.
I mean, she doesn't win the heat, but she gets 7s and 8s throughout her 4 waves. Really just fantastic surfing, and is definitely somebody that all of the girls are going to be watching out for, because she will be in that round 2 and is likely going to be coming out strong in that. So I'm sure we'll be seeing her in the quarterfinals as we watch Avalon take her final left.
Perso wave for Avalon Gall here. She's won the heat. She's through to quarterfinals, and she's there with style. And on this wave, she'll go tuck for some cover. Just poise things. Touches. Quick 5 once again from a lower position on the wave. Dealing with a bit of bounce, holding this for Then Eternity walks out of that into the slab. Crunch.
Crunch. You know, but I like that she went for it. You know, she'd already won the heat, so at that point it's like, go all out. You have more waves that you're going to have to serve, so you might as well go ahead and let this be a good practice wave and see what you can get out of it. I think if she had aligned her board a bit more parallel to the wave, that wouldn't have snapped on her quite a, you know, she would have been able to gain the speed. You'll see how she starts out here, as you mentioned, Paul, the more mid-face nose ride, but that can actually be more critical sometimes and harder to hold on to. So, you know, great surfing from Avalon here, as you see her kind of drag the hand and tuck it in there. Stays just in front of it, keeping herself in front of that section just so that she doesn't get clamped down. And it'll be that second opening little option here with a nice nose ride there, right in that critical part. You see the board getting covered, the tail there. And here's where she slides in. You see her nose pointing just off angle, right? And that's where that right water clips it. So
yeah, and that little fade right before the section, that's what takes you. As soon as you lose speed before that end section, it's almost impossible to come out. On the advanced profiles, you can actually manage a little bit more, and especially with smaller boards, you can bump through it. On the long board, it's harder. If you do that little fade, you're going to lose speed, and then it's hard to re-engage with the wave. But she did so well. She got through. She, as you said, it's good to mix it up and try new things. Like enjoy these extra waves that you have already on a really good spot to get to know the wave a little better.
Yeah.
The more time you spend on it, the easier it gets.
Yeah, exactly.
Results are all in. We're tallied up, and it's a statement performance. The American Avalon Gull, massive numbers. Also, big points for Honolulu Bloomfield of Hawaii. Just a little bit underneath, and with 17, you'd be thinking she's a very strong shout for being inside those top 6 non-heat winner scores. She would maybe just think to herself, oh, I'm winning most heats with that. But she's got to wash that off, because chances are she's going to have to surf in that second round, get herself into the quarters. What a really entertaining heat. We've loved the action that we've seen so far this morning. Key takeaways in terms of some of the performances we've seen on this new setting?
Gosh, there's a lot of takeaways, actually. I'm trying to get through there. I like that we have a little bit more of a barrel, even though it's not necessarily super deep. I think it's really helping set the surfers apart as far as, who knows how to set up. I think you can also see, compared to last year, those people that have put in the training time to find those barrel moments and figure out how to set up. So I'm liking seeing that so far.
Oh, someone that's had a great read on this wave is Avalon Gull. She's with AJ McCord. Let's go hear from her.
Catching her breath after a fantastic morning for you in the basin. One of my favorite parts during that heat was you and Honolulu going back and forth, sort of encouraging / egging each other on. What does it do for your competition to have that level in your heat?
I mean, I love Hano's surfing, and it's always a pleasure surfing with her, and she's one of my favorites.
Well, speaking of favorites, that 9-point ride, that was something that all of us are going to be replaying. Talk me through the sections and how you knew what you wanted to do.
Oh, I had no plan. I just kind of surfed.
So in a basin where we've heard all week, you got to have a plan. How have you managed to lean on your instinct?
I never think about anything when I surf, so kind of just went out with that.
Keep free flowing, miss. We'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Love the no plan. I'm a big fan of that myself. Don't overthink it, just vibe it.
That's totally a Paul Evans thing.
That's what the universe wants you to do.
The no plan. Yeah,
no?
That doesn't work in my life. No, I've tried. I fail miserably.
We'll fly above this state-of-the-art facility here at Surf Abu Dhabi. It's been a fun first 3 heats of the opening round for the women. We're going to go on a break here. We'll come back in around about half an hour's time. So 11:35 a.m. local time here. We'll resume. We'll have heat 4 for the women hitting the water then around about half an hour's time. Let's thank Philippe Jervis, our local expert, for coming to the booth. We'll look forward to catch up with him later on in the event as well. We'll see you real soon.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
flip the script. Got my tools, I came equipped. Favorite stars, it's me they rip. Stone cold bangers, no song skips. Playing in your head like a radio jingle. Oh my god, I'm off to mingle. Gold on my neck and a platinum single. Taking it all, gonna keep it simple. You want it, you got it. You can have it all. You want it, you got it. This is the curtain call. Talking hush hush, I glow. Wide up quick with a too slow flow. Drip so clean, don't need that show. Beat so smooth, can't take this wrong. Don't do that, just aim and go.
Surf fans, welcome back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. It is the peak of summer here in beautiful Southern California. The lumber is out with beautiful logs. Day one competition, the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. Global superstar J.R. Esquivel, who just starts things off on the nose.
Look at that 10.
Nice.
Proper.
Yeah.
Proper 10 right there.
J.R. coming through as our first winner of the day. I'm thinking 50 deep for Team Philippines on the sand right now. Johnny the Ripper.
Big victory for the local surfer out of Carlsbad. Jack Van Wagoner is straight into the round of 16.
To get to come here in Huntington and have this amphitheater atmosphere and have the fans really engaged, like that's huge for us and getting that exposure out for longboarding.
Speaking of TJ, how was the nose ride there straight into the lip line? Defending event champion and defending world champion Taylor Jensen straight into the round of 16 with a big heat win.
opinion, is the most therapeutic sport in the whole world. The feeling of riding waves in the ocean, like, there's no better feeling.
All the stars are here. This is day 2 of the Lexus US Open. Really loving what Avalon Ball is laying down on these perfect little laps. 7.67, near excellent. The shocked reaction from Tully White's buzzer beater finish. Stevie Sawyer got on the nose. It's making it look easy. 7.77. We've got some of the best small wave surfers on the planet. The who's who of modern hot dog logging. Hot dogging. Oh, see, it can be treacherous out there.
Day number 4 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We will be crowning our men's and women's longboard champions.
She's got a total score of 15. That is the highest of the event so far.
Our reigning world champ goes down, Malia Illigan.
Good job.
You can almost hear that turn. That's the sound of a door closing.
Oh my God!
Avalon's first final ever, Adelaide County versus Orange County, 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
He's the man, he's the winner. Big moment, Gote.
Oh, watch this reaction.
We've been watching some really great surf these last lay days, and there's been some really standouts, but really all that matters is today and what's going to happen today. And we have a perfect canvas and a perfect setting here to crown that world longboard champion.
As ever, it's just so good. That's the best wave that we've seen at the event so far.
I definitely think I surpassed my expectations, so now I have nothing to lose, I guess. So I'm kind of just having a great time cruising.
Ty's approach to every wave, it's put together. He's really good with his hands.
When she's just won a heat against Honolulu, well, this is going to feel great for Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, Kai Salas set himself up to battle for a world title defense. He's going to be coming up against Taylor Jensen.
The title match, best of 3 coming up.
It's going to be Rachel Tilley, your world champion for 2024. Wow. Taylor Jensen in the yellow jersey here. He's a 4-time world champion.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaylia Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erco, modern leaders defining this generation.
Ocean, and I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
Welcome back to Surf Abu Dhabi. It's long ladders in the desert as we'll pick things up in our opening rounds after a short break in the action. Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. Drinks in the scene. There's the city. Sprawling metropolis in the background. All sorts going on there here on the island where the focus is on sports, and today it's on elite longboarding. Carla Zamora.
That's right. We've got the best longboarders in the world here at the longest wave pool in the world here at Surf Abu Dhabi. We've already seen some excellent surfing with excellent scores. Some girls have already made it into the quarterfinals that will be happening on Sunday, and our leaderboard has started filling in. Right now, we're going to be watching Alice Lemoyne on her first wave. This is the heat number 4 of the opening round. As we've mentioned, the first place moves on to quarterfinals, and then the others have to get into the top 6 of the leaderboard of their highest scores. So, yeah, we had some really high scores in that last heat, really set apart from the other contestants. So we'll see how this heat plays out.
Our defending event champ, La Réunionnaise Alice Lemoyne, up on the right, straight into the action. She'll walk up with poise and authority, stands tall.
Yeah, she is the defending champion here, getting waves just like this, long, poised nose ride. She's very hood ornament style on the nose there. I saw her pulling into a couple barrel moments during some practice sessions, so it'll be interesting to see if she decides to change up her game plan a bit and use a little bit more rail work, but we can see lots of tip time going on here. She power drives through into that next section there, gets a bit of a cut back there as she walks forward for that last bit. Hopefully another nose ride, not going to happen there, brings in another nice powerful cut back as she finishes that wave out. So good opening ride.
Great way to start, isn't it? It's a formula that worked really well for her.
Yeah, as we mentioned, defending champ. She was up against Zoe Gropion, who is actually on hiatus this year. Both French women and friends and travel buddies. So that was actually a really fun final to watch among those two friends. But it's anybody's game here, but here's Lemoyne out on the tip, bit on the shoulder there for a minute but she's going into that second section there, get some closer tip time. Not quite sure if that was the 10 or not. Almost a little bit of a stumble there, but she manages to hold control as she works it back into that next nose right there, keeping that iconic style with the hand up, showing a lot of composure and control. Working it into that final section there. Using that rail work to kind of get that speed. As we were talking before, the wave's a bit different, stands up a bit taller, it is a bit faster. I thought last year's wave was fast, so hearing that it's even faster definitely throws me. But Elise not having any trouble with that speed there, getting some really classic tip time.
In terms of equipment, we've already talked about fin setups. In terms of boards, how specialist do you think this is? The kind of regular stuff that these athletes are competing on, or something specific for the pool? For the basin, I should say?
I feel like you need a special board for this venue and this pool. There's so much water washing up the face and running up the face. Just as you would have a board specific to Bells and another board that'd be specific to Huntington Beach, I feel like there would be a board specific to a wave like this. I was chatting with my husband, who happens to be a surfboard shaper, and when we were kind of getting all the clips in, I was like, okay, babe, like, what do you think? What boards are working out there? Because it was pretty obvious in some clips there were certain boards not quite working the way they might have wanting to. So right now we've got in the water Khalees Keleopa'a, Malia Ilagan, Alice Lemoyne, and Kira Molnar. An international affair here, Hawaii, US, France, and Australia. So awesome to be here in Abu Dhabi with all these international women and talent. Kira Molnar, she's been around for quite some time. She's made her way on the shortboard scene as well, but done well in the longboard circuit in Australia. She's also been a winner at the Queen of the Point in the Philippines one year. So she's been a part.
Who organizes that event?
Oh, well, this gal I know, she's working hard at
legend.
Working on trying to build up the women's longboard community. Yeah, it's been fun. It's fun to have a lot of the ladies that are part of the WSL Tour partake in the Queen of the Point. And here's a queen right now, Kira Molnar.
It's Kira on the backhand for her on the left. She'll get up there, get the 5, walk out of that, go a little more tip time, but just slightly gets the balance wrong and goes down.
Yeah, you could see that step. We'll see in the replay. There was a bit of a misstep there, and it threw her off on the rail. I did speak to her a bit earlier. She's on a new board. It's a bit of a different shape that she's really liking. I actually rode one of her boards last year, yeah, and this board seems to be a bit more well-suited for the pool here, for the basin. As we'll watch the replay here, she gets a couple steps in. And then she just, you can see like she just digs that rail in. She's not able to keep that tail pinned down by the wave, so the nose kind of gets sucked under. Fortunately, she doesn't take a big tumble and go over the falls or anything, but she'll definitely want to restart that game there. Alice opening up with a 7.83 on her first right, so definitely a great score for the defending champ to start this opening round for her.
Great number in for Elise after watching this morning and really seeing the quality ramp up, particularly in that third heat. Speaking of quality, having a look at Khalees, one of the surfers really with technique. Any wave fits real well, but this one in particular, from the warm-up waves that we saw, from some of the action as well last year, semi-finalist last time around, and a lot of people's picked to go all the way after the early rounds, the way she surfed. She was definitely my pick. It was a bit of an upset that she didn't make it into the final. However, this year she's got another go at it, and I'm sure she's been training and practicing, and she has a bit better idea. Again, the wave is different than last year, so there is still some challenge to be had, but as you mentioned, Khalees just has a really nice style for this setup, and her knowledge of kind of positioning herself for those tuck time moments. Perhaps it might not be a barrel, but those tuck time moments she definitely has. I like the way she sets up for it and keeping her board parallel to the wave so it doesn't get clipped. Yeah, I think she's a favorite. Speaking of Khalees, let's get down to AJ McCord for some insights.
She took to the basin earlier today because she took a fall in practice yesterday. Ended up, she believes, hitting her nose with the board underwater as she was going for one of the end sections. So her nose a little bit swollen, but when I was talking to her, she was in really good spirits, really excited to get a chance to surf this heat. And all in all, instead, she feels really good. And certainly, Carla, to echo what you said, it's something we all cannot wait to see because her style here is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, this is that shot from yesterday in the practice session. She came up. She might not even have known really anything had happened yet. Sometimes you don't know until you actually see the blood. But she seems all right. I kept saying, it's only a nose. She can still surf. No need to smell the water out here. She just needs to surf, so she's good. Excited to see her first run here. Kira opening up just with a small score, not able to really connect things, so she'll be getting her mental game ready. She'll feel better on that right, I know that. Khalees, she was a former world number 2 back in 2023, so she's definitely wanting to climb the ranks once again. Oddly enough, she won her first contest at age 12, so she's been in this biz for a while there. Oh, unlike the lovely queen, got hung up there.
She looked out of sorts from the beginning there. Didn't paddle for the wave. She had the leash over the shoulder until the last minute. Then she kind of threw that off over the rail and then barely paddled for the wave. And I thought maybe this is something planned she's got going on here. Only paddled for it really late. Not quite right there. Not clicking for Khalees right now.
Yeah, perhaps yesterday's little incident might have thrown a little bit of a minute there. Yeah, she didn't really get enough paddle, it looks like. Maybe had misjudged that speed coming up on her. Thought a single paddle takeoff was going to be enough. She almost does drop back into it. Unfortunately, she was too much on that inside rail, and that just forced her off the wave. She doesn't look like she feels super hot, to be honest. Her head must be feeling it. And I can imagine if she does have a broken nose or something going on, any water going up there when you fall, that can't feel good either. So she's going to want to brush that off, just start over, get it going again.
You know, what we do know about the elite is when they're challenged, that's when they bring out their best. She will have, of course, another right 2 lefts to go in this 4th heat of the opening round. This other format's going to break down once again. Got 6 4-surfer heats. If you win the heat, you get a quarters. That's on Sunday. You get the rest of the day off. As tomorrow as well, that'll be the men. If you don't win your heat, you've got to try and get inside the top 6 non-first place scores throughout the entire round.
Yeah, that's not going to be too easy to do when you've got Honolulu Bloomfield, who got a 17-point total score, so that's really setting the bar right there. It's going to be interesting to see how this next heat's able to put out the scores. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing Malia Alagan on her first ride. She'll be hitting the left.
Do have the leaderboard at the midway stage now. So 3 heats run of the 6. 12 surfers already surfed. That's what we're looking at. No surprise to see Bloomfield way up there. And 4 surfers really with a little bit of a gap between down in 5 and 6. That was the first heat of the morning. But we're only at the midway point. So expect those numbers to be shuffled and positions to change.
And that seeding does have some importance to it. The higher the seed you are, the further you'll go. Lower the seed, you'll be first to go. So being able to kind of wait it out, watch your competitors, it's going to be an advantage as opposed to starting that round right off the bat.
Massively, knowing where the numbers are, how hard you need to push. I mean, it has been a blend really between surfing safe and being smooth and taking those risks. If you want to go right up there through the scale, much rather know your requirement before you go about it. Malia preparing, getting ready. She's got about 30 odd seconds before her wave, which will be a left, will appear. And we'll keep saying it, there's nothing else quite like this moment in surfing. You hear the noise. You hear the noise before you see anything happen. Then you see a bit of splashing going on, and then this wave just appears.
It's weird. It's a very strange setup. It's cool. It's unique, though. And it does. It sets surfers apart. That adaptability and the ability to be able to change with the ever-changing kind of moment here. We've got Malia waiting for her first left.
So 1 pole back from the flag. Interestingly, we'll pick up that point from our local expert, Philippe Jervis, who was in here explaining. And here she goes.
Here she goes on her left. Comes from Ventura, California, an area close to me. We are the land of rights. Lefts are not something that we get to do a lot, but she is definitely showing her form here. Comes unglued, unfortunately gets hung up there, but that's okay. Just gonna shake it off. She's still got another round to go. First rides coming in for the ladies, kind of low other than Alice with that 783. All the other ladies having a bit of a struggle on their first ride.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We talked about waiting out the morning, watching the 3 heats go down, then wait during the break as well. How are you going to respond? Well, at least kicked off in fine style, went close to excellent, the 783. And since then, been a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I was talking to Malia before the heat. She definitely was feeling a bit apprehensive about the lefts just because it's not her most comfortable, side. But she just needed to go out and do what she needed to do. Unfortunately, she just kind of gets hung up on that rushing water. I like that she tries to catch the board. The other thing she and I were talking about is we're not leash people. We don't wear leashes. So the leash was kind of throwing her off a bit and having to worry about it. And some of her
grabbing it is kind of instinctive.
It's instinctive, yeah. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of bruises I've gotten on my body from trying to catch my board. But yeah, she was mentioning that the leash was kind of throwing her off in some of her practice sessions. So it didn't seem like that was an issue there, but she'll just try to regain composure and just reset and give it another go. Her next wave will be a right, so she'll be able to build some confidence again.
All right, let's get caught up with numbers so far. And it is our defending champ way in front in this one after just 1 wave ridden apiece, 783 for Le Mans. And elsewhere, expect these numbers to be deleted. It will be your best wave in each direction that gives you your total, your best left, your best right. So half the opportunity gone in terms of the wave they rode and not taken. So it will be a keeper the next time they go the same way. Of course, next wave will be in the opposite direction. We'll have a look at Kira, the Australian, getting ready. The surfer based out at Noosa will be very familiar with running right-handers. That's what she'll be looking at on this next wave.
Yeah, Kira is from Noosa. Was the Australian longboard champion in 2023. She's actually she's been a consistent top 10 finisher across Australian national events. And she's actually the first female president of the nonprofit Noosa World Surfing Reserve, working on surf environment stewardship and community programs. So she's quite involved in her community outside of, just being an athlete and a surfer. She's a physical trainer. She does retreats. She's kind of a woman of all trades.
What about those big lizards they've got there when you walk out onto the point?
Out Noosa?
Yeah.
They're pretty cool.
They're quite scary, aren't they?
I don't know. I guess if you're...
Do you like reptiles?
I'm okay with reptiles. I'm not a snake fan, but you know, one with legs.
They've got legs, you're all right.
I'm cool, yeah.
Eels? You all right with the eels?
Eels are a bit creepy, no?
Hiding in a little cave with teeth.
We're bird people, Paul. We like the birds, right? All right, so here we go. Kira's going to get her start underway for her first right. She'll definitely feel more comfortable on her forehand. As you see, she effortlessly stands up, gets some tip time there on the nose. Nice long nose ride. Definitely like the way this board is working on the right here. Trying to get some speed into that next section. Get some more 5 time. Almost coming unglued there as that water rushes up the face as it gets steeper, but she manages to pull through as she gets some power pumps into the next section. She's going to squat down there, gets a little tucked in there, comes out the side, but comes out. Not a straight in and out, but she does manage to stay on her feet. So that's going to feel good, at least she didn't get totally clobbered by it.
Be interesting to see where this goes numbers-wise. So we're seeing a lot of people kind of crouch for that tube section and not actually get in the barrel. She was fully in there, locked in, but punched out through the curtain. So it doesn't get that bonus swoop on the end, but she got a legit baz.
This is a strong nose ride, actually, a strong wave for Kira. I like the highness on the wave. I like how there was no spray underneath the nose. I like the way this board's working for her. Gets another critical nose ride. Almost comes unglued, manages to stay with it. She's really strong. She does a lot of exercise and working out, keeping her body in tip-top shape as she pulls in right there, tucks it, doesn't grab the rail at first there. Did you notice that? That was nice. But as you said, comes out the side. That's usually the way my barrel rides end up going. I end up popping out the side instead of through the keyhole. And that's just a matter of really like holding that rail and that line really tight and not letting the nose like deviate to that outer angle. But she should be fairly, feeling fairly good about that ride, especially after that first left. It definitely didn't pan out the way she had hoped, but she was charging on the ride. I'm here for it. I like it.
Back on deck and waiting for the number.
Oh, that felt better. First wave nerves. So, yeah, no, okay.
Says it already there, that interaction. How good getting the completion. Getting these numbers out, 6.33 for Kira.
Not bad. Yeah, good job. I think she's going to feel good about that. Not too bad. Good job, Kira. Getting in the 6 range, better than anything lower than that. But obviously she'll want to improve on that, but she's got 2 more tries. She's going to probably go refuel, rehydrate, as we wait for Elise to take her first left.
So your defending event champ here. She'll be on the backhand. Probably the most famous wave in her home. Reunion Island, Saint-Loup. Pretty decent left. Some good rights as well on that island, but she'll definitely be very familiar with surfing in this direction. Bit of a weapon for her last year on her way to getting that win. Under the lights here, dramatic final against her compatriot. Let's see how she goes, but a strong start from her and already applying a bit of scoreboard pressure all around her. Surfer's slipping up. That competitive grit that she brings.
Oh, she's definitely got that grit. I mean, she is a formidable competitor, winning multiple European longboard titles, multiple French national titles. As you see her throwing her hip out there for some style on the backside. Long nose rides, definitely something she's known for. She works it into the next section here, trying to gain some speed, as we talked earlier about how important it is to not get caught behind the section. She's doing well about kind of staying in front of it, but not too far on the shoulder as well. It's actually a really nice left here. Really kind of putting it in there, getting some Some action, some fire. Unfortunately digs that rail on that final turn on the inside there. But not a bad way to open up the left.
Good flow and poise and control throughout. A lot of time up on the nose from her. Sort of driving and pumping to get the speed for that really tight tube section on the backhand. Hard to do. Just down on the end, but some decent work done before that. It's with the judges for the moment. She is the heat leader from the opening wave. Time for a quick break. More live action from the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic real soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Wave, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to the action. It's the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. I'll tell you what, that fantasy surfer clip gets me fired up for the coming season. That's actually shot in Strider's dungeon. Doesn't normally let the cameras in. You could see him, he was one of the hooded figures in the background. They're just kind of lurking. That's
Strider
fun.
likes to lurk.
Do you see much of him around?
I haven't seen him much recently.
Yeah.
No.
Probably been somewhere wavy and super fun.
In his lair.
Speaking of living the dream, let's pick up the action as we see Malia on a right-hander. Just deals with the leash, flicks that off with a bit of style. And then up there for the 5. Cruisy, again, a bit more, just a quick touch, and then walks it back. And then a crouch position from mid-face. Getting some speed and flow into a steep section. Still holding that mid-face line. And then, again, wanted to get back up the nose. Just got a touch, kind of wobbled a bit, pretty well to recover. And now it'll tube. She'll be a touch in front. She just stalls on the face, and then a bit more time up on the nose. The nice chopping carve to finish as well. The completion is crucial to get. She gets it.
Yeah, she get it. She finished it, had the nice completion, got a couple turns in, got some nose rides. Had a couple hiccups here or there, but that's going to be all right. That was her first right-hand wave. She's going to have another chance to better whatever that score ends up being. Elise having 2 scores. Here's the replay here. She gets that tip time right off the bat. Pretty good part of the section. This angle makes it a little difficult to see kind of how far on the shoulder or how close to the curl is, but right there you can see she's pretty in the curl there. Almost comes up and glued. That's the bit of the hiccup. Manages to roll up the windows and stay in. Goes for the bit of the tuck time, bit more tip time as well. And then here's where she finishes out with that nice turn. What I'm loving about the clear water of the wave and all these turns, we're seeing the fin. I love seeing the fin in the turn. And they're really nice style from Malia. As I said, she comes from Ventura, rides boards made by the wonderful Wayne Rich. She's riding a Cole Robbins harmonic model. Cole also on tour on the men's side. She is the North American winner, so that's how she got on tour this year. It's her first time on tour, 18 years old. I've watched this young lady grow up. I remember seeing her in the bay at C Street at maybe, I don't know, 6 years old. And she had the focus and the eye of the tiger even then. So it's great to see her living her dreams and really exploring that journey all the way through here to Abu Dhabi.
What a time to come on tour as well. The venues that we have, particularly this one, and just how different it is, and just unbelievable. You see people around the world kind of watching events and tuning into this and, you know, asking questions. What's the wave like? How is it over there? It's just like such a buzz in terms of the new tech and what it's brought, particularly with longboarding. A different challenge, completely different to the previous event over in Bells. Couldn't be much more of a contrast really in every way, but ultimately the goal's the same. Beautiful longboarding, perform with style and grace, link together maneuvers with nose rides, with tubes as well. If you can do all of that stuff, you get good numbers from the panel. Looking to try and find that now. It's Khalees Kiliopaa, who had a stumble on the right. She'll look to try and make amends right now on the left.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic moment for Khalees on her first wave. So she's pretty much just kind of starting over. As we mentioned, she had a bit of an injury yesterday during the practice session. So hopefully that hasn't thrown her off too much. But here she's going to go on her first left on her front side there. Nice cruisy bottom turn into the tip time there, showing some style, showing control with the arms, intention with the hands. She gets some more tip time as we get that pulled out shot there. Just kind of getting those speed pumps, if you will, or speed drives into that next section so she doesn't get too far behind it. Getting some more tip time. The judge is definitely looking for nose rides that are closer to the pocket as opposed to more on the shoulder. Unfortunately, that's that moment where she got behind there. Jervis had talked about, you know, if you do that one little turn, you can't regain, you can't get that speed back again. So it's really important to kind of almost be surfing a section ahead, I feel like.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? There's not a lot of opportunities to open up, do turns on this wave with the increased speed throughout. I just wonder if that maybe builds up. Surfers think, I haven't done much redirecting of the board. It's been footwork, it's been up on the nose, and then maybe just kind of overdoing that turn into the tube section, put yourself a little bit too far back.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit of a miss here. The wave is still so steep, right? And I think there needs to be a bit more of this drive out to a flatter part of the shoulder in order to get that really big, powerful turn. Whereas here, she's got that power drive there going. She gets some more steps in. She brings it up. The wave's still kind of getting steep there. Hitting the nose ride, starts to get out on the shoulder. She wants to pull in. And then she just is losing speed. She's not able to keep the speed. I also feel like the direction of the board wasn't really in line or parallel with the face of the wave, so that kind of tends to slow you down.
It started great, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite the finish, and she went a long way. Interesting to see the approach on the takeoff as well. One of the more sort of faded takeoffs that we've seen. She went quite far out, which always looked cool, and she was pretty early, so she got that extended tip time early on.
Yeah, I like that actually, and we're not seeing a lot of big bottom turns. We're seeing a lot of like quick top turns to the nose ride. So, and I know that's because the wave is quite fast, but wherever, it would be interesting to look, considering the flags, like where was she sitting, where did she
quite deep.
She was a little further back, which gave her more of that time, like Gervais was saying, so she was able to kind of get more of a fade into it.
Interesting to see as the event goes on, well, you might see a little bit more work done on the takeoff and a little bit conservative and safety in terms of how our surfers are entering the wave. There is an opportunity to put a bit of expression in there, but it is that classic risk-reward scenario, isn't it? Surfers have got to try and figure out. Let's see how this number goes for Khalees. Will be definitely something significant in terms of a keeper for her at this stage. So half of her heat surfed. She's gone right, she's gone left.
Yeah, it looks like she still has a concern with the nose. The nose is definitely bothering her. Looks like a score dropping for Khalees, a 6.93, so not a bad way to get in on her first left there. She's going to feel pretty good about that, but also knowing that she can do better.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great number. It's the second best score we've seen so far in the heat, but you just think if she had got that completion, that was going into the excellent range.
Yeah, definitely she's going to want to hit the excellent range, especially coming up with the defending champ. She's got Elise Lemoyne here, who's got a 7.83 and a 6.9. This is going to be her second right.
Here is Elise to the right-hander. First one, solid 7.83. It's up there just to get the 10 and then walks out. And then back up again. Poised, steps back and then drives. Flowing through sections, opens up, uses the rail, uses the full face of the wave. Off the bottom, off the top, and then tucking in, grabs the outside rail. Nice carving work to finish, joining it up with footwork as well. Just linking together a finish. Judges will compare this, think how it rates, compare with the 7.83. Only a marginal improvement to that will go excellent. Let's see where it goes.
She was feeling it, that's for sure. She definitely was feeling the fire on that, so she's gonna hopefully improve on her, what would that be, 7.83. We'll see if that does. She gets kind of a mid-face nose right here with her classic style. Hand up in the air, throws in some 10. A little bit of splash under there, but does get it in. Almost comes unglued there, but manages to stay in control. Gets a couple more steps back up to the nose there, keeping that back hand, that right hand poised and in intention. And I like that turn there, actually. I like the way she brought it back, but she was really careful about keeping the nose up, because we've seen that place where a lot of them have gone down doing that turn because they get the nose sucked under. So good positioning, good play by Elise there. And a nice finish, the nice powerful turn at the end. She's feeling herself. Wait for scores to drop. As we mentioned, she had opened up that first right with a 7.83. Looks like she does. She drops that 7.83 and comes in at an 8.33 on that last right. So improving her situation quite a bit. Gives herself a 15.23 total and winning the heat right now, setting herself into the quarterfinal. And that's not all decided yet. Still have some more rides coming from Kira, Khalees, and Malia.
If you think about the master plan though, and how you kind of visualize your heat going, you get a good score, and then going in the same direction, you get the improvement. So it puts half a point on what she already had with that excellent number, and a bit of scoreboard pressure on the pack chasing it down. Of course, they've had a wave less. A good position for our defending champ. At a reunion island, Elise Lemoyne at the moment. 6.9 on the left is what she'll look to try and work on. And we'll have a look at the leaderboard right now. So these are surfers that did not win their heat. And we'll take 6 of them into round 2. No real surprise to see Honolulu, that massive 17-point total leading that. It's going to be, it's not an impossible task to beat her for top spot, but it'll be certainly both eyebrows raised and kind of surprised by us, because those are huge numbers. You expect servers with 17 to win most heats. We'll see how we go with that seeding. Is crucial as well. If you end up the highest score in first, Honolulu is, you'll get the serve last, which means you'll know exactly the requirement, which will help. Meanwhile, here goes Kira, the Australian, high line, up with a tip briefly, back there again, she'll hold that, step out, once again, up with the nose, just kind of jabbing that approach, in and out, then a bit of poise, patience, mid-face, a little bit of slight indecision as a quick touch again. Now the steeper section. What's she going to do here? She's forward on the board and she'll walk back and grab the rail and try to tuck. Now a chance to carve. Using the toe edge. She puts it Whitewater, give it a hit down.
Not a bad ride for Kira. I'm actually really liking this board under her. I think this is suiting the wave quite well. I think she was a bit safe. I think you could tell she was making sure she didn't eat it and fall because she wanted to complete the ride. You could also see, we'll watch the replay, how heavy she is on the inside rail while riding that wave, and that just goes to show how much water is rushing up that face and the need to kind of keep that inside rail pushed down. So when you're on your backside, you are using your heels quite a bit more. And that's something that Kira was able to do and extend that ride.
Completed wave, crucial for Kira after the fall on her first left. Time for a quick break here. We'll keep the action rolling from the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic right after this.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Don't forget to create your profile on the WSL app. Get all the updates from your favorite athletes, loads of exclusive content, all sorts of good stuff on there. Don't dilly-dally, get involved. We're enjoying Stop 3 on the longboard tour right now here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Into the action on our first day of competition. Opening round for the women in the water right now. The train hurtles down the track towards Khalees Kiliopaa at a Waikiki, and up on the nose. Pretty familiar surrounds for her. Quick 10, super poised. The footwork is light, and fluid, and neat, graceful. Our judges will be paying attention to exactly where these nose rides are going down. The more critical they are, the better in terms of points. A little switch and back again, so showing variety. And doing really nice work again on the nose. We call it work, but it's more artful than that. And then tries to get the grab rail into the cover on the backhand and down and over.
I was about to say, now this is more the Khalees that we're used to seeing. And then right as I was about to add that, she kind of comes unglued there, gets clipped by that wave. But yeah, just kind of an unfortunate run, I think, so far for Khalees. She's such a fabulous surfer. She really has one of the best styles, especially as a goofy foot. She's really smooth. I'm always a big stickler about arms and hands, and she's somebody that I find to be really intentional and careful. I like the way she garnered speed in that wave, and then the switch there, little pivot back into it. Not really a functional switch right there, just really kind of helped her, you know, get that speed through, but I don't know if it was necessarily a functioning maneuver per se, but definitely looks good. And those of us that can do it know it's a lot harder than you think.
Let's see where this number goes for Khalees. Definitely making amends from her first right where it just went wrong from the get-go. That time much more like the classic form from her. Doesn't get that finish. Think about how much is really available there. We've seen surfers kind of in front of the tube and then get a little turn, so maybe Obviously, she want to go all the way, but not really costing her too much in terms of points because the number's in and it's solid 7-4-3.
Hey, they seem to think that the work was done in the beginning part and middle part of that wave, that final kind of faux pas, if you will, really was irrelevant.
It's rewarding what you do rather than the stuff that you don't on the
Yeah,
ends.
we're not docking points per se, right? You're adding points as they go, and so she just wasn't able to maybe get into the 8 range had she been able to complete that final maneuver. But good score, great way to be able to throw away that first right. That was definitely a throwaway, and she did more than that. So good job for Khalees.
Well, this will make things interesting in terms of that race for first as well between her and Elise, isn't it? Because now she's right back in this. That's a really competitive number.
And she's going into a left, and she's strong on both. But I do think that when you're on your forehand, for most people, they feel pretty comfortable in that space. So as you see, this score is broken down right here. We've got Lemoyne with an 8.33 and a 6.9, Keleopa'a 7.43 and a 6.93. So a bit close there. Still some time for that to change. And then Molnar and Ilagan still has a couple waves to be caught here, so she's still got a chance at it. The leaderboard will be changing shortly. Stay tuned. Don't miss it.
Yeah, they're both going to be going left, aren't they, Khalees and Elise? When you think about that split in the points, they've got similar numbers at the moment that they're keeping.
And it's interesting because they're both going into the left. One as a front side, one as the back side. Will one have an advantage over the other? Doesn't matter right now because it's Malia Ilagan who's up and riding on her left. Get some quick tip time right off the bat. A little bit on the shoulder. She's going to want to set back up into that pocket there. And as she does, the wave steepens up. She's going to grab that rail, make it through that next section. As she finds that open face once again, she's just going to try to keep with it. I think it's getting steep there, trying to shade over. She's tucking for a while there. She's going to open it up to that face, trying to get those steps in there. She's trying to improve on her initial left. Gets a little tuck in there, nose gets dug in, head gets clipped. She's done. She opened up her first left with a 2.23. I feel pretty confident that she will throw away that score. So she should feel good about that. It's a different thing. You know, she's a rookie on tour. She's never been to Abu Dhabi. She's never surfed in a pool such as this. So there's a lot of elements at play here. And just to be here on the world tour, she should be extremely proud of herself. She's making a great showing. She's got beautiful style as we see her riding again here on the right, the replay, getting that tip time. It's this steeper section that I think just, you know, had a bit of a struggle there. She's trying to find her moment, keeping that rail grabbed. Lefts are not our thing coming from Southern California. You know, in the Malibu, we have Malibu and Rincon. We have some of the best rights in the world, so left's a little bit harder for us to negotiate. But Malia doing a wonderful job with what she had. Gets clipped there at the end, but she will better her 2.23, comes in at a 3.87, so toss that 2 away. I know she wanted to do a bit better than that, but this is all part of the game and part of the journey. Every experience matters.
Carlos, the only time you go left and you do a roundhouse cut back on a right, and you're sort of going back towards it, go left for a couple of yards.
So say this again?
If you do a full roundhouse on a right, you go left momentarily.
Yeah.
Best chance of going left?
That's probably our best chance of going left, 100%. There actually is a little left at C Street on the right tide and the right swell. You can get a little left at C Street, but we've got the killer flight cam here, that Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. It's been so cool to be back here a second year and just see the development, the progress that they've done. It's just looking just fabulous. The water just looks so beautiful, blue and clear, very inviting. Definitely you wouldn't think that it's as warm as it is. It looks refreshing, but it is quite warm.
Yeah, real scene building up around the wave as well. A lot of energy and buzz and people getting accustomed to it. They're in the region, coming out here, surfing, getting some of the culture. And if they're out here today watching this in the very best in the world on longboards, go at it. Incredible cast of surfers we have on this tour, that classic mix of some of the real experienced campaigners and then that youthful energy, some really young performers. Kira will look to draw on her experience here. Poster number, so going on the forehand, on the right. She got the 6.33 previous to this. She got pulled into that tube, got deep cover, kind of doggy-doored it. 6.33, so you think about where improvements might come. Do some nice work, some nose riding before that, and then get a deep tube, but maybe try and come out the front door.
Yeah, come out through the keyhole, I think, will be the key for Kira. And then, you know, maybe trying to throw in a bit more critical nose rides. If she can pop a 10 in there, that's obviously going to help. And then that rail engagement, which is something Kira is very good at. So, yeah, she's going to be hitting this rave there. That'll be her final ride. She is on her right, the second right here, gets 2 steps, another 2 steps to the nose for that 5, holding the 5 there, kind of reaching it out onto the shoulder, does throw the 10 in there, she must have heard me, getting more tip time there, getting nice and locked in the pocket. This is a great ride. I really am liking this board under Kira, way better than last year. She's feeling the flow, gets the turn into the cutback to renegotiate back into the curl, gets into that steep section. See how she kind of tucks down, and she's in that middle front part of the board. That's the fast part of the longboard. People don't realize just before the nose is actually the speed spot in most longboards. So decent ride here for Kira on her final right. She's not going to be taking the lead in this heat, but the more she can get for this ride here will lead her, bring her up that leaderboard and set her seating better for that round, that second round. So hopefully she will be, you know, pulling it up.
Smart competing in terms of what she needed to do to improve. The 6.33 was her score. She was holding on to for the right. Talked about this work up on the tip. Some committed, locked in nose riding. Quick 10 as well. Didn't try and get the deep barrel on the end.
No, different approach this time. I think it was a bit more focused on the nose ride, which was probably a safer call just because that's such a risk to go for that tuck-in barrel section. You just can't guarantee that you're going to make it out. And since she already had kind of gone for it, and they did give her a bit of an acknowledgement even though she came out the side, I think she just decided, let's just stick to old-fashioned tip time riding and nose riding.
Now we have our defending event champ in the water, Alice Lemoine. Before the event, we caught up with her for some insights.
Yeah, it's so special. Like, the wave is perfect. The wave is different from last year. So at first when I arrived here this year, I would love to do the same from last year, but it was totally different. So I changed my mindset and I tried to figure out the best way to have fun and to do like some good tricks in the good timing. So it was different, but now like we have more waves, so now I figure out how much is it. It's very special because I love longboarding, I love the feeling on the wave, I love nose riding, hang ten, the flow, the technical thing about longboarding, and I feel like longboarding is like dance. You dance on your board, and my mom is like teacher about dancing, so for me it's like dancing on the board.
Dancing her way to a win, an historic win over here a year ago, and back in good form already in the event. She's in heat number 4. She's leading it at the moment, but this could be a crucial wave for her. She's gone excellent on the right, a chance to improve the 6.9 because a bit of pressure coming from Khaleesi, who will also be taking a left.
That's right. So this is a moment, an important moment right here. Elise, as you said, looking to improve on the 6.90 from her first left.
Just love that, talking about the adjustments of the wave as well. She was so comfortable with it. One person that wouldn't want them to change the wave is the person that won the event last time around. But surfing's all about adapting, right? I mean, that's literally what the sport is, adapting to your surroundings. She's done that well so far. See how she'll go here. Here goes Alice Lemoine, France, up on the nose, in the pocket, a little bit in front. Pretty casual with her poise. Back up again for more time in the nose ride, and now from a lower position, just pumping that ball for speed and for position. She'll go back up again, making some shapes with the arms. She manages the board speed by driving it into the steeper section. Doesn't look like she's going to go for the tube. Probably a good call. She'll just open up, carve down on the backhand. Some footwork linking together turns. Smooth finish.
Yeah, good ride from Elise. Does does some shapes with her hands. She's very like, her hands are really steady, like, and they don't flap. She keeps it really together from shoulder to fingertip, which I like. But you notice she has that kind of like high five action going, you know, like, hey, I'm here. Yeah, great ride, as you mentioned. 6.90 on her first left. She's going to look to better that. She's currently the heat leader. We'll see the replay here. She kind of keeps those, you know, she was talking about dance, and that's something that actually is really important in dance, is using your arms for balance and having different positions, and there's first position and second. And so she's using that quite nicely in her repertoire of dancing on her board. I love it. And here we see those hands there. Then a little bit of that roller coaster kind of powering through to get it around that hollower section that we've discussed. Isn't really a full barrel, but a little shallow barrel. Tuck time, I call it.
I wonder what kind of dance be closest to. Maybe more of an American smooth than a Charleston. What are we aiming for?
Like a quick step. Maybe it's a quick step. A little mashed up with some samba.
Yeah.
You know.
Bit of rumba.
Yeah. There could be a few in there. I think this is really more Sam's forte here, Paul.
Dancing.
Yeah, Sam's the one that really knows the dancing.
Musical and rhythmic, isn't he?
Yeah. I think in his past life he may have been a Broadway star or something. But Elise, yeah, coming in pretty strong there, 7.1. So she bettered her situation. She comes in.
So gets that improvement to 7-1. Didn't add loads, but did improve on the left. That'll set us up. Just thinking about the wave that's going to come for Khalees and what she's going to need. Let's just update where we are in this heat at the moment. Heat 4 of the opening round. It is our defending champ, Elise Lemoine, using the dancing background to step herself out in front. 15.43, the numbers. Her work's done in this heat. Looking to challenge her in second. Khalees Kelly-Upata dealt with a bit of an injury, got a bop on the nose. It's shown a little bit of discomfort. She's been asking about it a little bit between the waves. We've seen that. Meanwhile, check out Malia. She's got a right coming. The youngster. And an opportunity, not so much to get in first place position, but to try and get involved in that conversation. The best 6 non-winning scores from this angle. You can kind of see the speed that the train comes past you.
It really is moving fast. Nice start here for Malia. Gets to the tip time, showing some nice soul arch. Body English gets some 10 time too. Still on the nose. Now she's bringing it back down to the bottom. Reset again. Get some more tip time. Needs a high score here. Negotiating this middle section here as it gets steeper. Gets that nice nose ride in that steeper part. More tip time there. Keeping that composure there. Makes the drop there. Gives it a little tuck. Unfortunately not keeping that nose out of the water. Gets sucked under. That'll be the end of the road for Malia Ilagan. She's the first Filipina American to get onto the world tour. So that in and of itself is a huge feat. She should be incredibly proud of the progress and the journey that she's made so far, and she's definitely going to be one to watch in years to come.
Not getting the exit from the tube going down, but before that, did some nice work. Just able to express herself. You know, we were talking about surfing being a dance, but using that connection with the wave.
She actually did pretty good on that initial setup. Kind of making that drop, pulling it, seeing the line, setting the line. Just a lot of the gals have had a hard time keeping that nose out of the water, and so yeah, they're gonna need to kind of go over their footage, kind of reassess how to set that up again, not in you know, do that better next time. But again, I'm super proud of Malia. As I mentioned, watched her grow up. She's been a queen. She was a season champ for Queen of the Point. She's won a couple of the events, and now she's here on the WSL on the World Longboard Tour. So pretty amazing to see someone of her age, you know, make it this far, and she's got a lot ahead of her, so it's not the end of the road by any means.
Yeah, her best number as well, so she finishes pretty strong. Number drops in for her 6.17. Gets the improvement, almost a couple of points on the right. We'll see where that puts her overall in terms of his best 6 chasing scores. But now this is really setting up for quite an exciting finish, and in terms of a requirement and a surfer very capable of getting it. It is quite a big number needed. So if you just look just on paper and you think, all right, excellent score needed on your last wave, that's a tall order. But then you look at the talent, you see who it is and which way she's going. She's going left. It is Kiliopata, 8.01. I cannot wait to see this go down.
I'm not jinxing nothing. I think she's absolutely capable of doing it. Hopefully she can put all the elements together. His mom is waiting there, chomping at the bit.
What's an excellent ride going to look like on this left for Khalees? What's she going to try and do here? What are the key elements to getting that excellent score?
Well, I think it's definitely going to be that early tip time in the critical part of the section, coupled with some rail work and tail work. You know, that's definitely been an element in those excellent scoring rides, that it's not just been about nose riding, that we have to engage the rail as well. And if she can pop in a little bit of coverage towards the end there and make it out, I think that's definitely going to give her, you know, the nod. Is that necessary per se? No. We can do with critical nose rides and critical turns, and that can be enough as well. So how she chooses to approach it, we'll find out right now.
Can't wait to see it. Here goes Khalees again, just fading that entry. So going wide off the pier and then straight up. Critical part of the way for this opening nose ride.
She really approaches her takeoff different than a lot of the other gals, if you've noticed. You mentioned earlier how she sits, must be a little further back so that she's able to kind of fade into it and not have to make such that quick top turn. And I think that helps her generate speed to project out. So far this has been a beautifully ridden ride. Getting that power through that middle section there, almost a little bit of a chatter maybe because of the wind. Gets a little tuck time there, not a full coverage. It is that shallower barrel, but pulls it off, almost comes unglued on the tail there at that final turn, but holds her ground. She's gonna feel pretty solid about that. Will it make the 8.01 that she needs to move into first? I don't know, Paul.
Committed radical turn on edge. Had a bit of risk to it as well. It wasn't a safety kind of shoulder turn, was it? She pushed pretty hard, which is dynamic. We haven't seen tons of that so far today, so it's something different. Before that, the style, the poise, the positioning, it all looked good. Are we feeling excellence? Carla, you're the expert. You're on the spot, mate.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it could go in that range. I loved the fade and the setup into it, how she projects the speed into the oncoming section. She sets up the nose ride nicely, has some time spent on it, and then the way she kind of like drives, that roller coaster drive through the middle section to get speed, to stay in front of it, gets more tip time again, and she just looks calm and composed right now. You know, it seems like she's kind of got the nerves and the jitters out and just really putting it together quite nicely. I love the way that she kind of uses those power cars, those power pumps to get in there, and then a nice little tuck there. No hand, no rail grabs, nice and free. And then that end section, that end turn at there was really nice and exciting.
The bonus about not committing and trying to get a tube is if you come out of that steep section early, you can set yourself up and use that steepness on the wave rather than just being on the shoulder, kind of a little bit after the fact with a turn. So let's see where this goes. But this is tense for her, also for Elise Lamont as well, who'll be watching on.
Yeah, chomping at the bit here because that's going to make the difference of jumping all the way to the quarterfinals on Sunday or surfing again later this afternoon in that round 2. So we're just going to be waiting for those scores to drop. Khalees definitely put the work in, did the job. Will it be enough?
With the judges still, you can feel the tension here.
And it's hot. It's hot out there. You get out of the water, it's not super refreshing. That's coming up in the next heat. We see Luana Suarez. She's the rookie from Brazil. But we are still waiting for the score to drop for Khalees. Looking for an 8.01, Paul.
That's the first time really it's all come down to the last wave with a requirement and a super close score. The fact that it's taken a while definitely tends you to think it's certainly close to that number. If it was a 6, they would have just thrown it in and would have moved on. And we're on 10 to hooks here, and after a really high score in previous heat, this one's been really entertaining, all coming down to that last left.
And it looks like she does it, Paul. Brings it in with an 8.23.
Number is there for Khalees. Kelly Opa'a goes excellent, 8.23, gets the job done. She gets to avoid that second round of elimination and go straight to quarters, and she'll be absolutely delighted with that. Great surfing, great competing, a really entertaining heat. We'll get straight back into the action here with Cash Hoover, who is a dynamic, eclectic performer, does it on all sorts of craft. She's just driving and pumping here, looking loose and liberated and free. She's just cruising and feeling out the midsection. Bit of footwork up to the nose. And then back, light on her feet, and then driving again. So you're seeing a lot more movement from the board than what we've been typically seeing. She'll just touch the outside rail into a crouch in a steep section. Back up again, touches for a 5. And then very stylishly done. She'll swing that board around, make it look really smooth and steezy. That was great.
Cash Money Hoover. I like to call her Cash Money, Cash Puppy, Cash Doggy. She's my glory story, if you will, for Queen of the Point. Started as an amateur. She's now too good. She's pro. And here she is on the world stage.
Loving the action here at Surf Abu Dhabi. There's confirmation of Khalees Kelly Opa'a getting the win and goes straight to quarters. Our defending champ, Elise Lemon, will take good numbers onto that leaderboard in those chase for those 6 spots. A change in the booth. We'll bring in Sam, Josh, and a special guest real soon.
Desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Welcome to heat number 5 of the opening round, day 1 of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic, as we see reigning WSL World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley from California up against Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii, Cash Hoover, who's already got a score on the board, and Luana Suarez from Brazil. As we can see, our first ride here for our Brazilian up and riding. It's Luana, drops into that section, comes off the bottom, clean footwork, cross-stepping up to the tip, holds that nose ride, and then just readjusts for some wider attack from the tail, climbing again back up to the top half of the wave, back again to the bottom part, using that footwork, looking composed, looking controlled, solid on the nose. She gets nice and low there, big driving bottom turn as she sets herself up for this inside bowl, representing Brazil from Kumbari Beach, Ubatubu, and she's charging into this last section here, just about hanging on, and makes it all the way through. Great start for Cash Hoover in white, getting a 6, and Luana Suarez from Brazil is also going to drop a pretty strong score. My name is Sam Bleakley. It's an absolute honor to have you tuning in. Thanks very much for your time. I'm joined by our 2006 WSL World Longboard Champion, Josh Constable from Noosa, Australia, and our special guest, Gabriella "Gabby" Livo, former junior South African champion from Belito, Surf Abu Dhabi ambassador and elite coach. Thanks for being here, Gabby.
Thank you so much for having me, Sam. It's a pleasure.
How is it to have the world's best longboarders on what is now your home patch? This is your local turf.
It's amazing. It's amazing to see the wave being surfed to this level of professionalism. And to see the different lines that everyone's drawing. It's really impressive. Always good to have the longboarders in town too. Very laid back, very chilled, and always a good vibe.
And you've had the pleasure as well of seeing these women on their 2 training days. You know, what has been that reaction for those surfers who are coming here for their very first time?
A lot of excitement, obviously a lot of nerves. There's so much pressure that comes with surfing this wave, but a completely different approach to what we saw with the CT when it comes to shortboarding. And yeah, I love that they all kind of have a plan. Some have no plan at all, but all drawing completely different lines. So really interesting to see.
Talking of lines, Josh Constable, what do you think of that from Luana in green? She made it. She had to attack that last bowl section, but she didn't fall.
Yeah, she wrestled that inside section. I thought she was going to go down, but beautiful opening nose ride there to start off. And this is a really nice, because the backside, it's a little harder, isn't it, Gabby? It's harder to get the scores, so she's done really well here. She drives around, pulls up underneath. I thought she was going to go down, nose grabbed, but wrestled that one through, and it's a completed ride. So the judges are going to like this one. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with Cash's wave, because Cash got some 5 and 10 action on the outside. So, but beautiful surfing by both the ladies so far.
So big moment here. Rachel Tilley, our defending reigning world champion, 2 times WSL World Longboard champion from 2:15 and 2:24, winning in Sunzal last year. This is a special moment, Gabby, you know, when you're waiting for your wave to come.
Yeah, I think the Surf Abu Dhabi team is definitely backing Rachel a lot on this one. She's just such a good energy all the time, really friendly. She's, just a really great competitor.
And talk about lines as well for the takeoff. When you're waiting for that wave, you know, your sitting position and the angle that you angle your board on takeoff.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. You'll see some people will opt to sit further up. There's a little bit more risk. Like Rachel, you see here, she's about 2 poles up. It is riskier as the wave is steeper, but she has the advantage of then getting a little bit more wave time. And it seems to be better for that initial nose ride. We'll see how this plays out.
Straight onto the tip on her Josh Martin single fin. This is the board she won her world title on last year, already to a second nose ride. Super deep in the section there. And she just drives out of that nose ride, and now things are getting bowly, Josh.
Yeah, that was a nice start to this wave. Great nose ride there. Opting not to go for the barrel, but racing through this nice section here. And again, she's just super composed. That's just her surfing all the time, but she's looking very comfortable here at the basin.
As she pulls into this inside section, gets some coverage there, comes out cleanly in control, and she'll be able to put that board on rail as she does nicely. Gabby, what do you think of this from our reigning world champion?
Yeah, I think it's a perfect start. I think on your first wave, the goal is really just to finish. She did that beautifully. Nothing too risky. Going for that end barrel, it's the perfect section to do that. You've already reached the end of the wave, so lovely first wave for Rachel.
And a beautiful variety of stances, Josh. You know, from that tall stance to that flex stance, covering a lot of ground on the wave also.
Yeah, and I like the projection she gets off the bottom turn to just kind of accelerate and scoot down the line and reset up. You can see there's so much water draining up the face there that her board's kind of like hovering over the top and sliding down, and there's that little cover up on the inside. She'll be happy with that wave. That's a really nice starting wave.
I think that's going to be a strong score, and somebody who's going to be really happy. It's our Hawaiian stylish goofy footer, Khalees, down there on the glass with AJ.
Khalees, it has been a big 24 hours for you. We saw the fall in practice yesterday. You came back, your nose is swollen. The first wave, weren't able to get into it the way you wanted to. How would you describe the mental resilience it took for you to win this heat?
It's hard, man. Eating it really bad yesterday kind of took a toll on me. I really thought I broke my nose, so I'm really happy I didn't. So I'm very grateful. But yeah, missing that wave is like my worst nightmare, and I knew coming up against Alice was going to be a good heat and a good challenge because, you know, she won last year. So I really had to dig deep on so many levels, but just not giving up and trusting in myself.
That digging deep is something I feel like I saw every single time you went out for your next wave. What did you lean on to prove to yourself that you had what it took?
Just a lot of inner work. I feel like, you know, my past years really shaped who I am today, and having an awesome support crew, you know, my family, my friends, my mom, my boyfriend here with me every step of the way. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just really happy. That round 2 is so critical, but yeah, I'm stoked.
You don't have to do it. We'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ. Congratulations, Keely's coming back from adversity and on the final ride getting the score she needed. I mean, Josh, that is a real dig deep performance for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, that's a performance of a champion right there, because she is under pressure. Yesterday's little mishap, that puts a dent in anyone's confidence. So, and then to sort of fluff the first wave, that really puts her under pressure. So that's the champion she is. So I'm excited to see her get through that heat. She probably needed to have the afternoon off just because of the injury, just to rest up this afternoon and be ready for the weekend. So great surfing.
So Gabby, when you're getting the opportunity to coach surfers here on this setting, talk us through how the shape, the bathymetry of the basin affects the wave that Natalia is riding right now.
So yeah, this is number 3. It's our profile 3. We've got 6 different settings here. You'll see it's a bit taller than the wave they surfed last year. So this section here, great for turns, and it starts to barrel pretty quickly, as you can see there. Natalia just making her way through that barrel section. Oh, getting nice and close to the pocket there. Lovely to see her going for that.
Yeah.
It does start to back off at this point right about here. Still a nice height though in the wave. Great
Sure.
section for that nose ride. But you can see it's not barreling anymore, and as you get to this inside reef, it really does just run off. It's all about timing that last section. Very hit or miss.
Yeah, and will you see shortboarders go to turns on that last section?
Yes, when I'm coaching people on the wave here, I will rarely tell them to go for that barrel. It'll always be to get past it. It's a great air section and also great for turns.
What I really admired about Natalia's ride then was how deep she got at the beginning. You know, Josh, high degree of difficulty. She did a big opening turn and got right behind the section after this nose ride.
Again, like all the ladies, they're all getting off to these flying starts and really setting up the wave well, and she's pumping through there. We'd love to see her squat a little earlier and drag the hand a little bit, get a little deeper, but really well surfed here, mid-board trim, and then kind of sets it up nice through this inside section, and then unfortunately it just raced off and not quite coming out of that tube. But well done, great surfing.
Yeah, it really gets sucky difficult here. She grabs that rail, look, she's in, she's locked, but doesn't have the line to come out. She's going to drop a good score though, but we've seen an excellent 8.0 for Rachel Tilley's opening ride. Cash Hoover in white kicked off with a 6. Luana Suarez from Brazil, a 5.33. Josh, on instinct, where do you think that will fall relative to that high score of Rachel and that lower score of the 5.33 from Luana from Brazil?
Yeah, well, both Luana and Natalia didn't quite finish their last part of the wave. Looks like it's just dropped now, 6.83, so she'll be really happy with that. I thought Cash's first wave was quite a good wave. She got a lot of nose work and some hang 10s on the outside. We haven't seen that from many surfers, so interesting to see the jump there.
Well, I really appreciate that. I think a significant element is that critical turn early from Natalia that put her deep in the section, and she made that first section high degree of risk. So she's sitting in second with that 6.83 out there. The front runner, Tilley, with an 8. She's in first. Hoover in third. Suarez in fourth. Of course, 4 rides for all surfers, combining your best right and your best left. And it's all to play for. And Gabby, what would it be like if you've never come here and you've booked your coaching session? You know, what are you going to experience when you open these amazing doors to Surf Abu Dhabi?
I think you will always be greeted with the highest level of hospitality. I'm really proud to be a part of the team here. We have trained a long time to be at this level of hospitality, but also just to have a group of core surfers there helping you. When it comes to coaching on the wave, we really just try to keep it light. There's a lot of pressure that comes with it, so
gotta keep the nerves down.
Exactly. Sometimes we think that we're kind of just there to be like a bit of a therapist for the session,
it's
just to calm them down. Exactly. So
techniques for staying present that you give surfers.
A little bit of breath work before the wave, but as that clock hits 30 seconds, we try to stay quite quiet, let them have that moment for themselves. Just let them kind of breathe through it.
Well, we'll give Luana her moment of silence here. And there it is. She's up on the front side. Luana Suarez from Brazil, off the bottom, off the top. Good driving, unique line, some creativity. High in the wave, gets a 10, uses that 10 functionally to drop back down, and now comes off the bottom. A little fin slide and back up to the high part, locks in a 5, walks out. Josh, this is exciting from the get-go.
Yeah, it is. Really surfing in the pocket here. Luana's surfing great on this wave.
Wow.
Arms down, nice and relaxed there. Soul arching. This is a good wave. Coming around this steep section now. Would love to see her lay into a big carve right here at the end. We haven't seen too much turning.
She just got to keep her composure through the inside here, because that has been a fantastic ride. Doesn't quite finish on a clean note, but up to that point, a lot of risk there, Gabby. And, you know, that 10 early on was used as a functional maneuver to really lock that fin, allow that trim, and then as she walked out of those nose rides throughout the ride, you could really see how deep in the pocket she was the whole way, Gabby.
Yeah, I actually had the privilege of being on ski with her yesterday for her training session, and I was really blown away by, as you see on this wave, just drawing a totally different line to what we've seen from the other women. It seems to be working in her favor, though. Great to see her get to the 10 there, and had a lot of speed going through that middle section, but she used it really well. Just getting to the nose there, beautiful style, holding it, looking graceful.
Yeah, and arms down as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, just not quite getting the finish that she wanted, but still a really solid wave there for Luana.
I felt, Josh, so far in this heat, we've seen a lot of creativity, you know, different lines. We've seen people taking some risks early in the wave, and that tending to shine through in the scores. You know, that excellent 8 for Rachel, but the rest of the surfers are going to be right there knocking on the door. And Rachel, of course, is going to have her second wave coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, and Luana probably took notice of Natalia's wave, where she surfed a little more critical in the pocket, and they went quite high on the score, so that was good. You got to kind of watch your opponents and see what's going on, but then at the same time you've got to play your own game. So that was a really nice wave. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with that one, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a 6 for Cash Hoover, 5.33 for Luana, a second score soon to come through. Rachel Tilley with an excellent 8, and Natalia Wonderlich with a 6.83. Thanks for tuning in, Sam Bleakley, Josh Constable, and Gabby. If you were going to give 3 must-see Abu Dhabi cultural experiences, you've only got 3 days, what would they be?
Well, if I couldn't choose Surf Abu Dhabi, for cultural purposes, I'd say the Louvre is incredible. It's really great. Obviously, the mosque for something different. Yep. And actually, the fish market, I think, is really great. The Abu Dhabi fish market is really nice. You can go there, choose your fish, take it to one of the nearby restaurants, and they actually cook it for you. But yeah, just a different experience. And we go quite often as a team.
And as a former South African junior champion, when you see people putting the jerseys back on, does that make you hungry to keep competing yourself?
Oh, no, I'm quite happy where I am right now. But yes, I do. I'd love to see all the competitors come here. And I do miss it slightly, but yeah, more happy to be on this side of things now.
Do you get to have competitions amongst the staff here at Surf Abu Dhabi?
No, we've been wanting to do one for a while, but no, just little competitions maybe between who could get the most barreled or things like that, but nothing too serious.
Or the most waves, I believe.
Yes.
You're a couple of hundred deep now, so.
Here we go, live action. It's our first left-hander for Cash Hoover. She's dropped a 6 for her opening right-hander, logged in a nice 5.10 on her Michael Takayama single fin. Very composed to stand tall in that 10, and now she comes back to the middle of the board and gets low and grabs that rail as now the wave starts to bowl, but she's climbing and dropping on that heel edge. And Josh, I know you've got a good relationship with Cash, you know the family, you know, how much of an achievement is it for her to be here in the first place?
Yeah, it's amazing. She's so young. This is her 3rd event for the year, so she's doing so well. That was a great opening wave, like 2 5-10 combos. Unfortunately, it's hard sometimes on the left. You'll know more, Gabby, but you feel like if you kind of get stuck behind, you're forever chasing. It's really hard to get out in front of it, where the right, you seem to be able to get out in front when you do get a bit from behind.
Yeah, it was interesting yesterday to talk to some of the surfers in the water who were saying that, because our left tends to be more offshore, that was saying that the right can actually be somewhat easier with a bit of the onshore wind. But yeah, interesting with Cash, she actually spent some time here before the comp, and the week before she had a good few sessions, and yeah, the team just love her. Her family's awesome. Her dad was on the back of the ski for most of the sessions. Yeah, we're really, really rooting for her too.
Well, we're rooting for her as well. Cash Hoover gets a 317. Coming up next, we've got Rachel Tilley and Natalia Wonderlich. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these short messages.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam. We're just 15 minutes from downtown Abu Dhabi, just 30 minutes from the airport on the western tip of Hudayriyat Island, and this is that wonder of 75,000 square kilometers of wave riding action, a 690-meter long wave basin. At the deepest point, 3 meters, but that bathymetry sculpting some perfect waves. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Josh Constable and our Surf Abu Dhabi coach and ambassador Gabby, and up and riding right now is Natalia Wonderlich to the tip, holds the 5, gets locked in nice on that nose ride, and a great line walking out of that opening nose ride, and then draws back off the bottom and then climbing and dropping, and you can just see now she's just gaining her balance using that heel edge composure as she cross steps forward, cross steps back to the tail, and now she locks into a tube stance just to see if that bowl section may stay steep, but she stands upright, walks back up to some nose riding, finds a 5, and now gets low, holds that rail and uses both hands on the inside and outside rail into a down carve and sets herself up through to that final moment. Gabby, that was really nice from Natalia. Again, creativity is something that we're seeing from all of these women in this heat.
Yeah, I find with Natalia, I love the fact that she's going for the barrel. You can see she was thinking about in the middle, but full commitment on the end there. I really think that's where all the scoring potential is. I would love to see one of the girls get a crazy barrel. I'm sure it's bound to happen.
Josh, what do you think of this from Natalia, who comes off the back of a 9th in Bells and a 5th in Huntington, so currently 9th on the World Longboard Tour?
Yeah, it's nice to see. We've seen her obviously through the season on her backside, and her backside surfing is so strong, putting in a lot of time at Malibu. So she looks really comfortable here on the ride. I think she's going to be happy with this one. I think we'll probably see it go higher than her left. I think it was a really nice wave, and like Gabby was saying, she's just committed there, grabbing the rail, double grab rail.
Double grab rail, yeah.
Unfortunately, just a little in front of it, but good effort, and just finishing off like that. There's no points left in the wave, but the judges do like to see you finish cleanly and just have total control, so that's something to look at next wave.
And Gabby, it must be phenomenal working here as a coach to see the progress that surfers make per ride.
Oh, absolutely. I was coaching before I worked here, and the level of progression is just incredible. Yeah, we have people that learn to surf here on soft tops that are now getting barreled within a matter of months. I've never seen anything like it.
And you talked about some of the cultural delights, the Louvre at Abu Dhabi, which opened in 2017. That's 23 galleries. But let's talk about Hudayriyat Island and all of the action sports venues that are starting to emerge, developed by Modon here, Gabby.
Yeah, so if you have seen in the background of some of the videos, there is a velodrome being built just behind our pool.
Very cool.
Yeah, world class. There's paddle courts, there's bike tracks. I think it's going to be a really sporty island, and it's coming up quick. You can see the velodrome just in the background there. It's come up within the last year so quickly, so they're building.
And how long do you think it will be till the staff can be staying very close to Surf Abu Dhabi?
Oh gosh, I'm not too sure about that.
But there is a nice hotel they're building in the background there that should be for, you'd think a lot of guests will be staying there so they can be close to the pool.
Yes, for sure. The hotel's going to be awesome. There is accommodation on the island, just at a place called Bab al Najum.
Yep.
There's some beautiful tented camps there. Very, very nice accommodation.
4.6 for Natalia, so she's adding that to her 6.83. She's in second position. Up and coming, Rachel Tilley from Southern California, 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion, on her first title, just age 17, the youngest WSL World Longboard Champion in 2:15 at Ryuwan. Hainan on the long, silky lefts. Back that up on the right hand as Sunzal now up and riding, getting her first left on a Josh Martin board. Nice opening nose right back to the tail. Really strong critical direction change, engaging that rail, coming off the bottom for a second nose ride, and then getting low here. Staying at the front third of the board. Goes back up for a third nose ride, and that was a steep section, Josh. A really difficult section to nose ride through.
Yeah, that was. I like you said, Sam, I like that change of direction on the outside, really laying it on rail and utilising the height of the wave. Unfortunately, just coming undone there. That's a little bit like the curve in her board, the rocker. When you're sort of standing on the nose, the tail lifts up a little higher, and then the wave's getting quite hollow and sucky, and just that tail slipping out, unfortunately.
So Gabby, let's face it, if you want to put it all on the line, there are going to be wipeouts here. What advice do you give to surfers you're coaching when you get washed over here at Surf Abu Dhabi?
Well, one of the things we see really often in the pool is that exact thing. In that barrel section, that middle section, it really does try to pull you up the wave. We often tell surfers that you have to set your line a lot lower than you would in the ocean. So really low on the wave. And honestly, just trying to keep the board as stable as you can. As soon as you move or hit a little bump, it does tend to throw you right over.
And talk about the different settings. There's many options for a beginner through to pros.
Yeah, so we've got, like I said, 6 profiles, this one being profile 3. One of my favorites for sure. We've also got the profile 2, which is what you would have seen in the CT earlier this year.
Sure.
Very similar. This first half of the wave is almost identical, and then the end of the wave, the barrel is a lot taller. Still has that same speed to it, but it's just awesome. And then when you talk about beginner waves, we have really tiny little profile 6 waves. It's ideal for learning to surf, so we got it all.
Yep, the Cocoa Beach setting looks like a fun one for those party waves.
Yeah, and even for longboarding, we find a lot of the longboarders tend to like that one a lot.
Well, talking of the champions, let's celebrate the beauty, the grace of some of our finest longboarders.
From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaylia Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico, modern leaders defining this generation.
And I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
Well, the chase is on to book a spot in the top 8 for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships that you can watch live at worldsurfleague.com between the 5th and 9th of November on that winner-takes-all opportunity, as we now see Cash climbing and dropping on her Michael Takayama, looking to improve on her opening 6. And she walks cleanly out of another nose ride and engages that inside rail and goes low and eyes up the corner, out to the shoulder, readjusts her feet, takes a nice midline and a clean, crisp touch of the 5 as she walks back to the tail into the rebound off the foam. And that was a sensational bit of surfing, Josh, from Cash Hoover.
Yeah, really nice surfing there from Cash. She'll be happy to complete another wave. We saw her sort of a similar approach on her first wave with those nice 5s and 10s on the outside. Probably the difference we're seeing between Cash and maybe Rachel's score. Rachel's using that wave, dropping, climbing and carving back to the pocket, where Cash is high lining, pumping up and down to keep in front. So great surfing there by all the ladies, but this replay will show it. Nice 5 here, Sam.
Yeah, great stuff. Born in Washington State, raised in Kailua, Oahu, now spends her time between both California and Hawaii. But this is a really good wave, and it has potential to go higher than her opening 6 drop.
Yeah, the 5 and 10 combo, we're not seeing that, but this is where she's getting busy, energetic, and really nice. Gets in front of that one, but right here again, just a nice nose ride, and then stands back on the tail and wraps it all the way back to the pocket and rides off the whitewash. So really nice surf wave there from Cash.
And Gabby, Cash, of course, has got a great amount of international wave pool experience under different technology, but this is her first time in the Kelly Slater technology here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, we saw her practicing a lot here. In the beginning, she was just kind of figuring it out, and you can see that wave knowledge come into play. She knows when the wave's about to get fast, pumping at the right times, but also getting to the nose at the right time. She looks really comfortable out there.
And she's a really good shortboarder. You know, how advantageous, Gabby, is it to be at these facilities as an all-rounder, somebody who can ride a variety of boards with comfort?
Yeah, she was actually shortboarding one of her sessions too, and I was really impressed. And a lot of the longboarders are such good shortboarders too. You see Crystal Hewlett, I've known her since I was younger. She was a really good shortboarder too, and she still is.
Yep, and this man in the middle here, Josh Constable, a great shortboarder as well.
Exactly, and I think that that's what sets longboarders and shortboarders apart. They kind of masters of all craft. Very impressive.
Josh, Dad on the board rack there. You know, how will he be feeling?
He'll be feeling good. Dirk's a super positive, funny guy, and he'll be just enjoying it and being a part of the just the whole the community and the family vibe that the WSL Longboard Tour is. You're probably noticing that, Gabby, how tight everyone is, and we're like a big travelling family. It's pretty cool. That's what's special about longboarding.
And Cash's mum, Shelley, also here. So, Gabby, you probably noticed there's quite a few competitors who are travelling with, some with mum and dad, but a lot with either mum or dad.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a family kind of vibe compared to the shortboard events. Cash's parents are so lovely. Her dad was actually telling me, we just love to surf, not too phased about the results, and awesome family.
And I think that's the right attitude, as we can see now our surfer from Brazil, our former South American champion, Luana, up to a 5, holds that 5 with composure and style, locked on the nose, looking smooth, big commitment there, looking like she is at home on her World Brothers surfboards designed in Ubatuba. It's a 9-3 diamond tail as she cross steps back up for another nose ride, locking, holding, right in the middle of the wave. High degree of difficulty there, staying composed and then just readjusting her feet. And Gabby, this is where things get exciting here on the inside.
Oh, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the girls going for it. Like I said, that was a beautifully surfed wave though. She looks so comfortable there in that 5. Actually been working with one of our coaches called Pepe. So Luana's been kind of asking him for a bit of insight and working a little bit with him. And it's kind of like an all or nothing approach for Luana.
What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, Gabby, what is the approach to that inside section? Because obviously we see her do these beautiful nose rides and then steps back off the tail, but it's so fast. It's so. What's the approach to try and get in front of that section rather than getting stuck behind the tube?
So knowing the sections of the wave, so there are flags along the fence. You'll see there at the yellow flag, that's kind of where it starts to barrel. It'll stop at the blue, and then it starts to run off again at the red flag. And you can actually see those flags when you're surfing. You have time to do a turn, but then getting one nice big pump into that end section is really helpful. It's all about timing though. You either like too far ahead or too far behind. It's very tricky to figure it out, but love the commitment there.
Yeah, so we saw that one. She went a little bit more down to the bottom and washed off speed rather than sort of projecting down the line to try and get in front of it possibly and finish with some more turns and nose rides on the inside. It's really, really hard. The left doesn't seem to be as open today. You guys talk about more of an offshore breeze normally up on the left, but that one's crumbling at the moment. So I think for some of the ladies to maybe avoid that barrel section on the inside on the lefts and come around it and try and get some more turns and nose work, or maybe seeing someone sort of roller coaster and sort of flow to that inside section could be kind of a cool look.
Yeah, and a cool look as well. Beyond the waves, of course, Gabby. Great food. The Nalu restaurant and Elios restaurant. Recommendations of some of those menus? Nalu, of course, more the Latin American, Asian flavors, and Elios has more of the Mediterranean and Japanese. Have you got a favorite dish that you suggest we try?
If you go to Nalu, for sure, the pizza. It's incredible. The pizzas are really good. And if you go to Elios, you're usually not eating too much. It's more of a party vibe. So definitely a couple drinks. But yeah, it's awesome. It's the best view of the left from down that end of the pool at Elios.
Well, let's feast on a scoring update. Let's look at these situations as it stands as our reigning world champion Rachel Tilley waits for her third ride. She's out there in the lead. She's got a combined heat score of 12.4, that 8 plus that 4.4. Luana from Brazil now up into second with a 6.23 and a 5.33. Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii with a 4.6 and a 6.83. And Cash Hoover, she drops a 6.47 for her last wave, so added to her 3.17. She is now looking good, as we can now see our leaderboard. Of course, the winners booked a spot to finals day from the quarterfinals, and our top 6 will fight it out later on today, and the top 2 will make it through, and Honolulu Bloomfield is at the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah.
Rachel Tilley looking good. Josh, what do you think of this start?
Yeah, this is a nice one. Rachel's looking really solid. She's got to improve on the 8, so she's really got to push hard, but we can see that she's an energetic, nice little 5 and 10 there, driving through this pocket. And like you said, Gabby, she reads this wave really well, isn't she?
Yeah, and I just love that kind of powerful carve that she does. Oh, wow.
That is incredible. And look at the smile on her face, Gabby, throughout. That's somebody who is enjoying every moment of this ride.
Yeah, just present, like super present on the wave, isn't she? She knows where she is, she knows what she's doing, and just to be enjoying that ride. And I like this inside where they're really swooping and giving a little, because everyone's nose riding the whole wave, so to show that they can get on the tail and jam some turns, I really like those finishing carves.
Yeah, and she's dropped an 8 for her opening wave. This may well improve on that. There was a really long, controlled, dynamic, high degree of difficulty nose ride through the middle, Josh.
Yeah, and this 5.10, there wasn't that on the first wave, so I think the judges will really appreciate this surfing. Again, pushing another little 10 and then driving around this part. So this was a bit, Sam, wasn't it, that you liked this next section where she really held the nose ride, got comfortable, got herself positioned well, and then started to stand tall and sort of soul arch and looking quite real sunnish right there, which is very awesome to see.
Locks into that pocket, all great body language. Joyce Hoffman as well, you know, a great person to reference for Rachel's style as she moves through to the inside on this replay. I recommend getting out your pens, longboard fans around the world. Is it going to go higher than her opening 8? Write down your score, and when we come back, we'll find out what it is. Will you get it right? Stay with us. We'll find out soon.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave. at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
There it is, longboard fans. What did you go for? Did you go excellent range? Well, if you did, you got it right. It was an 8.77. Some judges going all the way up to a 9. Comes out at that average and betters her opening right, as we can see. Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii, the goofy footer up and riding, looking to improve on her scores as she locks down into the pocket there, chasing an 8.58 to move up into first. Cross steps forward right in the steep section. Things are going to get spicy as she moves through here. Gabby, what would be your recommendation if you were coaching Natalia for this line right now?
Coming up to this end section, yeah, just kind of making yourself small, staying nice and close to the face of the wave and holding that line. Yeah, I feel like she had the right idea there, but you can see just coming a little bit far from the wave, and ultimately the wave unfortunately just breaking on her.
So there we go, a fall on the inside for Natalia. She's already carrying a 6.83 and a 4.60, so she'll still be chasing that excellent score to move up into first on her last ride. Josh, as we get the replay here.
Yeah, nice opening nose ride. And then this one, she felt like she was driving and chasing this one. She knew she was deep and committed in the pocket. Love to see a little arm drag there and just slow herself down to get more in that pocket, but really nice. And you can see how tall it gets through that midsection. It's a pretty awesome part of the wave. And then again, it just starts to race off here and she's chasing it down the line. Maybe a little up and float that section right there and drop out of it nice and early, which would be a different look because we haven't seen that from any surfers yet. Have you seen that, Gabby? Anyone floated that section there?
I can't say that I have. I was watching a lot of the men yesterday, kind of trying some interesting moves over there, but a lot of people just coming short in that end barrel section, unfortunately. It is very tricky to navigate.
It's the largest wave pool in the world, and the world water wave pool, of course, that water coming from the Arabian Gulf, and it's such a great feeling, Gabby, to have that sensation of salt water, to bring that kind of cultural connection to being in the sea.
Yeah, it is really nice. I mean, coming out of the water with the salt on your skin, and it really feels like the ocean, and it is very, very salty coming from the Arabian Gulf. Yeah, it's a unique thing about our pool that we all love.
Well, the first international event was the longboard event here last year, and of course this wave was first unveiled in November 2023 by Kelly Slater along with Steph Gilmore and Gabe Medina and Caroline Marks and Felipe
Look at this
Toledo.
replay, Sam. This is a
Sneakers.
really good wave. Our man, Sam Bleakley.
I was playing it safe. I was a bit old man pose on the tip there, and I just kept it really simple here, Josh, because I didn't want to fall.
You said you wanted to get all the way to the end, but great opening nose ride there, Sam. Just feeling it in the zone right now. Gabby, what could we do right now to help Sam take it to the next level?
Don't barrel dodge, Sam.
I do barrel dodge
here we go.
But it felt
there
great.
we go.
It was, Gabby, that was one of those glassy ones after the break. The stoke factor. And then this one where I get completely rolled over, but I did get a bit of tunnel time here.
Got the vision. That's all that matters.
The boys were shouting, speed up, speed up.
Did you keep the eyes open on that one?
I wear contact lenses, so at the last moment, Barton Lynch also wears contact lenses. I had to close them because they get washed out otherwise. But I had a spare set in my boardies just in case.
Well done. Great score, Sam.
Did I beat you from this morning,
You did.
Josh?
You did.
No way.
I think
Okay,
so.
get
That
on.
opening nose ride was sensational.
Here we go, Luana up and riding. High line, comes off the bottom, now in the mid part of the wave, comes high again, locks that 5, holds that 5, keeps it smooth, controlled, elegant, holding it for a long time, Josh. And now in the steep section, back locked into another tip time.
I really like that transition, then back off the nose, little projection forward, and this is a really nice wave. It's funny, you watch here and you see a little bit of Elise Lemon in the surfing, like it's a similar approach. She's probably taken a little bit of inspiration from her surfing, knowing that that's the sort of result that the surfing you need to get the result here at the pool. That's a great wave. I really like this one.
Well, she's looking to bet at a 6.23 for her first right-hander, Gabby. Are you feeling confident that that could be that kind of score, potentially higher?
Yeah, I'd say so. I was actually going to say the same thing with the similar approach to Elise, really just holding that 5 and holding that position through the barrel section. I think if you're not going to go for the barrel, there's so much scoring potential on the nose, though. I think when they start to pump through that section, that's when it can get a little bit,
Yeah, so getting in front of the barrel section rather than pumping and driving through and just getting these beautiful perches.
Exactly, and look at that, full commitment, comes back, but then straight back to the nose and just really holding that lovely wave for Luana.
And using a lot of the wave face, covering ground off the bottom, off the top. The nose ride's quite high, and you can see the excitement, but then the composure, Josh, on the nose.
Yeah, this is a great wave, really well surfed. It's so cool to see because obviously they've had 4 practice waves, now 4 waves today. So that's 8 waves for the surfers to really start to feel and connect with the wave. And we're seeing better performances as each sort of wave gets ridden. You'd think they'd start to get tense and nervous because they've got to put a score on, but they're starting to gel with the wave.
I'm really interested in this end section as well, Gabby. It feels like that's the place where something unexpected could happen. And as the surfers who progress get more confidence, more experience, maybe the rail work on that bowl section could be key.
Yeah, and I think that end section, it was really surprising for me to see so many people going for that barrel section because you don't really see the shortboarders doing that because the barrel is so small. And it's not necessarily the deepest barrel. So I think there's definitely potential for something else in that end section. And I'm excited to see, as we move into finals day, to see what people start to play around with there.
Well, Luana on her World Brothers surfboards designed in Ubatuba as we move across the bathymetry here, the 690-meter long facility at Surf Abu Dhabi, developed by Modon. As you get to the clubhouse there, that is the area where all of the competitors are watching by the pool, engaging, waxing boards for their runs, as we see Luana dropping a 6.53. As we expected, Josh, it goes higher than her opening 6.23 for her first ride.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting on that leaderboard because that score, those little minute scores there. So now she's sitting on 11.86,
which is a significant score,
which is going to drop her into 5th place.
Wow, because as it stands, Honolulu at the top of the leaderboard of the top 6, then Elise Lemoine, Kaede Nui, Mason Schremer, Justine Dupont, but we may well see Luana dropping into that lead.
Yeah, so unfortunately Kira Molnar, we're going to see her slide out of that top 6. So big wave here for Cash. She needs to capitalise also on this one to try and get in on that leaderboard action.
Live action, locking a nice 5, holding that 5 on her Michael Takayama single fin, and then coming out of that nose ride, accelerating, climbing and dropping for her opening left. She dropped 3.17, so this is looking strong for an improvement.
What's happened to
that score? That was a little bit of an unexpected moment there, Gabby. Little insight from you.
We'll just have to maybe just see what the call is with that one.
So just going back to that leaderboard, this is quite huge, Sam, because we've got Luana that slides in, pushes Kira Molnar unfortunately out, so we won't see Kira. Drops Justine down at 11.64 in 6th place.
Okay.
So then we've got Natalia that's just hanging in there. She's right on the cusp.
Sure.
So she's going to get one more opportunity. She only needs to lift her score, 11.43. So she only just needs to lift it by 0.2.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting there. But here's that replay of
Locked on the nose there, comes out of that nose ride, and then we're just expecting this one to bowl out a little bit there, and it just kind of starts to ease off, but she makes that wave all the way through. And we're talking about that leaderboard, and of course the winners from these opening rounds progressing through to finals day on Sunday to be in the woman-on-woman quarterfinals. The surfers who are not in first go into a leaderboard, and it's the top 6 who will battle it out later this afternoon to earn 2 more spots in the quarterfinals, Josh. And as it stands, it's Honolulu Bloomfield at the top of that leaderboard right now.
Is there an advantage, or obviously sometimes you want to skip and go straight to the quarterfinals, but to get 2 more opportunities and get a couple more waves under your belt, Gabby, that, you know, obviously you've ridden a couple of hundred.
Yeah.
Some of the guys are saying your total's at about 400.
Oh, I'm
no
sure
way.
that they said
yeah,
that.
they said you get all the best ones.
Is that the record?
No.
Of the staff?
Of the staff, I'm not too sure. I mean, I got to about a year before we opened, so there was a lot of surfing going down, I won't lie. But yeah, if we didn't have a wave count. We do use a platform called Flow State now where we track our waves, and one of our guests, his name's Ali. He's a big local. Yeah, he's had over 1,000 waves in the pool.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys will probably see him later on in the week. He'll be here for sure.
Ali's the man.
Ali's the man.
Local Emirati?
Yes, I believe so.
One
Maybe
of
half Lebanese.
UAE's best surfers, I presume?
I'd say now, yeah, he actually learned to surf here, and now he is one of those surfers that is getting barreled, trying to go for airs.
What a legend.
Nice. Yes.
I need to get on that program.
Yeah.
There's a Tilly family, of course, mum and brother, and Rachel looking good of 8.77, an 8 and a 4.40. She'll want to now improve on that 4.40 for her left. She kicked off with that excellent 8 and backed it up with improvement on that with that 8.77 as we really get to see the development of Modon here in the area, Gabby. And it's really going to change a lot, but for the good.
Yeah, 100%. It's really cool, the plans that they have for this island, more houses, but also more sports facilities.
Big shout out to Lord's leader and Craig. Great to see Chase's mum and dad here, and of course we got Cash there with mum, waiting for that score to drop through.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was an interesting wave, so we'll see what happens there. But going back to the different programs, this morning we opened up with a program 5 wave, and I got to ride that one. It's nice, like longboard sort of wave, and nice smaller, sort of a good pace. Yeah. Talk to us about that wave, because that one this morning, that was my first ever wave. So I've never surfed in a wave pool ever, and that was my first wave. So it was a nice introduction before I went into the level 3.
So yeah, the profile 5 is our beginner wave. You would have seen in the middle of the wave there's a lovely like white water section, but the top of the wave is very clean. So it's ideal for beginners. We usually will tend to put 2 beginners on the wave, one at the top, one at the bottom, because they're on softboards and it's like a party wave kind of situation, and just to get as many people surfing as possible. You can see the Surf Abu Dhabi team making the rounds down there.
And Gabby, were you watching when the wave was first ridden in November 2023 by Slater, Gilmore, Medina, Marks and Toledo? Did you get to watch those clips online?
I watched the clips. I actually got hired, I think, a week later.
What?
So,
now, when you watched those clips, you know, what were you thinking? What was your reaction to the quality of the facility here?
Well, I mean, I think it's just unbelievable. I'm sure you remember when the first videos came out of the surf ranch in Lemoore. It's pretty unbelievable for a surfer, and just the excitement of being able to surf the wave and the nerves instantly. Yeah. I'm one of those people that gets really nervous still when I surf the wave. Yeah, it's amazing though. So
the Surf Abu Dhabi team poached you, they hired you, they found you?
Kind of, yeah. I was seeing things online, and my uncle works the one in California, and he was telling me like, you should apply for sure. And I was like, wow, am I going to move to the desert? This is crazy. But yeah, went for it, sent my CV, and was lucky enough to be hired.
And yeah, I'm handing mine in too before I go home. I think I could be like Ali and get a couple of 1,000 waves.
Oh, good times. And of course, for South Africa last year here, Stevie Sawyer taking the win. I felt like one of the elements of that was that there was a lot of South African staff really behind him as well. And of course, he was traveling with his partner, Crystal.
Yeah, absolutely. We have so many South Africans working here, and that's really nice for me, obviously, being South African and feeling really at home. But that was a really special win last year for Stevie. I mean, there were tears. Everyone was just really excited, and it was just, yeah, the emotion, I think, when you were on that main deck over there, it was incredible. One of my highlights working here so far.
Yeah, and of course, we also had an incredible performance from Zoe Gropignon from France. She did very well in her first World Longboard Tour final, but it was Elise Lemoine who took the win last year.
Yeah, that was phenomenal surfing last year, and it was new and exciting and fresh, and this year we come back with a different wave and approach. So it's funny, oh, yes, I won, and then there's a change in the wave where they don't have that advantage. They've got the good feelings of winning and having that vibe, but unfortunately, well, fortunately, it's a better wave this year, so they're relearning and regrowing and doing it all again.
And let's have a little recap on the scores. As it stands right now, it's Rachel Tilley out there in the lead. She's got that combined total of 13.17 and 8.77, looking to improve on her left score of a 4.40. Luana from Brazil, she's in second. She is chasing a significant score. She's got a 6.53 and a 5.33. Natalia looking for a 6.35 to go to first because she's got that combined total of 11.43. And Cash Hoover in fourth with that combined total of 9.64, chasing a 6.71 to move to first. All to play for, Josh.
Yeah, a lot to play for. It's exciting times right now. And it's a close heat because Cash is still in this. She's got the 6.47, which is her second wave on the right. She's going to get the opportunity for her left in her second wave. So she's still in this one. She's still in the fight. Needs a 6.71 and she's in there.
She can do that. Stay with us, longboard fans. We're going to be right back after these messages.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Welcome back to the southern tip of Hudayriyat Island in the United Arab Emirates for day one of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. As you can see, that incredible wavescape, that W-shaped bathymetry, a 690-meter long facility. We've had a ride from Cash Hoover, but we're going to go down to the glass to catch up with Will Hayden-Smith from the World Surf League, who's there with AJ.
Thanks so much, Will. Give us a run through of what's happening right now.
Yeah, so the timing of the wave actually needed some calibrating. It stopped halfway through Cash's left, so they're going to run 2 burn waves, and then we're going to get the wave back into position for Cash to do that leftover again. So sometimes these things happen when we're running such on the minute schedules, but yeah, it's a whole part of the experience, and yeah, things are going. Other than that, it's going great.
So the burn wave, we just saw one of them, so just a few minutes until competition gets back underway, you expect?
Yeah, it's about 3 minutes 43 seconds between waves. So yeah, so we should be back up in about 5 minutes time.
So catch your breath, but don't go anywhere because we got more longboard action coming up.
Great stuff. Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Will. Great to hear that little check-in there. So Cash Hoover is going to be back in action on the left-hander. A little bit of time to recalibrate things here. Gabby, talk a little bit about this this pressure now on Cash. I mean, how's she going to be feeling? She's got another opportunity to get the show on the road.
I think it's going to work in her favor. I think being able to actually kind of walk away, have a little bit of a breather, maybe she's sitting there watching her videos and then go in with a fresh mindset is awesome. And she seems like she's really good under pressure in general.
Yeah.
I think she's going to do really well on this lift.
And she's a cool, calm, collected, and she's 16. So these kids, they don't have nerves. They've got nothing to be nervous about. She's not at school. She's here in Abu Dhabi. You know, she's fine. She's stoked right now. She's getting another opportunity. But we saw that burn wave go through unridden.
Mind surfing.
I was like, I'm going to put my board shorts on real quickly and run and catch that thing and become... Look at it.
There we go, Josh. So you and me on this together. You know, I've dropped in on you. I've completely burned you. You're now in the barrel. But you come out of the barrel. You go past me. I jump on your board. And we both nose ride at the same time. Do you think that's possible?
Yeah, well, you burn me all the time in our free surfs are all around the world. So nothing could change here in Abu Dhabi.
That's very true. I did do that in Australia recently. I owe you one.
One? But how perfect those burner waves. They're so clean and glassy. We saw your highlight before, Sam, of your wave. It was so perfect. And, oh, man, I need another couple of those before I go home.
Gabby, talk about the dampening kind of bathymetry there. You know, the way that the facility is designed to allow that water to settle after the wave has moved through the basin.
Just on the outer edges of the pool, there is like a gutter there, so the wave obviously flows over the concrete, then runs down through that and back towards the bigger area of the basin. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit too scientific for me, but it's a very interesting design.
So you said your uncle works at
Lemoore, yes,
at the
Surf
Kelly
Ranch.
Slater Wave Company Surf Ranch, and of course the same technology. Has he had the opportunity to come out here to surf Abu Dhabi?
Many times. We had the whole Surf Ranch crew come out here to train us initially in December last year, I think, maybe the year before, trying to think. But yeah, they came out here, they trained us, and so we have a really good relationship with the Surf Ranch.
And of course it's that integrated technology that creates that world-class wave system. The Kelly Slater Wave Company patented hydrofoil creates waves with that significant power and without that degradation of the power. So that means that energy profile continues to move through, and the way and where the wave breaks is dictated by the shape of the basin. How shallow is it, Gabby, at the shallowest points?
Towards the end of the wave, it is quite shallow. I think it's about waist deep, and through the middle, it's about shoulder deep.
Well, this is selling 7,000 trips to surf Abu Dhabi right now, because the fact that this is a mind surfing dream is going to whet the appetite to put this spot on the bucket list, Josh.
Yeah, totally. We're so blessed to be here, and that was another beautiful, clean wave just going unridden there. It seems a shame, doesn't it, for one to go unridden like that, but we're getting all set up for Cash to come back in the water and put her best foot forward. I'm excited to see Cash's wave. You see her there just cruising with her dad back on the ski right now, getting into position, Sam.
And Gabby, what we have to remember for surf fans tuning in is that there are a number of different settings. There's the beach break, the Cocoa Beach, the point break, which we're on now, and Kelly's wave, which is actually, we're on one of the Kelly's wave settings.
Yes, we are, and like you said, it's actually the most ideal place to learn how to surf too.
Yeah.
And being able to anticipate when the wave's going to come and knowing that you're not getting smashed by waves the whole time is awesome.
Any celebs that you've taught so far, Gabby? Come on the
Oh,
TikTok. Kids will be tuning in.
I can't say that I've taught them, but yeah, we do have a lot of celebs. I think I would maybe can't say them.
Yeah, that's the thing. The really high-profile ones, they don't want anyone to know when they come and have a surf.
Exactly. But really, now we get lovely guests. I mean, the ones that we get in our open sessions tend to be my favorite. You're people that have dreamed of surfing this technology for so long. They come in and
Okay, let's bring those scores back up. Rachel Tilley out there in first with that heat combination of 13.17, but it's our surfer in white, Cash Hoover, who is now chasing a score of a 6.71 to improve her situation. Josh, positive vibes for Cash.
Yeah, she can do it. We've seen the nose work, the 5, the 10. She's getting a lot of perching, hang 10s. She's chasing it a little bit down the line. The judges like that energetic, but I think we need to see her sort of carving and moving up and down the wave a little bit, using a bit more of the space through that bigger part.
Sure, and it's, of course, winner moving to the finals day on Sunday, but also the surfers who don't take the win on that leaderboard. And top 6 will move into 2 heats to determine 2 more surfers that progress to the quarterfinals, and it's Honolulu Bloomfield at the top of that leaderboard as we focus our attention now on Cash. She's already got a significant 6.47 for her second right, looking to improve on her opening left of a 3.17, chasing a 6.71. Tilly in first, Luana in second, Natalia in third, in white, Cash Hoover in fourth, as we can get to appreciate every spectrum of turquoise possible in that water. I mean, that is tempting to paddle out.
Yeah, it's amazing. So Cash is chasing around about a 6.2 at this stage that will jump her into that sort of top 6. Obviously, you want to go higher, so you've got a bit of... We've still got another heat to run after this, heat number 6.
Here it is.
But here it is, Sam.
The foil is through. The wave is standing high. Cash Hoover's chasing a 6.71. She gets a nice locked 5, a quick 10 again for a second tight nose ride, and now accelerating from the middle of her board as that afternoon light starts to make things look sparkly on the wave face as she drives through this steep section, climbing and dropping on that heel edge on her backside, looking for a 6.71, cross-stepping forward again, locked in the nose, walking out on her Michael Takayama single fin from a third critical nose ride, gets low, drops that front knee in and out of the barrel. Can she hang on? She's still driving out of that, and she stands tall, and she makes that section, not on the open face, but certainly out doggy.
Yeah, doggy door, but came out kind of clean. She was pretty in that one. We haven't seen many of the females like drive through that inside section and come out.
Wow, Gabby, that was a fantastic bit of surfing from Cash.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the way she was fighting through that section, and yeah, she kind of knew she needed to do something big at the end of that wave. So yeah, lovely.
I'm feeling it, Josh.
Yeah, we saw Luana. If we go back to Luana's first wave, she got that inside doggy door kind of, remember, and came out the front of it, looked like a 5-10, 5-10. So great long length of nose ride there. A little bit here, just sort of chasing it a little, just fighting through that deep section. But here it is. Tucks in, gets low, pretty clean, and then sneaks out and makes it.
Oh, wow. Gabby, the strength and the control to do that was pretty high.
Really impressive. And this is where that wave knowledge really comes into play. She's got a nice low line there, making sure she's not going to get pulled up and really just hanging on. And as that barrel kind of starts to pinch, like we spoke about the left with this wind direction, kind of starts to pinch, she just comes out the doggy door.
Wow.
And hanging on.
She did so well there, chasing a score of a 6.71 to move up into first. The judges have the opportunity to look at that video replay. They've got reference points. They've got her opening 3.17 left. They know some of the scores on the other lefts. They know that she's dropped a 6.47 for her significant highest scoring right. Hooks up with Dad there. Proud moment for Dad. He's going to be happy regardless, isn't he, Josh?
Yeah, Dirk's the man. He's having a good time, and he'll be quite pumped for that wave. That was a good wave. It's going to be really interesting. Gabby, what do you think? Like, are you going to go there with the score? We haven't seen the barrel. Obviously, it didn't come out clean. She had to doggy door it, so you're cutting it off a little short. But different approach. We haven't seen that from many of the ladies today, so
yeah, it's hard
interesting.
It's hard to say where they'll go with that score just because we haven't seen many of them. But from what I've seen throughout the contest, it's a lot of that high risk, high reward. Yeah, let's wait to see what the judges think.
Yeah, you can just see, you know, young, energetic, super stoked. She's 16 years old and just pumped to be here, so it's really cool.
It's an improvement on her situation of 5.87, so it's not the score that she needs to move up into first, but she's now carrying a 12.34. And Josh, how do you think that sits for Cash's potential to stay in that top 6 leaderboard?
Yeah, well, that's for her. That jumps her right up there. She passes Mason Schremer, that's sitting on 12.27, so that puts her in 4th place.
Wow, so there's a really important score for Cash Hoover. In second as it stands, hoping to get in that top 6 leaderboard, up and riding right now. Natalia Wonderlich from Hawaii up to the tip, locks on that 5. Really nice, tight footwork, holding that 5 for a long time, and great cross-stepping, cleanly walking out of that nose ride, chasing a 6.35 in the middle of the wave, locks another 5. And then now things are going to accelerate, Gabby. This is going to be a tricky section, but she's looking composed.
She looks like she's got a game plan here. Straight to the nose.
Nice.
And winding up for this end section.
3 solid nose rides, grabbing the rail through that end section. And now, Josh, what do you think to cap things?
That was a pretty cool down carve.
You like
pretty
that?
Spicy, throwing a little bit of water. Really committed on that sort of small in there, but it's steep, so I like that.
You know what I liked about it a lot was the relaxed upper body language throughout, under pressure. She always looked in balance. There was a great element of flow, of style control. And if we tear apart those 3 nose rides, they were super critical. They were right in the steepest section.
Yes, and like you said, super composed. So here's nice takeoff, great nose ride. She's got an awesome style. She looks so good on the backside and on the nose right there, looking really composed. You can see all that work she's put in at Malibu over the last year or 2.
The footwork into that nose ride, she was very close for those last 2 steps.
And those feet in on that inside rail, engaging, just trying to hold that line. And again,
low down on the wave.
Yeah, great nose riding. Coming onto this inside, no, she has to finish. We haven't seen any turn from her yet on the wave. And I love this whoosh.
Nice. Okay, so she's chasing a 6.35, Gabby.
Look at the water displacing off the tail of the board there, and she's dropping a 4.6. So her ride that's there right now is a 4.6. So we know she's going to drop that score. Does it go all the way?
How you feeling about that, Gabby?
I really like that wave. I mean, one thing about Natalia, she's going for the barrel.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I really love that. The 3 nose rides that we saw were really critical, and I like the way that she, like you said, with her style, she just looks so comfortable on the nose there, just kind of chilling.
Yep, well, she just walked past Emily Lethbridge, who'll be coming up in the next heat, Josh.
Yeah, Emily will be looking at that and getting inspired and getting the froth on, because similar style, similar approach, but look at that score dropping in, Sam, a 6.43. Jumps her up into the lead.
Wow.
And now puts a lot of pressure on the world champ, Rachel Tilley, who's now going to be chasing a score. It's not a big score. It's only a 4.49. But as we saw on her left, on her first wave, it's got off to a flying start. But just, talk us through this.
There it is, change of situation. Blue, Hawaii, Natalia Wonderlich moves up into first with a 6.43 and a 6.83. One more ride to come is for Rachel Tilley. She's in second, and she is chasing a 4.49. As it stands, Cash and Luana will look to stay in that leaderboard. Cash in the mix, Luana just outside of that top 6 leaderboard as it stands.
Yeah, really crazy to see this change right at the end. But that's what's exciting about being here at Surf Abu Dhabi. It's just these pressure moments right now that the clock's ticking down, your wave's going to come to you. She needs to still surf the wave. We've seen surfers complete a wave and get all from start to finish and not get over the 4-point range. So she still has to do a committed surfing. This is a really good wave right now.
Here it is, the submerged foil striking, Rachel Tilley up and riding, chasing a 4.49. Nice lines already. High degree of difficulty on that opening cutback. Got a good nose ride to kick things off. She's now got control. She's speeding. She's looking composed. So you already start to
Has she got the score yet, though, Sam?
You start to feel like it's going to be getting close, but she just needs to keep it together, and she manages to hold onto that nose ride, in and out of another nose ride, grabbing that rail, going for a score of a 4.49 as that runs away from her on the inside, and it's going to be oh so close, Josh.
That was crazy. She had that little tight little... I think she gets a score. It was a really well... The start was really nice. She did the little carve.
Wow, Gabby, what do you think? It's going to be close.
I think you can see she's a little bit under pressure on that one. I mean, compared to other waves, she was just looking really relaxed and a lot of flow. Interesting to see her going for that kind of barrel section, really in the pocket there. I don't know, I wouldn't like to be a judge right now.
Well, she held on. You know, the key thing is that despite one really tricky third nose ride that looked like she may not make it, it was miraculous how she kept her balance through that section.
So
Josh.
a great, nice opening nose ride, a big carve. She's utilising the whole height of the wave and dropping and climbing. But here she kind of got stuck in this forward trim. It's kind of not in the barrel, but not far enough in front of it to be able to get back up on the nose. She's just waiting for the wave to slow down a little bit.
And how's this, Josh? I mean, the degree of risk, and she manages to keep composure.
Yeah, see, the judges will appreciate that. And again, second nose ride in there, and then just driving through that one and it just clamping on her. So it's pretty hard to surf. Like, it's almost easier that she needed to chase a 6 or a 7, where she's just got to be really committed and know she's got to go start to finish with no mistakes. Where a 4.49, you kind of can get through, but you still got to surf, but you can play it safe. So interesting score. I think she gets a score.
Big moment coming up. Mum Laurie on hand there. Brother Michael, who works as a pilot, waiting for that score to come through. Rachel Tilley, our reigning WSL World Longboard champ, chasing a 4.49, comes into this event as a seed 6 after a 5th in Huntington and a 5th in Bells, and she gets a 4.73, and it is enough to move her back into first position. And you can see her brother Michael and the sense of relief on Rachel's face, Josh.
That was it?
Yeah, well done, Rachel. I thought you got it, just got it, but it was a close one. It's nerve-wracking times, but obviously, again, world champ, solid, gets a score.
Cool
Stay
under
composed.
pressure.
Yep.
And Gabby, the fact she held on to that nose ride, that was what made the miracle for her there.
That was key for sure, and she just kept fighting and it paid off in the end.
Well, that's official. Tilley takes the win, moves through to the quarterfinals. She'll be here on finals day. Natalia Wonderlich in second, looking strong on the leaderboard within the top 6, as is Cash Hoover. Luana will be eliminated as we shift gears into our next heat. Tully White, Sophia Colhane, Emily Lethbridge, and Ophélie Akuen. We've got Australia, Hawaii, Australia, and France, of course, from the wonderful island of Reunion, Ophélie, and it's going to be the first ride for our goofy footer, Emily Lethbridge, representing Noosa on a Thomas Beckson board. Up to the tip, holds that 5, nice controlled opening nose ride. That foot really curled over the tip of her Beckson board as she steps back and forward again into another locked 5. Keeping a high line, lovely soul arch there from the front of the board, and a third nose ride cross steps back to the tail, engages that inside rail. She climbs and leans back, all cool, great style and nice controlled tight footwork in the front third of the board as she just angles that front arm and eyes up the opportunity for the inside bowl back to the tail, engages that rail on a down carve and off the bottom, and turns it off rail. And Josh, that was good for Emily.
Great opening wave. There was a little bit of downtime where she was soul arching and getting through, but she just needed to complete the wave. Beautiful style. We saw it with Natalia just before that. That's a great opening wave. She's going to be really happy with that start.
Good stuff, Josh. Gabby, pleasure to have you. We'll have you back for more action as the event unfolds. We've got Paul coming in with Carla and a special guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in Paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane!
Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
To say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
It's a unicorn of a wave on a real-life longboard tour. Smiles in the desert for surfers able to lock in. They're having fun, enjoying themselves. A lot at stake as well. Stop 3 on tour this year. And we got the great and the good from the world of surfing. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Carla. How you doing?
Doing great. Just trying to keep cool.
We're doing okay. We've got a very special guest, Kevin Skvana. Welcome, mate. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. How are you guys?
You're looking really cool.
Yeah.
I like the indoor sunnies, mate. Keep running with that vibe. There's a reason why you're on tour and we're just here talking about it. It's this kind of swag. How you enjoying your time out here so far? You've had a couple of laps in practice. You enjoying it? You having fun?
Yeah, I had about 8 waves over the last 2 days and had a really nice time. The waves are really fun this year. We've turned it up a bit, and it's been nice.
Work-life balance on the longboard tour. How much of it is kind of serious business and dialing in and thinking about your heat, and how much is just kind of cruising around?
I think we got a wave here, do we? Let's go with this hang 5 right here on the opening wave of Ophelia. Nice bottom turn there, huh? Just pumping through this thing, getting it going.
Ophelia Aquin, La Réunionnaise. Doing nifty work, used to a long rope and left, of course. Waves like Saint-Luc at her disposal to display footwork. Cruisy joined up, turns, thought about a tube, thought a little late and couldn't quite get there. So it was all going pretty well. She'll just straighten out and ride out. Didn't quite get the finish there, Carla.
Nope. Didn't quite get the finish. I think the finish, the completion is so important. I think it kind of gets overlooked a lot of times in surfing. So it's definitely something that, as a coach myself, have really been trying to hone in on any of the athletes that I work with. Make sure you complete. You want to start well, you want to finish well.
Yeah, that was interesting how she didn't make the barrel, but she didn't pull into it, and she straightened out. So she did finish. She didn't fall.
Yeah.
She straightened out. It'll be interesting to see what they say there.
The world champ has entered the chat. Let's go and hear from Rachel Tilley. She is with AJ.
Rachel, congratulations. Moving on to Sunday, but I know it took that final wave to get it done. What was going through your head?
Don't fall. Don't do what I did. Yeah, I had a bunch of fun left, so obviously, in the practice, and so I knew exactly how I wanted to manufacture that wave. And yeah, I heard right before that Natalia got that score, and she surfed a really beautiful wave. And so I knew it was a small score that I needed, but I feel like my heart started racing, and yeah, I gave myself and my family a heart attack with that. But yeah, I'm really relieved, and I'm relieved that I maximized the right. That one I really felt like I could unleash and enjoy, and got good scores for that.
How does a balance like that in a wave that you know exactly what is going to happen, but where you say, okay, that is perfect because I know exactly what I want to do on this right? How much confidence does that give you as a surfer when you head out into this pressure cooker situation?
You know, I think it's important on a wave like this. Everyone is given the same exact opportunity, so trying to find the opportunities to add your own point of difference or style accentuation or anything like that. So yeah, it's important to kind of have that mindset that my brother and I have been like carefully crafting before after all the practice sessions. And yeah, my stomach has been in my throat all day today. I was just really wanted to get my heat done, and however it went, and I really wanted it to go the way it just did. So I'm relieved. I still actually can't believe it.
Well, and I have to ask you, we saw you repairing your board too earlier. So how did it ride here in this opening round, and what do you expect for Sunday?
Yeah, the board felt fine. We just put some solar res on it. I cracked it on the cement surfing a reform yesterday, so that was a bit silly. But yeah, it felt good. And on to Sunday, thank goodness.
On to Sunday. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Love it. Thanks, AJ. Rachel Tilley, delighted to get that done. Clutch moment. Sometimes the fours are harder to get than the eights, kinda, in a weird way.
Yeah, because it's not quite that excellent zone. You know, you don't really have to do a lot, but you need to do just enough. Do less, but do more.
Here we go. Comes the right, rumbling down the tracks. It's Tully White. She's up on the forehands. Clean work on the rail. A swooping bottom turn, but high, poised, touch of the 5. And then just kind of nudges down the line, showing a little bit of jive as well with the body, and then back up. More tip time.
I love her style. I like the way she engages and approaches her waves and the lines she draws. It has a very traditional aesthetic.
Yeah, you can tell she's in control of this wave the whole time. She had a little bit of a whoopsie there, but it's not much, you know, for the whole wave. That was beautiful.
She just really has a nice way of putting everything together. I love the way she keeps like intention in her arms. All of her movements have a lot of intention and control, and you can tell she's, you know, she's in it. She's on it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you feel like the wave has you, and she had that wave. You
Totally.
know? Yeah, she was in that wave, and she was riding it though.
Yeah, the wave wasn't riding her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that looked really nice. I want to see where this goes because I think that was absolutely beautiful.
I just really appreciate her style too. Her clean steps up to the nose. She's keeping it critical under the pocket, using kind of her arm in a way that works with the wave. It's not like over the top. She doesn't wave her hands around unnecessarily, and then even kind of like setting up for that little tuck in there. Doesn't quite get the full shade, but like you said, just really surfing the wave as opposed to the wave surfing her.
Yeah, that was all very intentional surfing right there, which was really nice to see.
We'll wait for judges to lock in that number. Kevin, I got a question for you, mate. Obviously, you like surfing and traveling. You like going on surf trips. Do you like El Salvador, Surf City, El Salvador?
I do. I enjoy it a lot. I've been quite a few times.
I bring great news. You're going there really, really soon. We're confirming your spot. You're locked in. You came in here 4th. The number crunchers have done the business. And you're going. You're heading there to compete for a world title.
Really? How's that?
Yes,
how'd that add up?
I promise I didn't do the math myself. This is a higher up has told me you're going. You confirmed you're locked in. Well done. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, sir. That's exciting news.
Does that change anything about approach? Maybe take a little bit of pressure off? Obviously, thinking about your heat tomorrow a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's exciting. I didn't know that. I was crunching the numbers myself, and I had a big day tomorrow, but it gets a little more fun after that.
Yeah, you're in, mate. You're heading there to compete for a world title in that finals format. It's going to be super exciting, but obviously where exactly you go in terms of the seat depends on what happens right here and what an opportunity for you now with, you know, a little bit less pressure, of course, in terms of trying to get there. You've got there. Could be on the verge of something really special here.
Yeah, I like that Kobe Bryant job's not done. Let's see where we can get.
Right on. Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fun.
Surprise!
Yeah, surprise. Wow, very cool.
All right, getting ready to see Sophia Culhane. Her first wave coming up real soon. Just holding on to the fence. And a little look over the shoulder. And then the anticipation.
Yeah,
The rumble.
That moment's a bit tough. You're looking at this clock coming down at you because it's like goes from 45 to 0, and you're like, okay, here we go. But Sophia's ready for this.
This is going to be Sophia's first ride left. Does the nice clean steps up to the nose, getting the long 5.
I like how she held that through that section right here. It gets steep, and it's interesting to see how different people line this up. We haven't seen too many of the girls go for the middle section barrel, but there's different levels of grace through that section, and I think Sophia navigated that really well.
Absolutely, getting that second tip time there in that outer section, or the inside section, I should say.
She looked like she wanted it there.
Yeah, kind of gets stuck behind if you're not, I think, maintaining constantly in front, kind of thinking about, like the way I surf Malibu, you're always surfing like a section ahead or 2 sections ahead. I feel like you kind of want to do that a little bit here. You want to make sure you're staying in front of it as opposed to getting behind it at all.
Yeah, there's a section there that's really tricky out of the middle barrel into the next section that if you don't time that well, the wave's gone. And that happened there to Sophia, but really nice opening nose ride there, flying.
Yeah, holding lots of control there, nice clean steps.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to grab the rail there and maybe try to get a little pig dog going. I think she got locked into this middle section that we've seen, like we saw that with Rachel, where you kind of get locked into that bit and it has a hard time letting you go. And she looked like she wanted to pull in there too.
Yeah, but that was that moment where she just was a bit behind it, I think, and couldn't quite slip under.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, you know, packing a closeout, right? Like, do they want to see you just like pack the closeout if you're not going to make it, or do they want to see you straighten out, or I don't know what they want to see there, but
well, we have some scores that have dropped of those first waves, and we were talking about Ophelie's first ride, how we were saying it wasn't like a full completion, but she did kind of complete it straighten out.
Yeah.
And they did kind of acknowledge giving her a 5.5, so they didn't like not see that as a non-complete or anything like that.
yeah, I think that was an appropriate score for where that was. And then Emily went with the 6.5, and Tully came in really strong with, is that an 8.83?
8.33.
8.33 right there.
Yeah.
Really rewarding that like control through the whole wave, and like really showing that she knows her plan and she's sticking to it, and she's sticking to her guns there, which is really nice to see.
It's the numbers 4 opening rides for heat number 6, which will complete the opening round here. It's the Australian Tully White going great, going excellent. 8.33 for her. Emily Lethbridge, her mate, not bad as well, 6.5. And then a little work still ahead. Our French surfer Ophélie Arcoin, she's up next.
Yeah, giving us a wave there, giving her friends a wave and her family back home. I'm sure they're really excited to watch her have a crack here.
Yeah, hopefully really just embracing, I think, the whole experience, being able to be here, enjoying the time, enjoying the friends that she's spent time with, and just, I think that's kind of can be key. Being in this whole competitive nature can really bring a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, but you kind of have to always remind yourself, you know, you're here for the experience and to enjoy every moment, even in spite of the competition.
Goes Ophélie with a paddle. Just fades the takeoff to give her room to get straight up onto the tip. Poised. Cash, but controlling. Quick touch of the 10, walks out. And then from a low line, just drive to the midsection of the wave.
That's a really critical part of the wave right there. That's like the midsection barrel that's standing up, and if you go in front of that and go for the nose ride there, that's probably the most critical part of the wave for the nose ride. And she looks like she wants to pull in there.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate like keeping the hands out, not really trying to use the handicap of grabbing the rail, pointing in that direction, keeping the board parallel with the wave to try to stay into that pocket.
Yeah, I think forehand, we all want to see someone grab maybe the wave, or definitely not the board. I think I think forehand, you have the control of your toes that you don't need to grab the rail there, and I think they're looking at that going, you know, we want to have hands off the board on the forehand at least, you know.
Let's watch this again from the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam and appreciate this second ride, a first ride from Ophélie Arcoin, France.
We were talking earlier with them about the flags and the takeoff spots. Do you have any like insight that you've experienced so far from being here and taking off maybe before the flag and giving yourself more time? Or?
Yeah, there's definitely the flags here. This was the critical part of the wave right there that really stood up for her. I'll go into the flags after this wave. I mean, she really read that nicely. I mean, that's a that's a tough section to nose ride, and she navigated that really well. Had a lot of speed going through this section, and then finished it off nicely. I like it for her.
Yeah, definitely some strong first 2 rides for her. Came out nicely. I think she's going to feel pretty confident going into the next 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think that will be better than her 5.5, I'm assuming. With the flags there, it's both sides of the basins have flags going down them. You kind of can take off from the white flag if you'd like the shortboarders are taking off from pretty much the white flag. We're mainly taking off, if you're going right, I think you're taking off from the red flag. And then the blue flag, there's a bit of a barrel section through the yellow flag. And then the end section, steep bit, starts a bit before the green flag. It's an interesting thing with the flags. They'll talk about it like, oh yeah, like, you know, you can see it on the flags. It's like, you're not looking at the flag. I've tried, and I don't think there's any way to look at the flag while you're surfing.
That's what I was curious about.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's looking at the flags really, but they are good indications to know where you're at as you're watching. And with this flight cam, you can see them as they're coming by, and you can, as a viewer, anticipate what's going to happen on the wave a little bit. But the in-person feeling is too much going on to look at the flag. There's a good view of the flags right there. She's going to take off from green. By yellow, it's going to start standing up a bit. By blue, it's slowing down. And then red is where that end section kind of gets fast. But yeah, there's little tips and tricks. Every wave is a bit different. We were talking about that a little bit. Let's see Emily go. Nice start here. On the 5, cuts it back. This will be as it steepens up right here with style through that section. I like that. Mid-board trim through that bit of the wave. And this is the bit that will then kind of slow down a little bit and let you open up. See what she does here. That's a nice turn. That was the section for it. Let's see where she goes.
She was starting off pretty good.
Yeah, she started off great. That was a nice wave. Bit of a hectic fall there. That looked a little tough.
She got blown up.
Yeah, she got blown up.
There's a little bit more breeze, it looks like, on the wave there. A little bit of chatter. You can see, like you're saying, she had that mid-board kind of trim spot, but there was a bit of chatter there. I think she was kind of waiting to kind of gain her ground and get those feet feeling solidified there. There's plenty of tip time going on there, throwing in some nice stees. She's got a nice style. Another one that's real intentional with the hands, but not able to really like hold the line. She got stuck deep in there pretty quickly and not able to hold the speed to get through that keyhole.
Yeah, it's hard to find the gas pedal in that second section. It goes a little soft to real fast quickly, and if you don't anticipate that, you're going to get left behind every time. But I think Emily's got 2 more goes at it, and she should be feeling good. She's got the 6.5, and we'll see what this comes in at. And yeah, this is well underway.
Emily Lethbridge will make her way back after her second ride, locked in. That's what the judges right now. 6.5 to open up for her on the right. Chance to chill out in a very well-appointed surfer's deck here at Surf Abu Dhabi. Water in the pool is a little bit more chill than the air currently.
That looks like a lovely place to be sitting right now. That's the epic spot. You can see everybody just chillaxing, watching the scene, getting some sun. Much more bearable this year than last year. It was incredibly hot. A little easier to maintain being outside. Water's still really quite warm.
Yeah, the wax is still in the icebox though, isn't it? Seeing a bit of that, keeping the wax cool.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep the boards inside. You don't want those things to be cooking all day. You'll come back out and have no wax on your board.
So, second wave here for Sophia Colhane of Hawaii. She's going to be going right this time in a moment. poise for her to gather thoughts, and interesting to see those different approaches. So Ophélie super relaxed, kind of waving and smiling, and some surfers just deep in concentration. Getting ready, prepared, clear the mind, maybe a little bit of breath work, whatever it might be, whatever works by now.
Yeah, everyone's kind of got a different level of what's necessary. That arousal level, if you will, whether it's needing to be kind of like fired up and excited. Some need to be a little bit more calm and relaxed. You know, I've my friend Ashley Lloyd used to show up 5 minutes before the heat start and would win it. And I'd be like, how did she do that? I would be there an hour before watching it and lose horribly. So everyone's got their own way. You just got to have to figure that out and tune into it. You see Sophia here with a nice classic start, really good style. Gets the tip time there. Just gonna redirect it, try to find that steeper open face again. As Kevin mentioned, there's that trickier section in the middle there, kind of softens and then stands up. As you see it standing up again right here. She gets that critical nose ride. Nice long 5 there, great style and composure. She brings it in, almost gets that nose stuck under there, but manages to keep it out. She's being careful here as she works the inside. This is her first right. Opened up her first left with a 4.93.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting approach for Sophia. I'm used to her going really all out on waves, and I think I'm not saying she's safety surfing it, but we know how she can surf. She's a world-class surfer, and this is world-class. This start here was amazing, how she turned and then set up the nose ride, and then, yeah, this is the section that has, you know, you either grab the bull by the horns or the horns kind of grab you, and you know, she cruised through that with a lot of poise and grace, and then set up into this next section well. She held that and is in complete control there. There's no guessing whether she's choosing to be there. And then this middle section steepens up, and you know, we want to see Sophia do a big carve right there, because she's so capable. So we'll see how this comes in for her. It's an interesting one. I think it's going to make it so her next 2 waves she's going to really ramp up, especially with Tully with the 8.33, and she's about to come up. It'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, perhaps just taking those first 2 waves, as you said, kind of in more of that safety zone, just because, you know, when you fall, then you're opening up with a 0.2, so I think, you know, a 1 doesn't help the confidence moving into it. So I think she's trying to just kind of keep it a little even keel, and let's hope we'll see some more of that explosion in the next 2 waves.
Yeah, all these girls are really capable of going excellent, and I think we're going to start seeing it here. They all have the ability to do really well here, and you know, this is the pressure cooker of a competitive surfing environment. I think for us longboarders, this is probably the most pressure cooker situation.
So here's the numbers as of the last score that's come in for Sophia Culhane. It is Ophélie Akwan who leads things. Of the surfers that have ridden 2 ways, of course, Tully White in a really strong spot. She's in 4th, but she's got an 8.33. She's only ridden 1 wave, so expect that to change. Meanwhile, leaderboard in terms of non-first place surfers. The surfers there that'll be watching keenly with what goes on, of those particularly 5 and 6. Meanwhile, here's Tully, and a unique approach from her. We haven't seen anyone use that full amplitude of the wave that much. Really kind of driving and flowing from the top to the bottom. Let's see what she goes on the left-hander, but already an excellent number locked in for one of our 2 Australians in the water. Here she goes.
Tully's one of my favorite surfers on tour, actually. I think she's got such an incredible style, and the lines she draws, I think, are different than a lot of the other surfers. I think she's been underrated for a long time, and she's definitely due for a good place, a good placing, a good finish. She obviously opened up with that 8.33 on the right on her first wave. This is her first left. Getting the points down, and this elements
checked off the
There,
box.
totally nice. Well done. That's a hard section to navigate. She looked like she was going to turn before and decided, like, no, I'm going to gas pedal right here. And I think that is going to pay off in the end. Just because that section has been tricky, and that's kind of where you're in control or not in control. And she grabbed rail and was in a pretty critical section of that wave. That's an interesting bit there where it's sucking. There's like a deep section and then a really shallow bit, and after each wave it clears. And I think that's, you remember Kai Hamase, how he broke the tail off his board last year? I think that's actually where it got him, was paddling after the wave. It like sucked him and twisted his tail on the concrete. It's a really interesting bit of wave, but totally started this wave so nicely with a nice drop knee into a nose ride. And then drop knees again, which is utilizing something that I don't know if we've seen any of the girls go for a drop knee. Not that I've noticed, but
Chloe.
Chloe, okay, yeah. And yeah, that was a really nice setup, and she nose rode through that critical bit of the wave where it would be barreling, and she chose to take a different line, and then I really liked how she tucked in there and, you know, got hit in the head a little bit, but like that's risking it. And you're either making that or you're not, and she made that, so it's really nice to see.
She didn't let it phase her getting clipped. She got clipped like 3 times in that, but she managed to hold her ground, and that's really that grit that is necessary for this wave. So she should definitely feel stoked with that first opening left. All the scores kind of in the same range here. We've got Sophia with a 4.93 and a 5.77. Emily is 6.5 and a 5.33, and then Ophelie with a 5.5 and a 6.57. Totally really standing out though with that opening right with that 8.33, and I'm feeling like this left could go in a pretty high scoring range, particularly because of that little shade time.
Yeah, it's well interesting you mentioned the unique style as well, because at this point in the day, judges have seen quite a lot of surfing, and they're trying to, you know, split the difference between. The wave is not identical, but it's kind of a perfect wave. It's as similar as any surfing competition is going to be in terms of exactly what the waves do. So all of those differences, they will stand out as well, give you that USP. Well, if she is selling anything, judges are buying it. Tully White, 7.33 for her. She's in a good spot now, 15.66, so very close to an overall excellent heat total. She's doing all right at the midway point in this one.
Yeah, I think that applies a lot of pressure to the other girls. Just having the 2 highest wave scores makes it so all the girls are going to have to step up a lot here.
Well, and now that we've got like a full leaderboard now, and that top 6 is starting to lay out, that's also another pressure. So not only are you either trying to win, but then at this point you want to score high enough to get into that top 6. And I believe around 12-point total is where we're standing at the bottom of that top 6. So Emily here looking really nice on her backside, beautiful hands, gets the tip time, kind of holding on there. She gets into that steeper section, just kind of wading it through. As we've talked about those different approaches from different surfers, she kind of choosing to kind of trim through that steeper section, waiting to get to the open face for that additional nose ride.
Yeah, I think that would be like a really similar of a wave to a cooking Noosa wave, right? Like, and she would be really used to that situation of a kind of looks like a sand bottom wave that stands up really nicely, and she surfed that beautifully. I think comparative to her 6.5, I don't know where it will go, but it's really well done, and I think she should feel really nice about that wave.
Emily Lethbridge has ridden a 3rd wave. It's a great completion from her. Backhands on the right, as we'll check in replay. Bit of content in terms of nose riding through this section, Carla.
Yeah, she's getting the work done. There's a moment there you could almost look, it's hard to, at certain angles it looks like they're on the shoulder, but I don't think they really are. You can only get so deep in that pocket there without having your tail slide out.
Yeah, I mean, I like to judge it based on like where the wave is on their back, like from this angle. That's a nice way to look at how deep someone is. You know, if you can see a lot of their body. Maybe they're at the bottom of the wave, and you know, there's different places on the wave where you can really be deep, and there's places where you can't. If not, you're gonna slide out. And I think she navigated that really well.
It's probably fair to say the judges know all the tricks as well, don't they? They'll be pretty wise to that.
Let's hope so, right?
So let's see where this one goes for Emily Lethbridge. We're enjoying the action so far that we've seen today. This is going to wrap up our opening round. So this is the 6th heat, and then we'll have an idea. Obviously, we'll know who our heat winners are. At the moment of this one, it is Tully White. But in terms of that leaderboard, in terms of getting the 6 best placed positions, who's going to be surfing later on today in round 2. So lots of us be watching on nervously as well, Carla.
Yeah, and watching those scores even right now. Emily dropping that 7.07, which really helps her situation as far as getting into that leaderboard situation. She's now got a 12.40 total, so that's now moved other ladies down the bracket because she's now surpassed them. So.
Yeah. I think they would all be watching this really closely, going like, okay, am I in? Am I not in? What's like, is this, am I packing up or am I staying on? You know, like it's a hard thing to surf before and then watch yourself go like, because I've done that and it's hard. You know, you can see yourself right there and you're like, well, if this person falls right here, then maybe I can do this. And then all of a sudden, you know, someone gets an 8 and you're like, oh, well, that didn't go the way I planned. So anything can happen.
Good number drops for Emily. It's a 7.07 for her. Really useful number at a crucial stage in the heat. So improves her overall number. Looking to do exactly that as well is Ophélie. She's up here. So 2nd left for her. 5.5. First. Just joining up the dots on the initial section. What she got here through the steep part?
She's trying to set up for that steep wave. She doesn't seem to quite know. It seems like she's indecisive as far as she wanted to go to the nose or maybe set up for the barrel there. Here she's going to squat down. She's got a little hand drag, rail grab.
I think she's committed to the barrel here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
That lip sent her. She flew a couple feet out in front of the wave there. Ouch.
Yeah, that might have hurt.
Good commitment. Definitely good commitment.
Yeah, that was a hard wave. It looked like, you know, that middle section of the wave that we've been talking about, that like it can grab you and put you into an awkward position if you don't set it up correctly. I think that was that situation where she was looking so good, and then it kind of took her, and then she looked like she really wanted to drive through this one, and it kind of just flipped her up.
Yeah.
Maybe by grabbing the rail a little hard there and like trying to weave.
Yeah.
It kind of sent her through a barrel roll situation, which she didn't want to be in.
Definitely a good go, though. I like seeing the girls really put it all out there. I feel like there's been a big difference and a big growth in the skill set and the talent level from all of the ladies since last year. I think everyone's really like putting it out there and putting out all the stops.
Yeah, you can tell that certain people are feeling really comfortable and certain people aren't. There's, you know, we all get the same amount of practice waves, but the practice waves don't go the same for everyone. You know, if you fall on your first couple waves, or you get 2 good waves in the beginning but then fall on your next couple, like it affects everyone differently. Yeah, I think Ophi taking a breather there and getting ready for her next one.
Won't add to a total. It will be just a throwaway number, 3.33. Meanwhile,
Tully in the driver's seat.
The heat leader going really well, isn't she? Got the 8.33 for a first wave in this, and it's really put in a position where she's not surfing in a different heat. You see Emily getting closer towards with her last 7.07, but she's just kind of surfing and running her own race. Let's see how she can go about improving on that. With your great score locked in, what do you do? Do you try and do something truly special, Carly? Just kind of cruise through this and go, I'm probably going to get the win?
Well, I mean,
mindset.
With an 8.33, that's a really high score. you've already set the bar so high. For me, I'd say go all out. You know, let's.
And what does that look
let's
like?
aim for
what is going all out?
Well, if she's capable of
hang 10 from the takeoff,
hang 10. We need to get 10s and tubes, babes. 10s and tubes.
Well, let's see it. Here she goes.
Yeah, let's see what she does here. I know she's not going to hold back on this wave. She'll
give it all.
Yeah, she's going to give it all, and I think it's going to be great. I'm excited to see what she goes for here. I know Harley Ingleby is coaching her up with Declan as well in her corner, and you know they have a really good camp going, and let's see what she's got here.
All right, off and running. Love it. Does the bottom turn into a drop knee cutback, showing that variety and style. Just so calm. I really love the hands in the 5 there. She negotiates it into the next section here. She just really seems like this wave really fits. I feel like it fits Tully. It fits her style. Great critical nose ride right in there. Just holding on. I just love that push off the bottom that she gives us. And then a nice, powerful
That's going to go fast. Oh.
That was a bummer. I think that turn there, she wasn't able to whip it back around quick enough. Perhaps she needed to maybe send a bit more speed out further and then bring that turn in.
I think she delayed that turn by a second, where the 833 that she got before, she did that similar turn before that and then really projected out of it and had no problems making that next section. She started off that wave so nice. Like we said before, it's like all very intentional surfing, which is so nice to see. Even through these steep sections of the middle part barrel, you know, she's in control, and then this nose ride was amazing. Like, you look where her hand is, and that's the curl of the wave coming at her. And then I think if she would have turned where she did that pump, she would have came through this bit flying. That was a bit of a scary situation there, where you're kind of falling onto the board. But she looks all right there and has a smile.
Tully White goes down, but she's showing her class in this heat. Big total so far from her. More live action as we conclude this heat and the round right after the break.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane. Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
To say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the action at Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic 2025. Your heat leader on screen, Tully White with the crew. Winners are grinners.
Winners are grinners, aren't they?
She's pretty happy. She's got points on the board, but we're not over yet at all. Plenty of surfing still yet to come in this heat. Having a look at Sophia Culhane. Backhand from her, poised. Threading through the middle section. Maybe just a touch of indecision. She'll just kind of wait at this point. Set up. Back up to the nose, a quick 5. She'll walk out, chop her line down, put herself back behind the steep section. She'll try and pull in here, but she will but she's on the wrong side of the curtain. She's down.
Yeah, she just needed to slip, like you said, on the other side of the curtain there. It looks like she kind of saw it, maybe a bit too late. Wasn't really set up in time at all. A bit uncharacteristic, as you mentioned before. We're used to seeing Sophie kind of come out with a bit more fire.
Yeah, I mean, the way Sophia surfs is amazing. You know, the way she can put waves together is incredible, and I like that down carve that she did there. But then it put her into, again, this awkward situation where it's like, do I grab rail? It doesn't look like she wants to grab rail, but I think she has to there, just to add some stability and kind of put that forward momentum in place.
Those moments do make me think about first point Malibu a lot, and how people will cut back in that one part of the wave where it's like the worst part, and then you lose the whole wave. So you have to be so strategic as keeping kind of ahead of the section and knowing the right spot to put that cut back or that turn in so that you don't let it race in front of you.
Three waves apiece. These are the numbers. The dominance from Tully White. She's going all right. Her last wave was a 777. It was a throwaway on the right from her. It's because she's already got that 833 locked in. Lethbridge, she's done decent work, and her numbers, they're healthy. Not a long way back off Philly. And we just saw Sophia. And a little bit of work yet to do. Just a quick reminder once again. First place goes to quarters on Sunday. And the next best 6 scores, doesn't matter which heat they come from, will go surf in the second round. That'll be later on today. That will be just counting your best ride, and it is pressure. And also, there's a bit of an advantage in being seated high in that. Currently, Honolulu Bloomfield sits. That means you get to surf last. You know your exact requirement. Let's see. We know it's going to be dramatic and nervy.
Well, yeah, so we already have some of these totals that are making changes on the leaderboard right now. Currently, in that 6th place position was Mason Schremmer with a 12.27, and then Cash with a 12.34. But if we look here, Emily, she's got a 12.40. So that is going to knock Mason out. Cash in now the 6th place. Things could change here because Ofli only has that 12.07. She could bump up and move Cash out. So things are still changing as we see the leaderboard right there.
Yeah, I think Ophi's looking for like around a 6.8 here to put her into that position. And this is her wave to do it. So I'm wishing her the best. See how it goes.
She'll be on her front side here on her last right, the second right. Gets the nice tip time with some body English, puts it together, a 10, maybe a tight 5. Nice bottom turn to reset for that next section.
She's done really well here through both those nose rides. That first one was pretty crazy. And she looks like she's in control here and setting it up for the end. It's going to get fast. See what she does. She gets low, makes it around. We'd love to see a turn here.
Yeah, so she's trying to improve on a 5.5. And as you mentioned, something probably in that 6 range in order to bump her into that top 6 in the leaderboard.
I don't exactly know what she needs, but...
your math seems about right.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what she needs, but that I think was better than her 5.5.
Yeah.
The nose ride was really critical. The second one was through the barrel section. And yeah.
Yeah, and like right away, that opening nose ride right through that critical part.
Yeah, and then she brings it up really tight there. And, you know, this is the section where it's like, do I barrel, not barrel? And she went back to the nose and has great body English there. And you know, this bit gets fast, and she navigated it well. Kind of has a bit of a down carve there. And then I think she knows she just has to finish it here. You know, nothing crazy, but clean surfing through there, and then finishes it off nicely.
Yeah, right. She's riding a Ross concept board, I believe. Seems to be working pretty nicely for her.
Yeah, I think that was a really good wave for her. I mean, like, she should be really happy with that one.
Yeah, well, it's going to make a big difference, you know, getting that score if she can pull into that top 6. So we're all chomping at the bit here, and everyone else that's already in hoping maybe she doesn't get it, and she's hoping she will. So we're standing by to see how that score drops. Will be her final shot at getting into that round 2.
Yeah, it's one right and one left that do count. 6.57, wasn't it, she got for the previous right? So that's the number she's actually trying to improve there. So anything above 6.57 will help her out. Doesn't actually need to be, just from looking at what we saw on the leaderboard. Not a lot. A marginal improvement could prove really significant. Emily Lethbridge already in this heat with 3 waves ridden. Currently, we reckon, is displacing a couple of surfers in 5th and 6th on that leaderboard for the second round.
Ophi with the heart, the matching earrings to the board. I think that adds steez, you know. And she really wants it here.
Wow, well, there it is. She pulls a 7.23, puts her into 2nd place with a 12.73 total, and that does bring her into the top 6 on the leaderboard. There you have it, Paul.
That's absolutely huge for her clutch performance. 7.23.
We got a hot mic there. I don't know what she said, but Paul has a bit of a reaction. All right, let's watch this one.
Alrighty, this is Emily. This is her final left.
Nice turn there. That's a good place to do it. And I'd like to see her hold this nose ride through here, which she does. Oh, nice. That's a critical section of the wave right there, and she navigated that really well, coming out with style with the arms.
Oh.
No.
We spoke too soon.
Yeah, is that the commentator's curse?
Yeah.
Is that what they call that? Shoot.
That was coming. That was really setting up nice. I love the read on that, right?
That was a great read. And she was deep in that section. We've seen most of the girls in this heat go for the nose ride through that section or kind of just stand. And she got low and was in a very critical part of the wave there.
Fully committed.
Fully committed. And she had done a lot of the hard work there already. And, you know, you're flying in that moment.
That's a shame right there. It looks like she just kind of slipped right off and into the face.
I don't really know what happened there.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. That was going to be her last go. So, but she's sitting with a 12.40, which is already above some of those that are in that top 6. So it's looking like she will be in the top 6 of the leaderboard. That's not confirmed yet, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, because Ophi jumped her, and then she'll be right under that. And I don't know where Mason... Was it Cash or was it Mason?
It's Cash.
It was Cash, okay.
Cash has a 12.34.
Okay.
So I do believe now Cash has been pushed out.
Okay.
Still got to wait to come for Sophia as well.
That's true. So things could change.
She get a mid-high 7 up into the 8, something like that.
Totally doable. It's on her right.
Definitely not inconceivable, is it?
No.
That'll put her right there in contention.
Absolutely.
Around those mid-12s, if you're thinking she's got just under a 5, so like a mid-7, something like that. If we just do that basic arithmetic.
Right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds
That's
about
unofficial.
We are commentators, not mathematicians.
And I'm expecting something like that from Sophia. Like, I'm expecting 8s every time she stands up on a wave. You know, I'm watching Sophia surf over the last however long I've got to know her since she was pretty young, and like, you expect Sophia to get an 8 in a situation like this because she has that skill to do it, and she's more than capable of it. So I hope that she can really like take this moment and go, okay, here it is. Like, I want to be there, and I'm going to put myself there by doing it on this wave right here.
Brand new moment, a blank canvas, a perfect wave will stretch out in front of her and down the basin here at Surf Abu Dhabi. And if it's a solid number, it could well be good enough to put her up to that top 6 non-heat winning scores. We'll see in around about 10 seconds time, maybe just a little over. That's the wave will make its way towards it. This will be a penultimate wave of this round. Still got 4th ride to come for Tully White, who looks like she's concluded her business in terms of big totals already in, but still another chance for her. She can improve on a 7.33 and really turn the screw. At the moment, we're really focusing on Sophia Culhane, as we imagine a few surfers are watching on here. It's up in the air at the moment. That's why it's exciting. Tension from the get-go here. Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Sophia's up.
Nice turn to start it off there, Sophia. Going for the nose ride in this section, I'd like to see her hold it and go up again.
Yeah, we normally see a bit more length on the nose from Sophia, so she's definitely taking a bit of a different approach. Trying to stay in front of it, I believe.
Yeah, she's in really good trim there. And I'd love to see her hang 10 through this bit and get low. Come on, Soph.
How low can you go?
And big turn. We'll see how it goes. I don't exactly know what she needed, right? In the 7s, and we'll see how that all plays out. It's getting exciting down here.
Yeah, we still have our heat leader, Tully White, to finish things out with her final left.
Yeah, I think Sophia at that point was comboed by Tully, and so Tully's gonna go victory lap either way. Sophia here, you know, is speeding down this bit in the middle. That's been tough for her. I think if she would have been on the nose a bit of that section, it would have really, really helped out in this score.
And then tucking down there nicely, getting a little tuck time. Not necessarily shade, finishes it off with a nice cutback. And then kicking out. Not sure if it's gonna reach quite as high as she might need, but it was a well-surfed wave. There was some downtime in it, I think, that might kind of keep some of those other notches of points maybe coming in.
Yeah, she's looking to improve the 5.77, like we've been saying. There's like a big jump to get into that round 2 heat, and we'll see how that goes. It's pretty crazy how they got the hot mic going out there on the pool deck, right? I don't know if they've told anyone about that, because I saw that this morning and I was like, are they going to let people know that there's just a microphone running around in this area? Makes it exciting.
First rule of broadcasting, mate, always assume all mics are hot.
Yeah, this one's hot.
That's what the pros say. I mean, one of them told me once, but yeah.
I'm glad you told me.
I saw a grown-up once, they told me that. I was like, yeah, it sounds legit. Let's go with that.
Yeah. All right, Tully going for a victory lap here. I think she's going to get the left here, and I noticed in the warm-up, I mean, she got the 7.33 for her first left, and she was so strong on the rights that it seemed like the lefts were a bit frustrating for her. Like, I think the right came easy, and then the left, she's having to work for it a bit harder. And it's really nice to see her get that 7.33 first, and then now be able to maybe even push that and see where she can end up, because she's sitting in a great position here and is going to be feeling confident going into the next round.
So a nice moment for Tully White of Australia, who's dominated our last heat of the opening round. She can surf without pressure in the form of points requirements here, but obviously plenty of beady eyes watching on. Small matter of a live broadcast going out across the world as well, but we're enjoying from this angle as we see the Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam, a dreamy looking wavescape stretches out in front of the Aussie on her backhand, or just cruise through this section, backlit turquoise, and a lot to appreciate from the flow.
Yeah, I like the connectivity that she's giving us. As Kevin mentioned, it seems that the left is a bit more of like work for her as opposed to the right, because she's definitely more comfortable on the right. But there's plenty of flow, plenty of connectivity between maneuvers. She's not able to see it through the keyhole there at that final tube section, but as you mentioned too, it's kind of pretty much just a victory lap for her. So she's going to feel really confident going into Sunday. So we do have the list of the round 2 surfers. We will be seeing Emily Lethbridge, Ophelia Akuen, Kaede Inoue, Natalia Wunderlich, Alice Lamont, and Hanalua Bloomfield. Highest seed being Hano, so she'll be the last to go. She'll know exactly what she needs to do in order to get into the quarterfinals on Sunday.
And what are they doing there? So you go twice. So instead of getting 4 waves, you get 2 waves, and they're counting your best 1 wave.
That's correct.
Awesome. Yeah.
Brutal.
I mean,
it's tough.
It should be brutal.
Yeah, you know, last year you didn't have a second chance at all.
No.
It was a one and done kind of deal. So they did hear the surfers and expect, you know, they wanted to have another chance at it. And so this is where that round 2 comes in. But it's not going to be given or handed out easily. You will be working for it.
No,
so.
that seeding will be crucial, as you mentioned, in terms of knowing the score you need, but even thinking that last heat as well, and that requirement the surfers needed as well, having the advantage of knowing what they're surfing towards rather than trying to strike that balance, kind of not really knowing. So that'll be entertaining to see how all of that goes down. Kevin, mate, it's been epic having you in.
Yeah, thank you.
And once again, like the big news, mate, you're in for El Salvador. You're going, mate. You're going to final surf for a world title. How's that sinking in? I mean, you always look like you were probably going anyway, depending on what happened here. But hey, it's confirmed.
Yeah.
You've even paddled out.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So it's exciting news for me, and I'm excited to give it a crack.
Crack it.
Yeah, man.
We can't wait for it, mate. You've earned your spot. And in terms of all just watching on today, any extra intel that you've gleaned in terms of, obviously, practice surfing's gone down, but in terms of what the judges are doing with this wave as well from watching on, and how much are you looking forward to getting going tomorrow?
I'm really excited to get it going tomorrow. I think that, you know, people are taking different lines, and I'm excited to see how the guys go tomorrow. I think the girls surfed it beautifully and really got us started in a great way, and it'll be exciting to watch this round 2 in the afternoon. And then I think the guys is going to be intense tomorrow. I think people are feeling it, and they want to secure their spot, whether it's for requalifying or qualifying into the top 8 or seeding into that finals. I think it's pressure, 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 and I hope people are feeling it.
A great performance from Tully White in our 6th and final heat of the opening round. Let's go hear from her. She's with AJ.
The ideal situation, Tully, you get to surf a wave here at Surf Abu Dhabi with 0 pressure because you get it done in the first 3. How did you execute your game plan so early on?
Oh yeah, that was amazing. Really happy with how I surfed and just like the experience. And yeah, I've got a really great team in my corner, so I've been working out like kind of what to do where on the wave, and to be able to, it's like all well and good having that plan, but to be able to stick to it and get it done was, yeah, super fun and stoked.
As you've been putting together that plan, what is the part of your surfing that you really wanted to showcase on this wave?
I guess just that it's well-rounded. Trying to do a bit of everything and use the whole board was kind of my game plan, and I've got such a fun board under my feet, so yeah, stoked to be able to get that done.
Mission accomplished. We'll see you Sunday.
Thanks so much, AJ.
Yeah, thanks, AJ, and well done to Tully White. Getting the result and, crucially, the performance as well. A lot of confidence from her for Sunday. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time. 3:05 local time. Our second round will resume. We'll see you then.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic is brought to you by Modon, Connected Living, by Surf Abu Dhabi, Find Your Way, and by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. From the very first lines drawn by longboarding's icons, world champions have always been more than winners. They've been style icons, craftsmen, storytellers of the glide. Joel Tudor carried the torch of tradition. Women like Kaylia Moniz and Daisy Shane redefined grace. Justin Quintal and Harrison Roach, duct tape renegades who turned artistry into world titles. And Taylor Jensen, a modern powerhouse whose 4 crowns have set the standard. Now a new chapter is being written. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico, modern leaders defining this generation.
And I'll find a way to float. I can hold my breath much longer than my nerves.
Because the title of World Longboard Champion has always meant more than a trophy. It's a connection, past to present, tradition to progression, the pioneers to the new wave. And in 2025, the chase is on.
Storytellers of the glide convene in the Middle East. It's the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. The Surf Abu Dhabi flight cam up high. We'll zoom in and drink in the scene. State-of-the-art basin. The longest, the best artificial wave on planet Earth. The best longboarders in the world in town. We're in for a fun weekend, Carla.
This is what it's all about here at Surf Abu Dhabi. It's so cool to be here. It was so beautiful this morning. It was sheet glass. I don't know if I've ever seen a body of water as smooth as it was this morning. So, and it's just been exciting all day. We've had upsets. We've had high scores, excellent surfing. The ladies have really put it all down. It's been beautiful.
We've been talking about the tweaks and changes to the wave as well. We've seen some great adjustments to those, but also the format that's a little bit new as well, and what we're about to get into the second round, where we'll see 6 surfers trying to go at it for just a couple of spots, just 2 positions available in quarters.
That's right. It's really going to be crunch time now. You've got 2 waves. You've got 1 left and you've got 1 right. It's your highest scoring wave. So the approach 2 could be different for each surfer. Here's our first rider, Emily Lethbridge.
Yeah, she just got here in the very last heat of the round that we just watched. She's straight up onto the nose for the 5. She'll just hang there for a while and enjoy the view. Looks pretty good from there. Back for more for her. Quick touch and then walks out. And once again, another quick touch for her up on the tip. And this part of the wave here, Carla, poses problems in terms of exactly how you approach your line. She's doing pretty well here with some nimble footwork.
Yeah, keeping in front of that section, not letting herself get behind it or clamped by it. You see here, she kind of stretches the front foot out, grabs the rail as she brings it back around for that final turn as she makes it into the inside. As you mentioned, it's only 2 ladies, is that right? Only 2 ladies will be making it on.
6 are in quarters, right? 8 spots.
Yeah, so it's down to the wire here. Emily will have now ridden her first ride, the right. She comes from Nusa. So we were talking a couple days ago about at this point, at this stage in the game here you see her on that right, getting the nose ride there, the 5, a little bit further out on the shoulder there, but holds lots of time on there as the wave kind of steepens up again, and then the curl does get closer. Here, there, a bit closer to the curl. She wraps it back around, grabs the rail, stretches the foot out. Kind of using a little hand drag there, not quite under the curtain, but definitely utilizing that open kind of barrel section.
So she'll surf her right hand all the way down the basin and then back up again now. She'll go back the other way with the left. And she'll just keep one of these scores.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see because some of the gals, are fortunate enough to be strong both on their front side and their back side. Others kind of having a preference for one side over the other. And we were kind of talking about it'd be interesting, like, will some of them really put out all the stops on the one that they feel most comfortable on and really relying on? Like for myself, I'm going to be relying solely on my right. I know that I am not going to perform well enough on a left or get the points allowed, so I would be putting everything into my right, not playing it safe, really aiming for that excellent
surprise
score.
yourself, Carla.
Oh, trust me, Paul. I would not be surprising anybody.
I didn't think I was going to go that well with the longboards, but hey, it's been a fun day. We're still here.
Hey, you know what? You never know what can happen, right? You never know. All you got to do is believe. And that's what Emily's doing right now, just having that belief. I'm sure she's feeling pretty stoked to be all the way in Abu Dhabi here. This is probably a career highlight for her as far as on the WLT, the longboard tour. And
scores in 6.67.
Yeah, scores in 6.67. So great way to kind of start the go there. Now she's going to work on the left, which I believe will be on her front side. So I'm assuming she's going to feel more comfortable on the left and perhaps going to be able to pull out that excellent range score.
Yeah, I mean, now, not to say surfing's a requirement, but she knows what to improve on. So anything better than 6.67 will count for her. And then it's really just sit and wait and see what happens with the next 5 surfers. But a chance to maybe take a few more risks here. Put a bit more into this. Let's see how she goes about it. Committed paddle. She'll let herself just drift out. And then heading on the forehand, facing the wall, up there, poised. 5 toes over. Just cruise in, critical section of the wave, and that's how you score points with the nose riding in a high line. Now she's low, and she's setting up. Just trying to make a decision how to approach this next part of the wave.
Yeah, just using nice body language, good English in there. Just not really rushing it too much, letting the wave kind of call to her as she ducks down in there, gets a little bit of shade there. We're waiting for that cut back at the end there. She down carves it, finish it off. In my opinion, you're going to be wanting to go no matter where you're sitting at, especially as the first one in this seed, or rather the last in the seed, but the first one to go up. You want to pull a high score right off the bat, like a super excellent score to make it difficult for anyone else coming after you. We see the replay here. She gets the lovely nose ride there right at the beginning of the section, just holds it nice and long, keeps her composure, walks it back, resets again, kind of holds her ground. She had a little bit of downtime in between there before this second nose right here, but this really locked in there. As Kevin was mentioning, seeing the curl as it's next to her body really shows how close, you know, and more critical it is. And then that really nice, you know, using the arms and the whole body into the turn to finish it off.
Yeah, it's easy to understate how critical that turn can be as well in terms of scoring points. There's not a lot of places on the wave where surfer's able to get on a rail and open up, so it really is about that section as well, trying to express itself with the maneuvers. Of course, great and excellent surfing on this criteria involves surfing on the nose but also on the tail as well, using those rails.
Yeah, this is not just a nose riding contest. We're not clocking time on the nose here. We want to see a full utilization of the entire length of a longboard from nose to tail, and Emily definitely gave that in the end there, especially giving us that nice final turn at the end. So it's going to be up to Ophelie right now to better the deal.
Yeah, I got a question. So we were talking about you surfing in heat 6 and you kind of know a bit more about what your requirement is as well. If you're one of those chasing surfers, so that's an advantage. On the flip side of that, well, or possibly on the flip, you've just surfed. So would you rather have had a long break, maybe surfed this morning and got into this, or would you rather be kind of fresh from the fight in that last heat?
I would probably want to be more like Ophelie or Emily right now, even though you wouldn't want to be like the first one going out. But the fact that you're fresh, you haven't had time to like chill, or you know, you're already in the mode.
I'll be very surprised if Sam Bleakley isn't down there front row right now. He loves his jazz, does Bleakers.
I'm sure well, he's going to be coming up soon, and then I'm sure as soon as we're done, he'll be right there.
Yeah, he's got that little shiny waistcoat that he likes to put on, or the vest, as you might call it.
Yeah,
it just gets really yazzy.
I hear he likes to
flute.
And he gets a little boogie on. I hear he likes to boogie.
A lot of boogie.
He likes a lot of boogie. And then, you know, those that you don't know, it was Sam's birthday yesterday. Mr. Sam Bleakley had a birthday yesterday, and we got to celebrate with him. So happy birthday, Sam. Such a great part of the team, and an aficionado of longboarding, knows so much about it. He's a mentor of mine, of course, although I'm older than him. But here we go. Hopefully, first wave on the right. Gets the tip time, shows the style. Gets the 10, which I think's key, but then starts to, it's like a foot drag happened there, and then she just comes undone. That's really unfortunate. It was looking to be one of these excellent scoring rides, and she really did put it all out there, and that's kind of what I said a minute ago. If you're going to be in this moment right here, you've got to go for an excellent score. You've got to put all the stops right there, right now.
Why not go for it? You know, totally. Back in the approach, 100%. And that's, you see there, we haven't seen loads of 10s today. That's why. Much more it's tricky and technical to be able to do that and hold it.
Clearly it has been, and that's why we haven't seen it as much, and I think that's something that the girls are going to want to be kind of honing in on, and the one that's able to do that is really going to help set themselves apart. I give huge kudos to Ophelie for putting it out there, and you don't know unless you go, and so you know, it would be worse to live in regret and say, oh, I wish I had tried for those maneuvers because I may have made it. You know, either way, she went for it. And that's good. That's a true athlete.
Yeah, she's gonna have to do the same here on the left. A little bit to do. 717 the number. So Emily Lethbridge got the improvement with her left. That's exactly what Ophelie's going to try and do right now. She needs to go 718 or better. So at least that is the requirement.
All right, she'll be going on the left. She's been looking pretty good on the left. So I think it's something that she can do. She's just got to shift the mindset, know that it's something she's capable of doing. And you can see the self-talk happening right there. Self-talk's really important in these moments. You know, you got to be able to talk yourself out of the negative space and bring yourself into the positive space. You've got to have that belief that you can do it. And, you know, she's beating herself up.
Yeah, not great
like
body
right
language-wise at this stage, is it?
No, she's just, I think, beating herself up a little bit. But, you know, she had to go for it, and she did. And then I would expect nothing less. It didn't work in her favor, but again, you don't know unless you go.
Yeah, well, fierce energy right now from Offaly, but can she turn that into a positive? How many times have we seen elite sports people fire themselves up by being challenged, getting a little bit angry and rattled, and then really been able to open up and unlock next level?
I mean, I could think of days back at the Boo getting hassled by the boys, and my best serves are when I was getting hassled the hardest. So, you know, maybe right now she can channel that adrenaline and that energy and put it into an excellent scoring ride. And that's what we're hoping for right now.
The pressure of the basin here at Surf Abu Dhabi in the leaderboard format. It makes for entertaining viewing for the neutrals. If you're in a corner, one of our surfers agonizing really as you watch on. So this is where we are with numbers. It was Emily Lethbridge that went first, and she improved. She got on the right with a 717 on the left, and that is the minimum requirement at the moment to stay alive in competition. You can see exactly why coming in as 5th and 6th seeds, you're at a relative disadvantage. I mean, surfing up the scale, you're trying to get a 10, obviously, but if you go in later and you know what you need to do, you can maybe manage some of those risks, or hey, maybe you just surf exactly as you feel it. Here she goes, Offaly. Straight up on the backhand.
Yeah, those are great uninterrupted steps to the nose right off the bat. She's holding her ground here, really getting the power out of the tail to beat that section in front of her. She gets another tip time there. She's not able to stay glued on there. It seems like a bit of a trip on the feet there. Almost seemed like she was going to save it. She does get back up again. Decides to end it on her terms.
Entertainer, love the flop off. She'll be a little bit annoyed with herself, but you know what? I love that approach. What's the point going out there and going safety and getting a couple of fives and going, yeah, cool.
I agree, 100%. I think she put it all out there. I think she did. Her approach was exactly what she needed. Did the outcome come the way it needed to? No, but that's the risk. That's the game we're playing here. So, you know, as we see here, really just gets tripped up. She seemed perfect. It seemed like it was going just fine, but I think she kind of hesitated, and as that water was rushing up the face, she just couldn't stay glued on and kind of tripped up there and not able to make it through. I would have probably tried to just ride it all the way in, but then I guess you can only ride it so far. So, a bit unfortunate for Offaly. Emily still holding strong with the 717. Coming up next, Kaede Inoue out of Japan. She surfed much earlier today.
It's been a little while since we saw her in action, isn't it?
Right, so that brings up to your point. So will she be fresh?
Well, what's more tiring? Watching on and kind of watching with the extra investment in terms of energy and emotional energy going, please fall off. Please don't get a good score, and trying to will misfortune on your adversaries, because I mean that's natural behavior.
Right.
It can be quite tiring when you're watching on the sidelines. It's not like she's just going for a nap, kind of disengaging. She'll be keeping a very close eye on proceedings. Well, we'll find out soon. Here she is in the water. Reminder again, it's just the one score that'll count for her. The energy, at least from here, looks good. She looks happy. She's all smiles, and she's got 2 great opportunities right now. First of all, she'll go right. She'll surf back up the basin on her left, and the better of those numbers will be what she submits in terms of a race to squeeze 6 surfers into 2 quarterfinal berths remaining.
She's feeling pretty stoked right now. You can see a nice big smile on her face. She's waving out there, probably to Brother Taka there, who's there on the pier there, getting ready to document her waves here in this round 2. She's really been surfing well. I said it earlier, it's been a real joy to watch her progress and grow within the tour and within her skill set. What's funny, she's friends with Luana and some of the other girls, and you know, none of them have a lot of English. They use Spanish, oddly enough, to speak to each other. So the Portuguese and the Japanese are using Spanish to communicate, which I think is awesome. It's really cool. As we just wait here for Kaede's first wave to start up. It's kind of that nervous waiting game as that clock counts down. You start to hear the roar and the push of the water here as it approaches her. Just gonna take off right at that red flag right in front of it there. Some nice easy steps just to the nose. Waiting for her to get a little bit deeper in the pocket there. Keeping it nice and cool. Liking the control. I love the control that I'm seeing from her as that water really rapidly rushes up the face there, negotiating perfectly around that little corner there. This is excellent surfing. I really feel like Kaede's surfing is really tuned into this wave. It's really complimenting it. Might be speaking too soon there. She almost comes a little unglued, but manages to stay with it. Gets a final maneuver, not able to really hold that final maneuver, but I really like what was done in the beginning part of that wave. So this should come in at a fairly strong score for Kaede. Also here, opting for the 2+1, giant center fin there, the side bites. There's a...
All right, so it's half the run done for Kaede Inoue. Time for a quick break here. When we come back, her second run on the top speed. Speaking of top speed, Sam and Josh coming in for the call. Stay tuned.
Desert meets the sea. We meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Shall we?
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet the Wolfpack at Surf Abu Dhabi. These boys are never going home. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Abu Dhabi. Find your wave. And by Experience Abu Dhabi, official tourism partner of the 2025 Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Welcome back to round number 2. The stakes are high. 6 surfers in the leaderboard format. The surfers who didn't take the wins in the opening round. They didn't get to the quarters, but this is their chance. The best score counts. A right and a left as it stands. Emily Lethbridge from Noosa, the goofy footer, out there in the lead with a 7.17. Kaede Inoue has got a 6.4. The Japanese surfer now looking to improve on that 6.4 on her Piccolo Clemente board. Of course, a shaper Piccolo, 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion. I'm back in the booth with 2006 World Longboard champion from Noosa, Josh Constable. Kaede, you already spoke of her level of improvement even since we last saw her compete only a few weeks ago at Bells Beach, Victoria.
Yeah, Sam, her surfing is looking sharp and just hanging on to this wave. She needs this one to count. She's looking to improve, get a better, little head dip. She needs to wrap one right here, back to the pocket, finish strong. But yeah, Sam, I was just saying, like, we saw her surfing over there at Bells Beach and she was surfing unreal, putting on a good display, but her surfing feels like it's gone to another level, that we've seen the improvement in 4 weeks here at the pool. Maybe she's just gelling, she's seeing the line, but really good to see.
Yeah, I'm feeling that 6.4 on her opening right, maybe the strongest score. There was a few moments there that made me think it's not going to improve on that, but we'll let the judges make the call. But as we move into the afternoon, you can really see the sparkle factor across the face on the lefts as Kaede will leave the basin. She'll jump on the jet ski. And Josh, we've had a few rides on the jet ski. It's harder than it looks. And it makes me realize how incredible it was when the surfers used jet ski assists at Bells a few weeks ago, as we get to see the replay here of Kaede.
Yeah, nice opening nose ride, back up there again. Just a little loss of control, but kind of committed. Again there, a little loss of control. So, like you said, Sam, it might not improve, but still a really nice ride. She's sitting in the second place right now, which is very important, and coming around that section.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go higher than the 6.4. I felt like that right had the control, the composure, but also she lost a little bit of scoring potential at the end of that right as well. With her final rail turns, would it have gone into a 7 to match Emily's? As it stands right now, it's a 6.4, waiting for that second score to come in. Is it going to be an improvement? Thanks so much for tuning in. It's been an incredible day one of the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. Sam Bleakley with JC, Mr. Constable. Josh, am I leading in our man-on-man heat at the moment, scores-wise?
You are at the moment, but I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm coming back tomorrow.
But big attention now on Emily as well. She's sitting strong with a 7.17. Is it going to be enough with Natalia, with Elise, and with Honolulu coming up?
Yeah, she's got some fantastic surfers chasing her right now, but at least she's number one. She's got a little bit of wiggle room there. You don't want to be sitting in second right now.
There it is. A 5.33 comes in for that second score of Kaede there. So it's not going to improve on her 6.4, which is her top score. So you can just see now on your screen Natalia Wonderlich. She has had a fantastic season so far this year. She got a 5th in Huntington, losing to eventual finalist Soleil Erico, 3 times Women's World Longboard champion, already qualified for the finals in El Salvador, where the top 8 will meet for a winner-takes-all chance to get the 2025 WSL World Longboard Championships. And she got a 9th in Bells, losing to Hiroka Yoshikawa. Hiroka went on to clinch a spot in that final, her first World Longboard Tour final. Natalia, she's got a 7.17 to improve on for Emily's wave. She's up and riding high line on her lost not found board. Locks a nice clean opening 5, great footwork. Back to the tail, and then a nice drive off the middle of the wave for a clean second nose ride, engaging that heel side climbing and dropping. Josh, what do you think?
I like it. Looking very energized so far on this opening section, so looking good. She needs to capitalize. I think she's stronger on her backside out here. She's been looking really good on these rides, and that nose ride there, composed, beautiful style. And we've seen her, Sam, she's been grabbing the rail, trying to get this inside cover up. Not quite getting it there, but just a nice finish here. She's looking like a really nice score. Whoa.
Fantastic opportunity. Got 2 turns in that last bowl section. One of a less dramatic change of direction, but then a more aggressive down carve to finish at the very end. So as it stands on the leaderboard, a 7.17 is the benchmark, the highest score. Kaede with her highest score being a 6.40 for her opening right-hander. Ophelia Akuen, a 2.33 and a 1, so she's not looking like she's going to be in the top 2 as we get the replay now, Josh, and a great start for Natalia.
Yeah, great start, Sam, and then this mid-section, she read it really nice. This next nose ride looked super composed in the slot. Just this one here drives around it. I'm really liking her approach too, and she's looking energized. Yeah, this is the nose ride here, just composed.
Really nice.
Yeah, really composed.
And way down in the wave, and you know, it's steep, it's fast, she's not high up, she's low down in it. Gets 2 turns in here, puts a bit more rail on edge in this last turn just to finish things off.
Yeah, nice little oomph to finish. The judges will like that. So that's a great wave. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes. Obviously, you want to better that 717 of Emily's. Very similar approach. They both surf similar hand, sort of body language. So really nice opening wave there, but it's cutthroat.
Yeah.
You don't have many. You've got 2 chances and that's it. And 6 fantastic women surfers right now fighting for that number 1 or 2 spot.
So she's 3rd seed here. Our 2nd seed is on your screen right now. Alice Lemoine from Reunion Island. She's going to be coming up next. She'll kick off with the right, back it up with the left. Top score counts. And then to round up this round 2, we'll have our top seed of the top 6, our 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion from Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield. And we've already had some big names go down, getting equal 17th. Hiroki Yoshikawa, Sophia Colhane, Mason Schremer, already eliminated. So they'll be holding a 17th. It's the top 2 results that are combined to determine from the 3-event tour who qualifies in the top 8 for the Surf City El Salvador World Longboard Championships, as we wait for that score to come through for Natalia, and she waits patiently for her front side wave that could be a really strong advantage for the goofy footer.
Yeah, that's the advantage they have. They surf so well backside.
There it is. What do you
Just
think?
enough. 677, it gets her into 2nd, so it's a bit of breathing space a little bit. She knows she'll be able to push a little harder now. It's still an important wave, this left, but it does take a little pressure off. She's in a advancing position at the moment, but she needs to go hard right now.
Here we go, Natalia, high line, 4 clean cross steps to a 5. Back arm up, nice direction change off the tail, then out the middle of the wave. Some climbing and dropping. This is a steep, glassy section ahead. Cross steps forward, cross steps back. So kicks off with a nose ride, a rail turn, and now right in the pocket, all in the bowl. Can she find another touch of the 5? She does, locks in that 5, looks composed. Just moves out of that nose ride, and again, staying right in the money zone here. She's lining things up
Nice
to come through the bowl section, Josh, and she does cleanly. How can she finish?
Yeah, she needs to finish strong, but that was a nice little read she had on that inside section. Not sure if I liked it as much as her ride. Her ride was really composed. She wasn't chasing it down the line. She had some really good nose rides, so I think she's happy with that wave, but I don't think it improves.
Good pace, good speed, a very critical rail turn early on. And, you know, the degree of difficulty to put yourself, you know, to switch planing edges, to do that cutback so early. As we see this nose ride, I mean, Josh, talk about the fact that she really does put this board on rail so early on the wave.
Yeah, the start, both even earlier in her round, so her opening parts on the left were really solid, but here just, I know she's in the pocket, and but she's just kind of chasing it. Here she sort of shuffles back off the nose. The judges won't love that. And again here, but great line.
Yep.
Read this well. Nice little cover up.
She did get a cover up, made it out. Great line, clean entry and exit. Ends with a bit of rail work as well.
Yeah, just not quite coming out and really swooping that one. But that was a nice little finishing turn there, but it's right on the inside. So,
well,
we'll
Josh,
see. Actually, you know what? No, I still don't think it's as good. But I like that. I like that nice line through the tube.
Well, that's the leaderboard, Josh. So as it stands, she's already in the top 2 with a 6.77. Of course, we still have 2 rides for Elise and 2 rides for Honolulu. There are top 2 seeds of the top 6. Only 2 will advance to the quarterfinals. And of course, Natalia has given herself an opportunity to potentially improve on her score, and it comes in at a 5.93. So it doesn't change her situation. She carries that opening wave, that 677. Interesting that was achieved surfing on her backside there, going on that right-hander for the goofy footer. Like you said, it seems to be her stronger side.
Yeah, she just looks great backside. Both her surfing was really good, but she was chasing the lefts. Even earlier today, she was chasing the lefts, racing down the line, where the rights she seemed to have a better pace and standing on the nose and getting those really nice tight fives. So well done, 6.77. She's done the job. She's in second place right now. Can she hang on? That's the thing. We've got 2 surfers now, obviously. Former winner here in the basin, and then Honolulu. Excellent surfing today. Unlucky, came up into that heat of hers with Avalon, was red hot.
Sure, but can this woman on your screen channel the skills that gave her the win here? Our defending champion at the Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. She beat fellow French surfer Zoe Gropignon in a fantastic night surf final 1 year ago. She moved on to get a 4th in the World Longboard Tour rankings. Kicking things off this season, she has got a 9th in Bells and a 5th in Huntington, and she is going to be up and riding right now, chasing a score to better, a 6.77 to get her in the top 2. There's the trademark Le Moine Soul Arch locked on her Luffy with a nice tight 5, holding that long nose ride, walking out cleanly, back up for a second lock of the 5, arm stays up, front arm low, and she stays poised and controlled. And back to the tail, Josh. Good 2 strong nose rides to start. This is trademark Le Moine.
This is trademark. Alice looking unreal. That's 3 nose rides now. Back up there again. Would love to see a little rail work. We haven't seen much turning, but here it is. Comes around the bowl section. Big swoop. Oh, nice carve. Another tap of the nose. No. And another turn. Here it is.
Nice.
Wow. And kind of rips into that one. So kind of puts everything into it.
I like that.
I do too, because we don't want to see it over repetitive nose ride. We want to see them using the whole board, the whole part of the wave. And that last turn, she really opened those shoulders up and ripped in and kind of dug in. I like that.
Yeah, and a great demonstration of how to use that final bowl section. But to kick things off, Josh, it's 3 long stretch Soul Arch hang 5s.
Yeah, it could be like we're watching the final last year where she was just doing amazing surfing. That one there, again, tight, critical, drives around it here again, and then timing back up there. Great nose ride, composed, Soul Arch. So this is a good wave, Sam. This is,
I think this is in there. This is in the top 2 in my eyes.
Yeah,
I mean, the finish, strong.
Nice little one there, drives out, cuts it off a little short, and then comes back on the tail and really opens up and throws some water. Small wave, it's the end part of the wave, but again, ripping in.
And you can see by her body language, this is our defending champion. You know, she's got to surf this spot in a jersey as much as any of the other finalists, as any as John Michael van Hoyenstein, Steven Sawyer, Zoe Gropignon. They were the surfers who progressed all the way through to that final, so they've got a lot of experience, and the fact that she was pumped about that says a lot. I think she's got a lot of confidence in that score. She's got a lot of belief, and now we're going to get the opportunity to see her on her backhand, getting her left. Just has a little check of the fin, making sure everything's good, and there it is. Josh, what's the number?
We've gone excellent surfing, 8.00, and shoots her into the lead. So she's in.
She's in. It's looking good for Elise because she's gone up into number 1 spot. The only person who can improve on that situation is Honolulu. So it is guaranteed that Elise is going to get herself a spot in that quarterfinal. And as it stands right now, Natalia slipped down to 3rd. Emily, she's hanging in there. So she is going to be watching. She is going to be just hoping that she stays in that top 2. But of course, we have our 3-times Women's World Longboard Champion coming up, and we have our reigning Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic champion with the flight cam there, looking to improve on her situation and really put more pressure on Emily in 2nd and Honolulu coming up.
Yeah, Honolulu's coming up next. The surfing that she did this morning, it was obviously she's coming back from having her baby earlier in the year. Takes time, you know, to build your confidence and just connect again. And I feel like we've seen a different Honolulu in this event than we have previous 2 events this year, so it's really good to see.
Here we go.
Here we go, this left.
2-times ISA World Longboard champ from 2019 and 2023. 8-times WSL European champ. Elise Le Moine on the tip from Shinjil, Reunion Island. Back out of that nose ride. And then in the middle of the wave, she's just keeping that strong stance and then smooth, controlled on the tip in the pocket, walking out of that nose ride. And again, strong. She just looks like she's not going to get knocked off. And she's back in to another critical nose ride, Josh.
Yeah, this is a crazy wave. She is... So far, this wave's better than her ride. If she can finish strong here and get around this section, which she looks like she's going to, big turn. Not too bad. Needs one more big turn to finish off. Oh, unlucky. I needed to finish that one. But I'm going to go out on a limb. I think that was better than her. Yeah, she's pumped on that one.
She knows how critical those nose rides were at the start.
She got a crazy 10 on that first section.
You got to feel good about this for Elise. You know, the emotion. She's a lot of pressure. She's booked herself a spot in the quarterfinals, and you know, will she come in at
See,
higher?
there's that 10, Sam. Like
nice,
really nice nose ride here. Hanging on, another quick little tap. But it was this bit. She drove around that fast section, and then here, this nose ride was pretty crazy.
Yep.
Setting up again, driving like. We've seen a lot of the girls get stuck, but this one here,
solid,
hands down,
and
nice
poised.
and composed,
Yep.
super tight 5, foot hanging right over the front.
Yep.
Driving through this section. First turn here was okay, a little softer off the top, and then the second one she ripped into it a little bit harder, but just uncupped the nose, just grabbing a little bit. But
you felt she'd done the work already, then.
Yeah, after
like
that sort of nose ride through that inside fast bit, I felt like that was already a stronger wave, but no.
Close, a 7.87. It doesn't go in as her highest ride, but she's got that excellent 8. What an exciting format, Josh. She's happy. She's booked herself a spot in the quarterfinals. She's going to be here for finals day, and now Emily Lethbridge in second with a 7.17, and our 3 times world longboard champion, Honolulu Bloomfield, coming up next. She'll kick off with a right, and she'll back it up with a left.
Can't wait. This is amazing. Elise super stoked right now. She's really feeling it.
As is Luca, her partner. He's happy. She's stoked. She's pumped, and great energy there. There was pressure, but she really thrived in the moment, Josh. And what a great format this round too.
Yeah, super exciting. and everyone in the competitors area, they're on their edge of their seat too. They're loving it. It's
gladiatorial.
Yeah, obviously there's surfers that want to be out there, but if you can't be out there in the water, at least you got front row seats here and Surf Abu Dhabi. What a location we're at. It's unbelievable that was cool surfing.
Yeah.
She's a real confidence surfer.
Yep.
And when her confidence is high and she's believing in what she's doing and the surfing and the performances she's doing, she goes to these crazy levels. And there's Edouard.
Giving some insight as well. There's depth there. 2 French friends, 2 surf companions, and a nice moment as well. Clay, of course, are the partner of Honolulu, of course, their baby Rain. Nice moment there, crossing over. And, of course, now the attention on a Hawaiian. And she has the opportunity to shine on her favorite front side, chasing a score better than the 7.
Did she get it on the right or the left?
I think she's going to go good on this right-hander, Josh. Here it is. It's moving. The hydrofoil up and riding. Our 3 times Hawaiian world longboard champion from 217, 219, 221. In and out of a nose ride. Really radical carve. Put that board on rail. Looking good. Her Carson Myers, all electric. As she gets back into the locked 5. Holds that 5 already. A critical nose ride. A very radical turn. A second nose ride. Great clean footwork into a third nose ride back to the tail again on rail. She's going to be deep in the section here, so she's going to get herself right behind the bowl as she gets low, pulls into the bow. She travels through that section, and Honolulu Bloomfield comes out of that tube with control into a nice sweeping cutback. Josh Constable, that was spectacular. Hair on end moment.
Sorry, everyone out there. I got excited on that one.
Brilliant.
But that was insane. That's the first really super deep. I'm going there.
Should we just do a commentator's 10 for that?
Just get us in the judges' booth. That was phenomenal
Wow.
surfing. You know what though? We haven't seen much of this nose ride at the start, but she ripped into that second turn. Look at these turns.
Josh, that was incredible.
There was 2 turns on this wave that were unreal, that we haven't seen a lot of like surfers nose ride and turn. I think of maybe Avalon did it this morning.
And let's not forget that baby Rain was born in April 2025 this year. This is a mum rocking it at the highest level of sport with an outstanding comeback. And look at this tube riding.
Deep, composed, arm pointing in front, eyes open, driving, looking at that exit, and then this turn. Rah!
Oh my gosh. I'm giving that a 10. For me, that's a 10, Josh.
That is insane. And I saw it in the practice rounds, like she's gone to another level. She's starting to feel the Honolulu that we know, but even maybe with more confidence. She's a mother now. She's got this like different energy around the comp zone. But man, I got chicken skin right now. That was radical.
And it's a 9.8. She has just booked herself a spot in the quarterfinals. Some judges dropping a 10, the average a 9.8. Special stuff, and it looks like someone on the glass there who's also got a spot in the quarterfinals is our French surfer Elise Lemoine with AJ.
She is so excited to have already locked in her spot, especially after seeing what Honolulu just did. Your waves, incredible as well, Elise. Just what did you want to showcase in this second round?
Yeah, for sure. This was so stressful, but I'm super happy to make it, and I just want to have fun and to have a good ride to beginning this heat, and yeah, I'm super happy.
What is it going to take to defend your title here at Surf Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, for sure. You always want to win when you come to a comp, but yeah, I just want to have fun and enjoy the wave, and we are so lucky to be here to surf an amazing wave, so it's gonna be a fun week.
Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Ouais, je voudrais dire merci à toutes mes copines qui me regardent. Je suis vraiment trop contente d'être là et j'espère aller au plus loin que je peux. Je voudrais remercier mes sponsors, remercier Johan, mon coach, toute ma famille, ma maman, et j'ai trop de chance d'avoir aussi mon copain avec moi, donc ça va être une grosse compète.
Congratulations, see you Sunday.
Thank you.
Oh, great stuff, AJ. Fantastic work. The energy that AJ brings to the post heats, it's just a joy to witness. And of course, Elise, so elated. She's booked herself a spot for finals day. And this is an opportunity just for a showcase ride from Honolulu, 3 times women's world longboard champion, mother of baby Rain, our partner, professional skateboarder Clay, on site watching as Honolulu comes out of that nose ride with control, clean footwork, back to the tail as she experiences the grace and the beauty of this fantastic facility in all of its glory, having already got a near perfect score going.
Turn.
Switch and then pulling in, switch stance after the switch stance turn, eyeing up the bowl section and having a look and not coming out but doing an incredible amount of brilliant surfing.
Yeah, another great ride there. I'm so excited to see. She's back. And back with like more energy and more
power and juice.
Yes.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely amazing. We've seen Josh momentum build. You know, if we think back to Huntington, she gets a 17th. Bell, she gets a 9th, losing out to Mason Schremer. And now she's bettered the 9th. The worst she can now do is a 5th, but she'll want to go all the way to the win.
Yeah, and the surfing that we saw on that right, that can get her the win. That was insane surfing, precise, great nose work, big rail carves, using the whole wave from top to bottom, riding it from the top to the bottom and finishing with that insane barrel. That's the best barrel. I think of Edward. We saw Edward get some of those inside tubes in the practice rounds. But that was insane. That was so cool.
And an important part of that repertoire was that opening turn. You know, the fact that she was aggressive and she put herself so deep that the rest of the wave, she was in that position to maximize that barrel at the end.
Yeah, that was really cool. I'd love to see a reaction now when she comes up.
Well, it'll be a great moment to see
Clay and the baby.
Rain coming over. There it is, baby Rain, born in April this year. Clay, of course, a professional skateboarder from Oceanside. Proud moment there. Near perfect ride on that opening right-hander. And look at that, Josh.
Yeah, very cool. We're both proud parents, but just to see your partner come back and surf, you know, for us, our wives coming back and surfing, but to come back and do it on the world stage in the same year that you've had your child, it's just a really cool achievement, and now to just keep delivering on the surfing, it's just another friggin' amazing.
Yeah, and big shout out to Emily and Natalia Kaede of Philly. They come away with equal ninths. Emily so close to 717, but Honolulu and Elise booked themselves a spot on finals day into the woman-on-woman quarterfinals. So we'll repeat this schedule for tomorrow with the men's. The same thing, and I love this round too. It's quick, it's fast, it's gladiatorial, Josh.
Yeah, it's intense, and the and the surfing. We saw obviously 1 and 2C going into that, walking away with 1 and 2.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
They did the good surfing all day. They just missed out on winning both their heats this morning.
And they knew what they needed to do as they saw the lower seeds dropping scores. They knew if it was about playing it safe or really pulling it out. And they both had to pull it out because they were wanting to improve on that 717 that was dropped by Emily Lethbridge.
What is that crazy thing all up in your face too, huh?
What a cool moment.
I don't know really what you want me to do, brother. He's
But
like,
great surfing, Sam. So cool. That's a really nice way to finish the day because we saw some really good surfing going down today and then finishing on a high.
Yeah, and we saw the family, the longboard family. You know, we've seen many competitors young with mum and dad, and then to see a new family being born. You know, the legacy of Craner and Bloomfield, professional skateboarder, professional longboarder, the best in their fields. And Baby Rain will, that will be something that Baby Rain can carry forward to being in all these great experiences with them both.
And we also saw father-daughter combo with Kai and Coral. Salas, that's a cool moment. Like, we've had some really big moments in the pool so far. Really, really stoked to be here.
Well, it's been a brilliant day, but stay with us because Paul Evans will be coming in to host the post show and celebrate the amazing action from the Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic.
Where the desert meets the sea. We meet the Murphys at Surf Abu Dhabi. Could this be the most epic layover of their lives? Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western away, but she comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Where the desert meets the sea, we meet Lars and Ellie at Surf Abu Dhabi. After so many trips, this is what they've been looking for. Find your wave at Surf Abu Dhabi.
It's a lovely day for it in Abu Dhabi, and the basin has provided much throughout a fun day of competition to kick things off. The Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. It's all very serene and chill by the pool right now as we drink in the scenes, the action out in the water. It's been absolutely red hot, and talk about saving the best for last. The drama in that surf off from the second round, that was incredible.
That was incredible. That Honolulu, it's just, she never ceases to amaze me. You made some really good points about becoming a mother this year and then taking this challenge on, and just really meeting the challenge and then some.
Yeah, especially that performance in that last heat there. That was amazing, and that surfing on that right-hander was mind-blowing. Like, I'm still buzzing, and I was thinking about it, and I was getting chicken skin. And Paul, like, how good is longboarding?
Mate, what a fun day we've had as well. It's got a real combination of two things which made me feel like they're in opposition. He's got that grace and that style and that beauty up with like really high intensity competition with a lot at stake, and somehow you put the two together, you get magic.
Magic. It really was a magical day for the ladies, and they really showed their queen, their royal status. It was amazing.
And obviously last year we kicked it off, and that was a historic moment. But coming back this year, a number of improvements. We talked about them to kick things off this morning with the changes that we've had to the wave. We slightly tweaked the format as well, and performances, they're already responding as you would expect from the world's best. But I mean, where can this go? We've already had an amazing day of competition.
Well, I think it's going to be even more explosive tomorrow with the men. They're really going to show us, I think, some really fabulous surfing and that strength and power that the men can kind of give us. And it's going to be just neat to see a new perspective and new lines drawn.
Yeah, we definitely seen in the practice rounds, the guys were kind of really hunting that first barrel section. Today, the ladies were nose riding through it. I think tomorrow we'll see a few of the boys pulling into that opening section. So it's going to be exciting to see, but it's all about today. Today was like a ripper of a day, so really good to see.
Well, as we mentioned, that new format kicking off meant our heat winners, they went straight through to quarters, but that set us up with a bit of entertainment in terms of the next best surfers in the mix. And it was a heat that she didn't really, in terms of points, it was surprising to see Alice Lemoine, our defending champ here, but once she was in this round, well, she showed us her absolute quality.
Well, she did really put it all out there and really showed everybody why she is the defending champion of this event. Putting some clean nose rides with that hood ornament style, lining it all up. It was really spectacular to see. And here you can see how she just really shows that power and that control, and finishing it off with some turns and rail work. Yeah, it's exciting.
It doesn't surprise me to see the surfing, and it kind of surprises us to see her in that round. But her heat this morning was red hot. Her surfing was unreal, and she only just got pipped at the end. But this here of Honolulu, I love this composure here on the nose. Nice nose ride, but for me, like, this is the separation with the females, like when she was ripping into some of these big open face carves, like right here. And then it just kind of, like Sam said in the live call, it just got her behind the section low, that left arm driving through the barrel, pointing where she wanted to come out, looking, and then she actually ripped into a big carve after that tube too. So really impressive. It was 9.8. Not sure what you need to do to go 10, but it was a sick wave.
Yeah, just the flip side of that surprise about seeing them in the round. But what it also meant is they've done another couple of reps as well. So in terms of practice waves for finals day, they've had a little bit more surfing done as well. So a little bit extra of intel, but amazing to see that tube riding.
And does it put pressure on the other surfers to see, like, whoa, Honolulu's back. She got a 9.8. Did you see that tube? And now it gets all those other quarterfinalists kind of getting nervous and thinking about it and restless tomorrow because they're not surfing. And
100%, right? I mean, I think that she just set the bar up again, higher once again, and that's going to be something that all the girls are going to really have to step up and meet.
I mean, speaking of other competitors as well, just kind of watching on, there's no other venue like this where really everyone really is seeing what's going on. Obviously, the basin's wide open, but we got the huge screen. So everyone very much in tune with exactly what's going on. And, you know, you're only surfing against the people you're up against as such, but also just laying down a bit of a marker and going, how'd you like my line through that bowl on the inside? Love that.
Yeah, that was it. And it was a good line.
Yeah.
We're already looking forward a little bit to tomorrow and bringing the men in as well. So they've been in town for a few days. They've been practicing and warming up. And today, they've been basically watching, gaining a bit of intel, trying to figure out what the judges are saying. But just looking forward to some of our matchups from tomorrow. What we're looking at, I've had the heat draw on hands for a while. There's one matchup that's really sort of standing out to me. We had Kevin Svan up here in the booth with us. Carla, we let him know the great news. I'm not sure he believed us at first that it was confirmed to go into El Sal.
I think he thought we were playing a joke on him or something, yeah.
But he's in a great-looking heat tomorrow. See Kai Salas in that one. Skin Dog as well. Ben Skinner. Also Sam Christiansen, South African. Absolutely stacked, these four.
Yeah, this is a really good heat. Kevin and Sam have been travelling together all year, and after Bells, they snuck up to Indo, went to the men's and hung at Ulu's, and So they're hanging together. So they're going to have this good chemistry in that heat. And then you got two older guards, heavy hitters. Ben Skinner's put on really good performances. No stranger to the tube. Kai Salas, he's the world champ. He's one of the best to ever do it. So that's a really good heat. There's some really good heats tomorrow, but that one could be the one.
Some great alchemy in the water for that heat tomorrow. Just looking back on the stuff that went down today in our top 5 moments of the day. Let's have a look at them. And the first of them's a surfer that we were talking about. She's had a good season this year. You know her really well. She's on the cusp of something potentially really great. It was Chloe Calmon.
Yep,
Great
Chloe.
performance from her.
Yeah, great performance. Beginning of the day, it was nice and glassy and smooth. She really showed her composure and kind of showed that year off has paid off for her. Just really putting it all together. Chloe's in it to go all the way. So it's exciting to see her kind of back on track and seeing the variety she has.
Yeah, and this wave here for Honolua, just a really nice left. Like, she's posting some really high scores. And you look at this score, an 8.67, and this didn't get her the heat win. It put her into that round 2. So really good surfing. And again, just using the whole wave and really carving and kind of bringing it back to the section. Another little inside speed run right there. So great wave here for Honolua, but she's had a good day out. Nice little switch turn there, but really cool. We're not seeing many of the other girls doing the switch, so that was pretty special.
Yeah, and coming in at number 3, Rachel Tilley.
The champ.
8.77. Just showing a lot of control, making it look really easy. Keeping that style.
Yeah, the style. Like, do you see Arel Sun in that sort of soul rush, that legendary photo? I really love that wave, and nice smooth surfing, and Rachel's going to go all the way. But this was like the heat of the morning. Avalon Gale here. She was against Honolua, so this was like really high. 9.33. This surfing right here, insane.
Yeah, she comes in at that number 2 spot. Looking like she was the high score for most of the event throughout the day. But Paul, during that break of ours, that last heat, somebody comes in.
Just this composure here, 5 and 10. That's the inside steeper bowly section. And again, getting tight in the pocket, but the bar's been set now for that inside section. But that was what was getting me excited, that big carve on the outside nose ride to turn.
Right in that last heat, that between Avalon and Honolua, they each had 17-point totals, putting Honolua into that round 2, but Honolua coming into this heat and just smoking it, really showing everything that's about really engaging the rail in her waves, which, like as you mentioned, we really didn't see as much, and then this tube riding, just next level.
Yeah, deep, committed, really good wave, good surfing, and you know what? That loss was maybe a good thing for her today because it got her really fired up. She was fired up after that heat this morning, not advancing, to put that surfing in right then. What an insane wave, and everyone's so stoked for it. Good to see her back.
Oh, an absolutely incredible moment right there to wrap up competition this afternoon. The woman of the moment is Honolua Bloomfield. Let's go and hear from her. She's standing by on the glass with AJ.
And Josh, you hit the nail on the head because Honolua, we were just talking about how it was a blessing in disguise for you to have to surf in that second round. What did it fire up in you?
Oh man, honestly, I had such a fun heat earlier with one of my best friends. And I always love to see her do good, of course, but it would have been like pretty cool to make it. But at the end of the day, now I look back, I'm like, I wouldn't have got that nice barrel. So I don't know. It just makes you feel good when you get a good wave like that, no matter if it's in the final or earlier heat. So yeah.
In addition to the 9.8, you also locked in your spot in the quarterfinals, which I can't believe I'm saying it, your first one here of the 2025 Longboard Tour. How much confidence does that give you going into Sunday that you're finding a rhythm?
Oh man, I don't know. It definitely feels good to make it. I feel like I got unlucky a lot of the year this year, whether it were waves or I don't know. But yeah, I'm just stoked to make it, and I'm stoked for every wave I get here. Like, I love it. I love this wave pool, and yeah, the more surfing the better.
And speaking of some of the things that's been so cool, the scenes today with you holding baby Rain, his 6-month birthday today. So congratulations, great present from Mama to celebrate his 6th month. Just what do you think has been the most impactful part of becoming a professional surfing mom?
Oh man, it's just so special. I thought about not doing it this year, but then I was like, you know what, how special would it be to have like all these moments on the road? And like, I would have had way too much FOMO, obviously. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here, especially with him. And it's his 6-month birthday, so.
We would have had FOMO had you not been here too. Congratulations, we'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thanks, AJ. Well done, Honolulu. She's enjoyed her day. She'll take away some great vision from the inside of that wave to finish off the day. What's the best thing you've seen today, Carly? Enjoyed yourself throughout the day?
I mean, you can't really put that barrel that she just took, you know, aside. That was next level. It really showed a prowess. I think for me, though, Tully White was somebody that really came on, and I just love the style that she gives. I think she's an underdog that doesn't get enough recognition, and I'd like to see her, you know, do well on Sunday.
Love that. Josh, what are you looking forward to most tomorrow, mate?
Just to see the boys, the approach they take on the wave. They've been sitting around, like you said, supporting the girls all day. They're chomping at the bit. They're ready for tomorrow, and we're going to see some good tube rides go down and some really solid surfing.
All right, love it. Well, it's been a fantastic Friday here at Surf Abu Dhabi Longboard Classic. We've got men coming in tomorrow, finals running on Sunday. We're going to send you out some highlights from today. We'll see you back here 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks.
May not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.